Now we're trying to get back to break even on the morning. Pretty flat to start overall, ahead of big earnings to come. Netflix after the close tonight. We'll get Tesla after the close tomorrow night. We are just getting Canadian inflation data coming through, 2.4% year over year in September. On this side of the border, the estimate 2.2%. So a slight uptick there for Canadian inflation. Obviously, no U.S. data to deal with once again today because of the ongoing government shutdown. There was some hints at which there was some progress being made late in the day yesterday, saying essentially towards the end of the week, they're hopefully going to get something done as far as a deal and get things back up operating again. That's how the NASDAQ's looking right now. Little as far as price action goes so far this morning. Big move up past 2 days here for the overall market. A couple things to note here this morning. We get Coke, as I mentioned, we get NASDAQ. RTX in focus here, Tesla in focus here. We're finally back into some exciting times for earnings Wednesday.
It is, Brendo. We're in the heart of earnings season, as you mentioned. GM also doing really well here, guys, to start the morning. And shout out to the Blue Jays, hence the blue. I don't usually come dressed down like this, Brendo, but we had to make a special exception here for the Blue Jays going to the World Series. Sorry, Mariners, you'll have to wait for your shot.
2 years. That's right.
Yeah,
32 years.
But it's better than the Mariners, who've never been,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
No, seriously though, guys, in a GM really good report over here, beating easily by about $3 billion in revenue, and that's not really the end of it. They're lowering how much the tariff effect is going to have on their revenue by about $1 billion and $1.5 billion. So really good there. Amazon obviously in focus as well after that big outage yesterday, Brendo. GE, Triple M, all in focus as well as they reported.
Yeah, I was reading a funny note last night from an analyst essentially trying to make the argument that this outage, and I mean, look at the price action from yesterday, but he was essentially saying that this was actually a positive for Amazon, not a negative,
okay,
in the sense that it just highlights the dependency on their services and, and AWS in general. Yeah. So yeah, big day yesterday here for Amazon. We're upside once again here in the pre-market. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, Randy's in the house. We'll take it. Appreciate it, brother.
Springer.
Yep. Single greatest sporting event I've ever been to in my life. I'm more than a little tired. My voice is a little bit insane. It was, to say that dude rocked the house, it was absolutely unbelievable. So, you know, I'm going to be in a good mood. You know what? Like, it's one of the reason that I love experiences like sports, and to me, like going to a game like that is the best. Like instantaneously, you just got like straight, like you have grown men crying and strangers hugging each other, straight up, because everyone's all in the same thing. It was unbelievable. But
yeah, great day.
Like, I don't know what to say. Like now we get Ohtani on Friday, so and the Dodgers. I mean, them too. It'll be a battle, and I'm not one of those.
It'll be a good game.
I'm not one of those haters. There's a lot of people like, oh, yeah, suck it, Seattle or whatnot. Dude, the Seattle Mariners were unbelievable and had a ridiculous season. That's a ridiculous team. And if we lost to them, I'd have been cheering them on in the World Series 100%. Mad respect for that team. Like those guys are gamers. Like Cal Raleigh was a beast. Like that was a great team.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just glad we made it.
Yeah, so glad that we wound up winning that. I had a couple of my cousins were there. It wasn't actually, you could have got, it was actually pretty good, cheap, like price-wise. You could have got there like to sit off for $300. I thought that was pretty good.
The 500.
World Series are going to be obviously a lot more expensive.
Be stupid.
They're going for sale here at 10 o'clock. But I noticed the resale market was okay, but I think for the World Series it's going to be real bad.
Well, and it just depends on where you are, because the resale market was nuts.
Yeah. Well, you can get probably double or triple.
Anyone that's trying to, it's triple easily. But it depends. If you're the best bet, if you're trying to get a reasonable, if you do a single, not too bad.
Oh, a single.
If you the second you're going for 2 or 4, forget about it. But if you're getting a single, it's not that bad.
General admission to walk around yesterday was like $250 or so, and then to sit up top, you know, like first 10 or so rows was about $300. But yeah, great game. Obviously, lots of hype there. I was gonna bring Gia, but then Marissa's like, nah. She wants to go to hockey. So I was like, okay. But hopefully we'll be able to go. We have hockey on Friday night, but we're gonna try to go there Saturday for game 2. And then, like you said, it's the next Friday and Saturday after that.
So perfect.
So it's just.
Although it's Halloween.
Oh, it's Halloween one of the days?
Friday, the game 6 is on Halloween night.
Maybe they'll change that.
Yeah. It's a weird one.
That's not good.
It's the kind of thing that only matters if you have kids that are of the age.
That's game 6 though?
Game 6. But game 6 it's only ever a huge game. If you play game 6,
right,
it's
what happened
it's
yesterday.
do or die or a clinching game one way or another. GM clinched it this morning, by the way. Who had GM up 11% today in their pool? Nobody.
I mean,
No, it's been a great chart. No, GM's been a great chart. It's been doing really well, but there's just no chance. I don't think anybody was that excited. You might have had. I think a lot of people had Beyond Meat doing crazy today. But
yeah, I mean, I called this one last
GM.
night at this time. I said Beyond Meat tomorrow probably continues this move. We've seen it with LAC. We've seen it with a lot of things. So shout out to Mr. Westermeyer in the chat and everybody that sort of heeded a little bit of advice there with Beyond Meat, but you had to have, good. What's of steel, because it was already up nicely yesterday. So no blaming taking profit there yesterday by anybody, but all the way up to 250, 200 period moving average up here at $3. We'll see if it can break through this 250 marker right now and get a little bit higher, but congratulations to anybody with Beyond Meat right there today. But yeah, nice little move to the upside right here again for many names, and the market flat on a day like today. We'll take it. A nice run yesterday that I don't think we expected. So, but yeah, nice move there today for
Silver's volatile today.
Yeah, someone was saying check out gold. Oh,
Silver's down 6 points.
Okay.
And I don't think gold's not. Yeah, I mean silver tends to move probably to the downside a little bit more. Like gold down 3.7%. So you got gold and silver to the downside, market flat. GM up. Well, obviously the squeeze.
Gold down how much?
3%? 3.5. But silver the last few days has been a bit of a bigger mover on a percentage basis. But lots to cover. I do believe we have. I think we got Mitch today. It's Tuesday. I kept forgetting what day it was.
Definitely Tuesday.
It was definitely a Tuesday. So we should have Mitch coming on through. Let's get up back to the desk.
All right, we're just looking at Netflix here, back to the upside here briefly this morning. Comes down there at 8:30. We're, what is that, 12:48, I guess. Just an absolute monster yesterday ahead of earnings to come after the close tonight. I mean, after they stopped talking about user data and members specifically and premium members specifically, it's been a little bit of a challenge. But for the most part, this thing's had a challenging couple of weeks, I think, as far as stock price goes anyways, but good to see the rebound yesterday.
Yeah, well, they were, obviously Elon Musk took to X to kind of attack them and some of the shows that they had there for children, and then there was a bit of a sell-off there. Looks like it's recovering a little bit, but here's what I've got here prepared for Netflix, guys. They've beaten consensus in each of the last 4 quarters with an average surprise of plus 6%. There you go. Price reaction typically is about 8.5 to 11% higher within a day. Last time though, it dropped 5.1%. Brendo, the implied move this time around plus or minus 6.9. And here are the trading narratives. Right now, we're looking for ad tier traction. They make more money from the ad tiers because the more you watch, the more they get paid. Whereas if you're in the unlimited plan, it doesn't matter how much you watch. You're just paying that 1 monthly tariff. And they're looking as well, Brendo, for a new content slate cadence and margin expansion. They're talking about whether or not they're going to release their average revenue per user, or another metric that we keep an eye on. So a good look. Not at all-time highs, but close.
Getting there, yeah. It's an interesting time. I think we talked about the Apple and F1 tie-up going back to last week. So as these tech companies, traditional tech companies, get more and more into the live side of streaming as well, more opportunities for a company like Netflix.
And just think about like yourself. You're a Fox, you're a TNT, and you're a classic media company, and now you're having to compete with these tech companies who have hundreds of $billions on their balance sheet. It just doesn't bode well for them, Brendo, going into the future.
Yep. Netflix, the headliner tonight. We also get TXN, Texas Instruments. We get Mattel, to name a few. Some in the banking side of things as well. Chubb, East West Bancorp. I mean, the list goes on and on. But Netflix, the headliner, definitely, guys, coming up after the close tonight, and TXN too.
Yeah, I mean, look, Netflix is big. TXN is not a nothing stock.
No, it's a great one.
I feel like it's one of those, with a top 10 semi-name by market cap that probably, if you did a rundown of the top 10 semiconductor names by market cap, TXN is probably the one that gets, not probably, it is the one that gets at least on the show by probably a really large margin. So maybe And I don't think we ever really traded either. But Netflix, and then I'll say all that, and then I'm looking at Netflix here for their earnings aftermarket. Look, Netflix has already been on a rocket. This is a monthly chart for Netflix, just to give you an idea. Like this in 2022, if you're buying that dip, thank you to selling Disney to buy Netflix, which, like from there, it has been 6x. I feel like it's in a consolidation that I'm skeptical. Like how much it can break out locally, and I'll show the daily chart at some point. But I think on like a monthly time frame, I think it ends up hanging somewhat in this range that it's been in, like 11.5 to those highs. When you look at the actual perspective of it, after the pullback, all it's done is consolidate. Like it had a huge pullback on the monthly, and then we just get a long consolidation that we're still sitting in. So I think you have a chance here. And ultimately, the add tier numbers have been pretty good. So they won with K-pop Demon Hunters. I feel like they get one of those a year, and they'll be great. They got, I know Stranger Things coming back. You got the live sports aspect. I'm just a little skeptical that I don't see this running through all-time highs on the earnings. When I take a step back, look at where the market is, and look at where it's sitting on that monthly chart, I just don't think the earnings move is something that gets it through. I think it can be positive. I just don't think it gets through the all-time high.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see some, other stocks like a Disney down here at 110, see if that helps, if Netflix can put up a decent streaming number. So there are, other plays here that might be, able to look at. Disney's obviously had a nice little run there, but you're coming off into that 110, which has been supported. So I just wanted to see, like, if this is another name here. This is not a name that I'm looking to jump into or anything like that. Obviously, we sold some SMR up there up the top, and SMR back down again here today. So I was thinking about, like, just making out of the blue. We sold it at 57. It's down to 41 right now, so we could make like a quick 25-30% and get back into this name alone. So I was thinking, something like this. And we already called SMR back into like this 34, 36 area. So we'll give this a little bit of time as well. But yeah, excited for Netflix tonight. I think the number is going to be big. Like I was saying, I think that WWE and just sort of all the live events, and the more talk they have about live, I think the more excited shareholders are going to get. And then they had that opportunity there with Spotify and the podcasts and whatnot. So, putting on their podcasts onto the Netflix streaming system as well. So taking a little bit of a run at YouTube there and that kind of a model. So we already know how well it's working out for YouTube. And obviously Alphabet's been skyrocketing on that performance. And so, yeah, I think Netflix is a beat here today for sure. And I would not want to go short into it, but I mean, it's, I guess it's going over the summer. I don't know. They get lots of people watching Netflix. I don't know. They're just, I'm there for the live and for the podcast and for Spotify and for future guides. So we'll see if that can win. And then I don't know. I haven't looked at Texas Instruments, like Neil was saying. It's like a name that we don't really look at too often here. So I don't even really know what it's been doing. But yeah, okay. Well, it's been doing that. So
that's not good.
Not great there for TXN. So I'm gonna have to figure out exactly what their business is and what's going on there, because it's at not a bad level as well. Get that garbage out of here from April. So this could be, I mean, there's not too many names that are underneath the 200 period moving average that you may like. So this may be one right now at Texas Instruments. Yeah, some good ones. ISRG2 reports, I believe, Intuitive Surgical. So this is a big AI robotics name, for healthcare and surgeries and whatnot. And this has obviously had a dip down as well, just kicking it off right here. And again, like, look at this. You drop right into support again. Like, I don't even look at this name, and it came right into here and then wants to bounce off. So ISRG as well. Should be a good one. From what we're thinking about. But yeah, 844. I'm working on some notes and names here for the sticky note. The problem is the market's very flat today, up zeros right now. So a little bit of nothing in the morning and drop down, made it halfway back, and that's halfway is exactly zero. So not much going on here. ES, kind of a similar look, almost exactly the same for the ES right now. So we'll see if we are caught sort of in no man's land. This is the Qs chart now on the 30 minutes. So we are very, very close to breaking again the all-time highs. So I think that's what we're going to probably look at here today. The NASDAQ can get going, busting through here, trade the TQs or something if we can get a break of all-time high here on the NASDAQ. So, that's moments away, and I think we can get to that, especially if these earnings are good tomorrow. Amazon on a nice move up. Someone's just saying there in the chat, let's go Amazon, I guess. So, yeah,
Oh,
Amazon,
that's Joe.
nicely done. Oh, it's Joe.
It's Joe.
Yeah, Joe was excited about that. Amazon was the one, big one that came down into its 200 period.
Oh, well, also the earning.
So
it was also the
have,
earning support level too.
Yeah, so you did have a
Double
good
barrel.
there it is. So again, into it. Yeah, I still think the support is lower on Amazon. Like I still think 200 to 205. If the market slips up, this is where I'm already so long Amazon, but this is where I'm looking. So between 200 and 205. But yeah, I hope it doesn't get there actually. But that's what I'm doing. So, all right, we can go back over to the desk.
Only one thing red on that little board that we got up there.
Yeah, crypto. What is?
It's just Bitcoin.
Is that right? 1093. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Bitcoin down 1%. Yeah, but that's not right. The markets aren't right.
That was yesterday.
Yeah, as I've already said.
The only thing that wasn't strong yesterday was, well, I mean, there's always kernels that are not strong, but like Bitcoin and ETH, specifically ETH, Ethereum was actually quite weak yesterday. So it wasn't like an everything is all good rally. Lots of things made all-time highs, but specifically crypto wasn't looking too good.
Yeah. All right, let's go back over the desk and see if we do have our guest.
Right, real quick, HOLX, which is Hologic, halted currently. This was after the close yesterday, but just confirming here. $79 per share, going to be acquired by Blackstone. And TPG for HOLX just coming through. So that's probably going to resume here fairly shortly, but still halted for that one. Let's bring in Mitch Hoke, analyst over at Trade the Pool. Get some action for today. Mitch, good to see you. Lots to
Shout out to the Jays,
right?
Man. Hold on.
Look at this guy coming prepared. I like it. Lots to discuss here ahead of big time earnings tonight. Just real quick on Netflix, Tesla tomorrow. Thoughts here going into these reports?
Well, of course, going into these reports, I think, you're not going to see anything surprising. They're not selling too many cars, and they're still figuring out ways to get the price higher, right? I think that's what you got to be looking at now. It's all about, of course, now we get into more of the robotics age, right? So I think if you're looking, at like a Tesla, well, I wouldn't see it stopping anytime soon, right? But we do got to be careful in the streets, guys, because I do see euphoria starting to slow down, and it's common, right? We're getting near the end of the year, right? Everyone's starting to take a look at their portfolios, noticing how big and how great of a year there was. And I was just recently at the Money Show, and I can tell you guys, people were walking around with smiles, big smiles, and that tells me a lot out there, right? The profits keep climbing. So what you got to look for is just more mentions of when do we get this exact timeline on this robotics? What's the next step? And of course, look for Elon comments, especially if you're looking for more to come out of it. Elon is now focused, and like I always talk about, he's only a man that needs a goal. If he doesn't have a goal, no purpose in life, right? Well, you guys saw when he was a part of Doge, he went after something, right? That's what he needs. So I think in this case, he's going to go ahead and give the shareholders what they've been looking and yelling for 2 years. I even saw shareholders that were big time, like Gerber from California. He cut a big position because he didn't like Elon's political talk. Well, guess what? Elon's no longer political and ready to take him higher.
And has the goal in this new compensation package as well.
That's what it is. It's not so much about the money. It's just about something that's difficult for Elon. That's what he needs. He needs something that's difficult, that's hard to reach. He's that type of person. If he doesn't have it, then he just feels like life is worthless.
All right, let's get into a few ideas here. I see at the bottom of your list here this morning, you have BYND on watch here this morning. Just an absolute monster yesterday. That was a quick double overnight. What are you thinking here today?
Fake meets fake profits, but it doesn't matter. We're going to continue looking in here to see if this can continue to climb. Of course, this has like over 40% short interest, so the memesters are going to come out here and attack this. And what they did was just push back the line, right? I know a lot of people were thinking, well, wasn't this bankrupt? Wasn't this bankrupt? It's not necessarily bankrupt, but it's pretty close. It's at the point where what they did was they just pushed back a debt exchange all the way back to to 2030, trying to give themselves a little bit more roadway. Can they find their way out of here? Well, I don't think they're going to find their way out of here, but can we see this continue to rise? Yeah, there's no reason why this has to stop right here. Of course, who wants to come in short Beyond Meat here? Not many. So with that being said, you're going to see those shorts that were remaining starting to ease out, buyers stepping in. So of course it causes its effect. Short squeezes on. Hey, watch for the run to continue.
We had all kinds of action in that one yesterday. One of the themes we were discussing around here yesterday was healthcare. From the perspective of it's been a little bit quiet, a little bit in the backseat, obviously with tech leading the way once again this year as far as the overall market goes. You have an interesting name on here. Tempus AI was downside early on this morning. What are you thinking here for TEM?
Yeah, you know, there was two names that I've been giving you guys in healthcare, and you guys can rewind the tape. I'm always about that, right? You guys have the receipts out there. There's two names. I said Tempus AI and Grail, right? Because these were the AI hyped healthcare names, right? These were the first names that I needed to see move to even think healthcare. Now you've clearly seen Tempus strong, but of course, the leader right now being Grail. Grail's just not stopping. I mean, we brought up that stock at 35. It's up over 182% since I first brought it up here. There's a reason why I call it the Holy Grail. And you got to continue to look for now the healthcare AI movement. And this is just going to slide down. And Trump really put the gas pedal on by, you know, starting to bring up names like Pfizer and different actions there. But you've seen it. The healthcare has been a quick turnaround. It went from being a hated Trump sector to now starting to be a love Trump sector. And this quickly turns the fundamental outlook and then starts to cause technical breakouts. Now you're starting to see technical breakouts going to move around the space. It's not just going to be Tempus, but of course Tempus is an early AI-driven clinical decision support. So it uses AI to kind of decide clinical decisions. And I think there's plenty of companies that are very similar. So now you start to look down the line. You can look at a quality name like a GEHC, GE Healthcare. This has been consolidating for 4 months. A breakout above 80 could unleash a nice major leg higher. Of course, this leverages Edison AI platform in imaging and diagnostics. Then a smaller one. You guys know I like to bring you quality and speculative. Speculative play here, but a retail favorite, RXRX, Recursion Pharma. And this has been building a beautiful cup and handle pattern, has nice range between 6 and 7, and now looking to see this start to push. This has machine learning driven drug discovery play, and volume spikes suggest that there's accumulation here and starting to go higher. So this is a really great one. I'm actually going to be looking to trade this one today. And then I'd look at GEHC as kind of more of your swing play.
All right, lots of focus over, I mean, mostly last week, going into the start of this week on cybersecurity once again. I mean, you had a few names on here, the usual suspects, PanW, looking pretty good yesterday, even the past couple of days. The group itself, though, I mean, the volume hasn't been the greatest, but still positive with the overall market move.
Yeah, I think this has more to do with just the thought of the long run, right? Well, if we're going more into this AI space, there's going to be more and more things that cybersecurity has to decipher, right? So I think these companies continue to get appreciation just because we all are going to need further and further cybersecurity as AI develops, right? If anything, AI is going to be the one that's cracking a lot of this cybersecurity, so they need to get better and better. So they're using AI themselves to improve their code, right, and take that to the next level. So I think you watch these stair step higher. There's some that will go faster, right? PanW is just a stair step higher, but you could look at like maybe a ZS, right? That has a constructive cup and handle that needs to break the 310. That could go starting towards the 320 area. So that's ZS. And then you also got Snow, which is kind of developing here with a tight bull flag. I like Snow also. So both of these, I think, look really good on the daily. We can start to take a look to see that cybersecurity continues here. And overall, I'm looking for software to get a little bit more perky this time. For a little while there, it started to spike, but then it kind of took a little bit of a back seat. And there's other software space to look into also. As one that I just been like kind of caught the daily chart, and it's a little bit off of the cybersecurity names, but CRM. I think it's time to finally start seeing some of these software names really lift. So look into the software application space, and that's what I do a lot of the times. I'm just going into the industry. Of course, software application does have cybersecurity and Salesforce. That's why I'm tying it together here. But I think this is really just the beginning of Salesforce's move. So I want to get you guys on your radar, right?
All right, SoFi, the last one here on your list, couple of days in a row here, straight to the upside once again. Looking like it might want to go, is it red to green? Yeah, I think it did. I actually already go red to green here.
There's a reason why I called it the Palantir, man. And I still, to this day, man, I'm mad at myself because I should have had this one in the long-term account. I know I got a couple of friends that have it at the 16 when we first brought it here. But SoFi, it just no signs of stopping. Retail, institutional participation. There's nothing here that should be slowing down SoFi. And I think that you're going to continue to see SoFi kill it. Right now, just stay with the momentum. And SoFi hasn't broken the momentum. There are some names that are breaking. But for right now, I think SoFi is just one of those that just keeps stepping higher. If I had this one at 16, I would be riding maybe like a 50 EMA and giving myself a little bit of room. But we'll just continue riding the trend. The trend's your friend until it isn't.
When we get to the open this morning, give me your top 2 or 3 here you're looking at.
So RX will definitely be on that list, right? I think that's just the perfect one for the space right now. I think that one can really get the push above 7 and really start to break out. So that's going to be one of my top plays right out the gates. Another thing that I'm looking at, and dare I say this, man, is Cathie Woods finally going to have her day in the sun? Because we've known that Cathie has been a far hated name. For a long time, I used to call her the Omen when she had one of my stocks, because if I saw that she had one of my stocks, I tried to run the other way. But at this point, I think she's actually starting to win. And if you look at the ARKK, if you look at ARKG, and these are actually starting to go somewhere now. I think that we might be looking back in maybe a year from now, or maybe 6 months. Could ARKK get back to the top? That would be a surprise. And so what did that mean? That means genomics going to the moon. That means Tesla going to the moon, right? So keep your eyes on all these genomics plays, because if Cathie's going to keep going, it's going to be because of these. So 3 plays to kind of watch in that space. Path. I would definitely watch Path. That's one of the names that I would watch there. That can definitely get going. You got CRISPR. CRISPR looks great. If this gets above 75, this is a known institutional play where they've already gotten a good exposure to it. It now just needs the momentum and what we always talk about, stories. So story comes with catalyst and starts to get more and more mentions. There's Beam, BEAM. That one just broke out yesterday. Big run, but now I'm looking for 9 EMA pullbacks. Genomics is here, guys. And it's time to start seeing AI play into genomics and start to see a big healthcare rally.
Great move off that low, going back to April, 130.
And I know the guys in the studio, they heard me talk about genomics, and that was last week Monday, you know. So the clock's ticking, guys. We got to get on these plays, and it's time to get after it.
Has it been that long already, Mitch?
I can't believe it, man. I will say, though, I enjoyed the studio, guys. Those cameras made me look real skinny. So we'll take that. And, man, you guys kill it over there. Love what you guys do.
We're always happy to have you, and it was great to have you in-house as well. I'm sure it's a little bit warmer being back home once again than it is here today.
Yeah. We'll take the little warm October and warm Halloween than the cold one maybe coming for you guys.
Always
in Canada.
Great information, as always.
Hey,
Mitch.
Shout out to the Blue Jays. Go.
Good to see you.
Yeah, you had me at that shout out to the Blue Jays, Mitch. Obviously, no questions asked. Yeah, it was an absolute blast, and we'll see what happens from there. But you know what? He mentioned a couple names that, let's be real, we love SoFi.
Yeah. Well,
I think yesterday I was talking about swing and CRM like right now because it closed that 50 period. So CRM at 100% has been on the radar for exactly the move that just happened yesterday, confirming that breakout. And obviously, SoFi is something we talk about on a daily basis. So I know we'll be able to get to that a little bit later, but I think it's a great pick. I like cybersecurity as well, but just in terms of software, Serum looks like it's finally getting off the schneid. The only thing about the genomics, though, like genomics with like the quantum, the biopharma, like back like 30 years ago. The question is, does AI move the needle and change things in that space? Because there's a huge, it's always been ridiculously high potential with just for a long time with no big breakthroughs.
Yeah, no, good call there. For me, the only Cathie Wood name that I'm in is ARKQ, which is, and I've been in this for a long time, and to the point where I don't even check it anymore. But this is the robotics ETF. So this has been like ridiculous, right? And so there it goes to the upside as we talk about what that next. I'm going to look today and find out where we're long on this name, but this is, 50 up to 120. I mean, what a great move on this since April. 58, a double there. Same as that ARK K has been almost a triple from that bottom there. So, we talked about Brian, who will be on with me tonight, talks about Cathie Wood being the great destroyer of capital. But that's been a nice move up, $40 to 80, so that's also a double. So very similar to the robotics as well. So, sometimes she calls in every once in a while, and there it is right there, Cathie Wood. So yeah, she's finally getting her day in the sun here, it looks like. And plus she likes Tesla, she likes Bitcoin. We see those moving around there as well. And all right, so let's go over. Joe has upgrades and downgrades.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Tuesday. Yes, let's go Blue Jays. All right, let's start this off, guys, with some upgrades and downgrades. American Express getting the nod by DZ Bank, getting that price target raised to $340, going from a sell to a hold. Yes, so a big time move there. PepsiCo, DZ Bank again, guys, 167 is going to be that price target, slightly positive on the session. Now, Apple also getting the nod as well, too. 290 by Wells Fargo, slightly red on the day. Now, Carvana by JP Morgan, $490 is going to be that price target with a nice positive morning, 1.4%. Now, NewScale getting that downgrade by Citigroup, down 5%, over 5% on the session, with that price target lowered to $37.50. Zoom also getting the downgrade by Morgan Stanley, lowering that price target to $85. Verizon by BNP, price target lowered to $44, and Goldman Sachs by JP Morgan getting that lower to $750. Now, as for some of the options activity, guys, we know Apple put in some new all-time highs yesterday, so we'll take a look at that 265 strike price expiring this week. Substantial volume at that level, 134,000 contracts traded, with still 14,000 remaining open. Now, Amazon as well, too. We experienced the outage yesterday, affecting multiple brokerages, Webull, and also Robinhood. Strike price 220 expiring this week, put in a nice amount of volume, 45,600 contracts. Open interest still laying around just a bit under half that, more than half that, 24,700 contracts there. And gold also putting in a solid session at that $405 strike price. We had 7,000 contracts, and the open interest, absolutely substantial, 159,000 contracts at that 405 level. That is a lot of open interest there, guys. Now, as for the call of the day, the squeeze, Mitch was talking about the high level of short. Again, I believe this is a time to avoid options in BYND. Why? Look at the at-the-money IV, 650%. That's insane. Not only that, your gamma is at a 1. That's substantial exposure. You don't necessarily want that much. So we had volume at 161,000 and 47,000 contracts still currently open. At the money IV, really high, guys. Not necessarily good for buying.
All right, guys, 67.73. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract, with the overnight high, guys, 85. So we're still looking at 6,800 as that first level of resistance, especially if we start running up at the open and taking out the overnight high. The 67.50 level, that's going to be our first level of support. Take a gander at what we did last week with that 67.50 level on the 15th. We got into it. We dropped again on the 16th. We move into 67.50. We dropped. Former area of resistance, Brendo, we're going to use as support.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab the free watch list. Description down below has the link for you All you need is your email address, comes right to your inbox every single morning. Just be aware, if you're watching the market right now, Trump is making some comments currently live. So heads up if there's any kind of movement. Tons to get through today, so let's jump right in. Apple, all-time highs as of yesterday. We're coming back in a little bit this morning here, pre-market. That's what the daily chart is looking like. Nice clean break of that last little consolidation. I mean, surprise, surprise, Dan Ives thinks it's a good thing.
That's good. Yeah, he loves technology. Gotta love Dan. Look, good iPhone sales. Really, that's what it comes down to here. The Pro Max really is the needle mover for Apple in North America, where the consumer, has a bit more money to spend. In China, it really is the very basic iPhone 17, the one that's, I believe, around $1,000, the most value for your money if you listen to Marquez Brownlee, but it's the iPhone Air in China, which is sold out. It was delayed release, and then on the first day that they released it, they sold out of it. So good look, and nice to see that Apple is finally starting to move the needle in China, because it was 2 years, Brendo, of slow declines.
Yeah, I mean, even you were saying on the weekend, you were at the Apple store here, and it was just
Packed, Brendo.
zoo.
Friday night, Saturday afternoon, they were both packed.
Yeah, good to see for them. Huge day yesterday, guys, for Apple.
Yeah, great day yesterday for Apple. Just before we get to that, if you're looking at GSIT, they announced a $50 million registered direct offering, just over 1.5 million shares. Also some warrants as well. So if you're wondering why the volume just picked up and the stock just went down $3, that is the news. $50 million registered direct offering for GSIT, which is GSI Technologies. So Apple, all-time highs yesterday. Look, you can't go wrong here. I think it's not just the growth. It's not just the fact that the iPhone 17 is having, slightly better than expected results in early sales. I think you also have to consider that, all the criticism around not getting it done with regards to AI and the poaching of talent. Well, their path is to just be the vehicle. And then on top of that, if the bubble bursts, really they would have less exposure in some regard, in my opinion. So I think pure continuation, but when the prior high is 259, like it was a good breakout yesterday, getting through those all-time highs, no questions asked. Like I kind of had it sort of pegged as a 55 to 59 move, and then it ended up being like $5 more than that. But I think today, looking at that prior high, the 259, with it down to a flat market, puts it slightly relatively weak. So that has me looking back into the prior top here, which is about 259 change. Like the consolidation area that we had on the way up kind of gives you a good spot on any kind of a dip. So it's flat, slightly weaker than the overall market, which just means preach some patience. But I could see it consolidating the top end of this range before the next move.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice little high there yesterday. I think if you're going to short it, that would be something that you'd be looking at from yesterday's levels of 264-ish. Yeah, so right into there. I mean, the market's been pretty flat heading into today, right? So I don't really see, yesterday we had it. It was the number one idea on the trade on my sticky note. Neil had the long, I had the Tesla. It just broke, right? And it just kept on going once we took out that high of 260.13 or whatever it was. And then we get that high up into 264. Right now, it's actually feeling a little weak this AM. So I can't say that I really like the long. If we can get underneath 260, we take down VWAP, and then maybe we look at between 259 to 260 for the long, but let's let it settle down. If anything, I'd be looking short today in Apple. And yeah, these guys are the smartest guys as far as AI is concerned, because they're not going to get somebody to pay them $30, $40, $50 billion to use as an install, Perplexity or something like that, Gemini, whatever the deal is, just like what they're doing with Chrome. So I really like Apple. Their new products are the hottest things on the market. I would say you want to just stay long, right? They're a consumer company that just dropped a consumer product that everybody is happy with. It's the most number one satisfied, whatever customer rated product of all time is the iPhone. And apparently it just keeps on getting bigger and better. You don't hear, this is the thing, they drop their phone and everyone talks about it, right? So regardless of if you like it or not. And apparently the reason why they're selling a lot more of these things is because they have, first of all, Bitcoin right now is tanking. They're selling a lot of phones because of the trade-in value, right, of the old phones. So apparently it's you only have to pay a couple $100 more at most to get the new phone. So I think that's what a lot of people are doing. All right, so here's IBIT right now. I just said it was tanking. I wouldn't say tanking. It just went from 108.5 to 107.9 or 8 or something like that on that little bit of a move there back down in. So I'm not sure what exactly is going on here, but I saw it like really starting to pick up now with IBIT. So that should be something that we watch out for again today. It's sticky notes out. It does not have IBIT on it, but I'm feeling like I probably should. I'm looking a little short here today on some of these things. IBIT up to 62.50 again, where we closed sort of yesterday. That would be a great short if we ever bumped back up there. The 200 period right now is 62 bucks, so I think that's going to be a good short as well. But yeah, so just a little bit of a move down. I guess it's the whole market right now. That's why I didn't even look at that. The whole market right now is bleeding just a bit. So yeah, downside moves for sure happening early. Not a big day today, and as we sort of start earnings season. I'm a little nervous. You know, you guys know I've sold some positions off a little bit here. Was a good one in Oracle, was a good one in SMR, and maybe a good one in AMD. We'll find out. But right here, Amazon up next.
Stocks in general. I was just looking at a really interesting chart here. Why don't I just open it up and show everybody? Here we go. This is the highest level of concentration in one specific sector of the market since the 1800s. In information and technology.
Really?
Crazy chart. Let's talk about Amazon here. I was reading a note I mentioned early on, reading a note late yesterday, essentially someone making the argument that this outage yesterday over the past 24 hours or so of AWS in certain areas is actually a positive for the company and not necessarily a negative. If you look at the price action of the stock yesterday, it would tend to agree that we've just been straight to the upside for the past 24 hours at least, shrugging this off entirely. But the reliance upon this service is just growing and growing.
It's crazy, right? CrowdStrike has a completely different reaction, but they're not Amazon, Brendo. Amazon, AWS controls 33% of the global cloud infrastructure market. You know, that's a sizable amount there. Let's talk about what happened. So the issue originated in a U.S. East 1 North Virginia region around 3:11 a.m., which is a key database service that underpins numerous web apps, Brendo. AWS said the disruption stemmed from what they're calling an operational issue involving DNS, domain name systems resolution errors, which stopped the systems from finding the right IP address. They said early signs of recovery were around 1:30 p.m. yesterday, applying the regional fix. Full restoration came at 6. They said that some backlogged things were still there. Those backlogged issues were done by 6:53, and the company emphasized the data remained safe all throughout, Brendo. No compromised breaches, at least for now. So we'll have to see how the market digests this whole thing.
Clearly not bad. It's to the upside we go once again here, guys, for pre-market anyway.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite things to look at is when a stock gets buy action off of clearly bad news. Like, not ambiguous as to what you interpret the news as. Like an outage that affects everybody, like puts it in the news for the wrong reasons, and essentially you spent the entire day rallying on Amazon. The market was doing a bit of a comeback as well, and that pulls into it. But I think, like I said yesterday, it was a reminder to everybody just how big of a deal they are. But ultimately, what really happened too is you just bounced off the earnings lows. Like, remember, they got punished for not growing as fast in cloud growth as Microsoft and Alphabet, and that was the reason for that pullback. We've now retested it again, and another bounce. It feels to me like this 200 hold is trying to, like, minimum get up to like the 220 change, and then this 225 to make another retest of the 50 period moving average. Now, this one's not on my trade radar today. I just feel it's obvious to now look for that earnings support and a double bottom and sort of flip into like favoring the long until 225 on the stock. So, like, I don't want to, again, like, this is not one that's on my trade list. I've got Tesla and AMD and Beyond Meat and then SMR. So I probably do not trade Amazon today. But I like that earnings low. I mean, candidly, like, I bought them after the earnings, essentially like a couple of days after the earnings at that earnings low myself. If I hadn't, I probably would have also bought it here too. But I had already bought this level. Looks like Warner Brothers Discoveries is open to getting acquired. How long has that rumor been around? Like, it was a few weeks ago. I feel like we were first. There's going to be a deal. Yeah, well, it still hasn't happened yet. Like, what was it? It was It was September 11th? Man, it's been a while. It's been over a month. I guess a few weeks ago. It's been a month and a half, basically, since that rumor first came in, but they're open to being acquired. Let's see if something actually comes of this. For WBD, you want to see some terms for sure. It's HOLX is the big deal today because they were getting bought for some cash. But yeah, WBD, we kind of knew that the potential was here for a deal. Now maybe there's something that could be coming firm.
Yeah, that should be good. Yesterday we had Lululemon, just Amazon, and a little bit of retail. I know it's not; these aren't two the same, but Lulu yesterday just can't get out of its own way. Like it finally was up 3 or 4%, and then basically sold off from noon all the way back in. So now you're trying to open up flat again. I just wanted to look at this level of 172 here for Lululemon. I mean, yesterday it was sort of the get up spot there. We ripped just all morning from 170 all the way up to 176, and then we came back in and looked at 172 to 173, which is sort of where we ended at and where we're gonna open. So watch out for Lululemon here today. You know, not just because I've been buying the dip there, but it's a good level. So I think for today, we'll watch this name. Just another name that's on radar. And I think it's just, again, like I don't love the space. Like obviously, like look what's been happening to it here. But it tried to break this 180 a couple times. And I just think like one time it's going to break it and then it's going to get upgraded or it's going to catch a story. And then you're back to 2 and potentially 230, 240. So like you can get this name right now pretty cheap using 160 as your stop. I don't know. I just think there's a lot of upside here with Lululemon. So, anyways, we'll wait to see. Crypto right here. Yeah, we've been talking about it. It's 108.5 again right now. So crypto weak. I don't know if it's weak or not. I mean, it's just kind of doing what it's doing. I do know though that if you're invested in gold or the S&P 500, you may be a little bit happier than being invested in crypto, especially over the last year. Let's go find out the story today with Bitcoin in the crypto space.
We're talking about, just real quick, we were talking about Beyond Meat early on, just seeing another headline here, expanding distribution at Walmart for BYND. So it just popped up there to day highs through to 240. Yeah, IBIT back downside here this morning. We're splitting the difference of that gap we saw yesterday on the ETF anyways. After a nice day yesterday, I mean, we held on Bitcoin. If you go to a Bitcoin chart, we held near highs, but back down here.
Yeah, we did. And there's an interesting Elon Musk SpaceX angle to this whole thing. So SpaceX moved a little bit less than 2,500 coins, which is about $268 million, between two dormant wallets, the company's first major Bitcoin transaction in 3 months. And let's say this mirrors more like of the Coinbase move in July, where, you know, it's more of an internal treasury reallocation rather than a market sale. Despite this, though, the timing amid ETF outflows, which I'll get to in a second, Brendo, and the high leverage liquidations that we've been talking about with crypto in general, stirred speculation online about Musk's crypto exposure. On-chain observers note, though, that there was no coins have actually yet hit exchanges from those 2,500 that I was speaking about, suggesting it's more of a bookkeeping issue, not a sell event. Now, with respect to spot Bitcoin ETFs, we saw about $40.5 million in outflows yesterday, Brendo, pushing the total assets down to about $150 billion. I'm talking about IBIT, the BlackRock ETF. Also, derivatives market looks like there was selling pressure there. About $89 million in BTC longs were liquidated out of about 321, which were sell orders. So we'll see how fares today.
Yeah, tough spot here, I think, for this market overall. It's worth mentioning some of the yields back higher again today, including the 10-year and the 30-year, back above 4.5 once again for the 10-year. So tough spot here. Sean, you mentioned this down move right away here for IBIT. 61, though, seems to be the bigger level.
Yeah, I'm not, thanks, Breno. Yeah, I'm not too sure about what we want to do today with Bitcoin other than go short. Like, I don't, we've now broken through the 62 area now. We did touch, like, that's great. Like, touching that 200 period is exactly what you want to see, and then it bounce back higher. It's just today I'm not really getting the vibe. Like, I was talking about it yesterday where the NASDAQ was up 1.3%, and we obviously get a big bump there yesterday in Bitcoin. But now you're kind of trying to pull back a little bit. Bitcoin didn't do much all day. Like, the NASDAQ had that huge move, and then we kind of sold off while the market, although sold off maybe near the end of the day, we still wound up pretty nicely. And you could see it was a little bit of a downdraft there yesterday in crypto, let alone Ethereum. So for me, looking at BTC right now, yeah, I think anything back into here, you know, that level of $62 on the daily chart right into here, like that to me is looking like a great short opportunity. And then we have our outs, right? Like you can get out at if it breaks this 62.50, or you can even get out if it breaks 63, yesterday's high zone. So I think the fact that you're down 2% means that there's going to be some expansion of the range today for Bitcoin. And yeah, there's these bumps were sold both times. So you got a bump up there from 61.50 up to 62.20. You came back in again and you bumped up back to that price again and fell. So both times you respected the 200 period moving average. To me, this is a short right here at 62. I should have added it to the sticky note. So I'm there now looking to go short on IBIT, honestly, right around here. So, you know, I like this name long term, obviously, but that's quite a nice move down. And like I said, man, people that have been pumping Bitcoin, it's great. And we like to say, oh, Bitcoin's up when it's going up. But really, it's been pretty bad. NASDAQ's at highs, S&P 500's at highs, Dow's at highs, gold's at highs, IBIT nowhere near highs. So obviously, it's been a great run, but you can't talk about where we've come from, yet we're only a little worried about where we're going. And right now, Bitcoin well underperforming all major asset classes, pretty much, that we talk about here anyways. So yeah, I would say looking short is the right thing to do right now for BTC.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I liked it long at 62.5. And if you're supporting resistance, you gap underneath what ended up being the bottom. That's no brainer. Like all the time on something trending up, we're like, okay, well, I like this long. Like we're not even talking about AMD. Like I'll just give you a quick example of what I'm looking for in AMD. Like you talk about resistance turning into support from a bullish standpoint. And today, AMD, I'm looking over under at 239.5. I'm willing to go either direction here. The prior high, if we hold support, I'm looking longs, as long as that holds the open range. If it doesn't, then it's back into resistance. So in terms of IBIT, that just means 62.5 is the spot for me. You get up there, and I'm looking to fade it off of yesterday's low.
Of earnings names to deal with early on this morning. Coke back to session highs here. One of them, GM, on the other hand, the other one coming off a little bit, but a much bigger move here for GM than Coke. Both, however, nicely positive to start here.
Yeah, good. They were decent. I'm going to cover GM, Brendo. Sure. EPS came in at 280, beating the 231 revenue. Nice beat here, guys. $48.6 billion. The street was looking for 45 and a quarter, a little bit more than that. Despite that, revenue was down less than 1% year over year, but they did raise their full year 2025 guidance, hence why we're moving up. And then this next part over here, very important. They lowered their expected tariff impact down to $3.5 to $4.5 billion. Prior to that, they had been guiding $4 to $5 billion, and they're planning to offset about 35% of that new number, $3.5 to $4.5 billion. President Mary Barra thanked President Trump, CEO Mary Barra, I should say, thanked President Trump for his recent tariff adjustments, including new levies on imported trucks and about a 3.75% offset on U.S.-made vehicles, which is helping GM's North American margins. So we'll have to see how they do here, Brendo. They did obviously speak badly about the EV sector, as we know that they haven't been doing that well with.
Yeah, even though they, if you remember back to when Tesla launched the cheaper models of the Y and the Model 3, very next day, GM was on the bandwagon, reducing their prices to a little bit less than what Tesla did. Here's a quick look at the numbers from Coke, 82 versus 78, 12.5 billion versus 12.4, we'll call it. So both guys nicely positive to start.
Yeah, and GM, to be double digits on GM, it's just it was a big beat, and the guy was fantastic for them as well. Tough business, it's been like that for a while, and I don't know that everything's all in the clear. If you go to a monthly on GM, you'll see $67 as a top. I want to stick with the daily chart just to show you here. Double top at about 61.5. So it's currently playing almost exactly in the middle of that range. Unless we test like 61.5 for a dip or 67 for a potential reversal fade. I think if it gets to 67, that's just a little bit too far, and look for a fade up there. But it's diddling in the middle right now. A name that ended up not one of the earnings names, but that's on the list today for myself. It was weird. Like it got an initiation to overweight SMR, and it also got a downgrade. So it kind of had action in both directions for them. But overall, I just see a flat bottom break on it. Like it's. And my favorite number is 42. But there was a flat bottom break through a couple of lows yesterday. And if you look at the next level, it's like 41. It's more like 41 and a half. I like running around in this 42. Like the next level down is like 38 bucks. So there's a lot of potential underneath it till support at 38. So as long as we're holding underneath 43, I'm looking for like pop and fade pre-market high, running around that 42 level for SMR. I think this one's going to be a mover. Like, I mean, it moves almost every single day today, every single day. I only see GM as a potential trade if it gets out of that diddling in the middle. But it's a great look on the daily chart. Undeniably, the best looking chart in the auto space. I mean, that's not Tesla.
I have, yeah, we're gonna hurry up because it's 9:25. But I have gold on my mind here again today for the first time actually. Like looking to short this 391 to 392. So it's on the sticky note. The sticky note's now out. You can go find it, Trader TV, Sean. But I'm looking short here. Down 4%. Finally starting to crack a little bit here in gold. I would love this thing to get a little lower so I can buy some of it. But yeah, nice move to the downside right now for GLD. I'm looking short around 391 to 392 area. I'm already sitting there. I'm actually sitting right now 391. So if we get a 391 bump early, we'll short that. But we do understand that view up is here at 389. So that could be the area. But I haven't traded gold before, so I'm not super familiar with the way it's going to move. But I've been watching it, and it's pretty steady. And I'm not too worried about liquidity here as it's an ETF. So I think we'll have lots of time to find shares if we need to. So, but anyways, GLD with a nice move to the downside here today, and so is silver. So I could have chose silver, and I think we could probably look at this as well. And you know, that will be near that 46 marker. But the thing is that you have a bigger move to the high end here up to 47. It's just down much more than, not much more, but 1.5% more than gold. So I think I like gold to short a little more than silver, but yeah, I'm looking short both these metals, and you could do it with, you know, TMC, the metal company, and things like that. As there has been a nice little downside push here. GDX could be something else to look at. This down 3%. So, anyways, that's what I'm doing right now. I was looking over all that. I got SoFi, I got AMD, I got GLD, and I got BYND on the sticky note here again today. Let's see what's going on. I mean, we mentioned holding this one overnight, and if you did, shout out to Westermeyer and everybody else. Looks like you're in for something here again today, another 60%.
Yeah, convenient Walmart headline here at the top after 2 days straight to the upside here for BYND. If you missed it again, Beyond Meat expanding their distribution at Walmart to now 2,000 stores nationwide. So that sent it up through 250 here on a decent volume spike.
Yeah, this is not bad. At least there's a headline here to go with the price action. Brendo, because we were watching this one yesterday, really get squeezed. It looked like an awfully clean short squeeze there being spoken about widely on Wall Street bets and online. But today, a nice move with Walmart. Walmart is also among the first national retailers to offer the new Beyond Burger six-pack, Brendo, featuring the latest Beyond Burger in a convenient value pack. I don't know how many times they can kind of repackage the same product. I'm not going to eat it.
I mistakenly had a vegan sausage roll on the weekend.
And?
Hard pass.
I had a feeling that was coming.
Hard pass. It tasted like nothing. It tasted like bread.
It's not for me, Brent.
Yeah.
And there's a heavy amount of salt. I don't know if you've
it tastes like nothing.
Yeah.
It was bread. It was terrible. Anyway, Beyond, guys.
Well, that talk apparently flipped the imbalance that was there a second. It was a 1.2 million buy imbalance a second ago, and then went down to 300, and now it's not even there anymore. Quick look at the imbalances. Oh, there it is. Like, yeah, 280. Still 280. QBTS is about imbalance of 200 to sell. BVAI 200 to sell. So not significant in either way. But it was great off $1 if you liked it, but $2 is the next support level. Obviously, when you look at the daily, you can see 270 and $3 is the 200 period moving average. I think 270, it's got room at 270. As long as $2 is able to hold, like, you do have a pretty respectable range in here, like 2 into the 230 level. So those are the two keys, and then play up to 270. I'm not willing to look at 230 just yet. I think keying off $2 early is going to be the way to go, at least for myself. So I mentioned AMD, so we went to that. SMR we also talked about, but Beyond Meat, still a buy and balance, but it did pair off almost instantly when that million came out.
Yeah, we wrote down on the note the 200 period moving average of 150, but yeah, now that's up to 190. So I still think we're looking at $2. here for Beyond Meat. If you do get that little bit of a flush, in 30 seconds we're opening up, you're going to get that. The other trade I have is AMD. If we pop up to AMD, we want to short it. So we're going to wait to see if we can break through that 243 area just up here, somewhere around there anyways, with only 20 seconds to go. So my offer right now is at 242.50. I don't think we get there, but the market's trying to rally a bit. The thing we could trade early is IBIT. I think this one could come in first. So we'll wait to see if that does indeed come in. So yeah, with only 5 seconds left now. 3, 2, and 1. Our opening bell is normally brought to you by VinFast, but if I missed it there, I didn't see it. So shout out to everybody. And now we're gonna fix our those boards up. They'll update with newer prices. I don't know, they're not updating now, but the Dow Jones and SPY right now both opening up flat. So maybe we could even get that off that board until it updates or something, because right now, false information. All right, so IBIT right now, trying to get that going. AMD moving around a little bit. Gold not doing too much. Apple was a mover yesterday early. It looks like it's trying to go again today. Was down to 261, sorry. Looking to take out that top at 264 again is Apple. So yeah, big movement early for AAPL, straight upside now. Okay, good for Apple, man. They can't keep it down, I guess.
But you can keep NVIDIA down, apparently.
Okay.
I mean, like, not in the long term, but NVIDIA just went red. That's the heaviest candle when I look up, and nothing's really moving too crazy. It would be NVIDIA. This wasn't on the... I did have it on the note at 185, but like that's so far away that that's not going to be the first thing to watch for me. So NVIDIA down about $1 here. SMR...
Oh, we got something.
Yeah, SMR doesn't really break the low. It's kind of just hanging around. Still looking for it to pop, maybe give me that VWAP and that 42, the meaning of life, to fade that one. And what's going on with Beyond Meat off of the open? I did see it. Yeah, it's pulling back heavily into $2. So I was looking at the $2 level first. Pulling back heavily into $2 right now is Beyond Meat.
All right, Samsung in a deal trying to make a deal, I guess, with Perplexity.
Your thing.
Yeah, so just before I go on, one position right now, SoFi. So we have SoFi. This was, again, we talked about it. It is the #1 idea that we had on here, long at 28.50, and it just fell in. So I actually, you know, we mentioned SoFi. We had Mitch on. He was talking a little bit about SoFi, and then we sort of glanced over it a bit. But there it is right now. We have SoFi. I like the stock. We're long this one. I'm actually going to stop out if we break this 28, like 28.35 or so down there. That was that bottom wick, but so far so good here for SoFi, as the market just heading southbound pretty aggressively right now, actually. So yeah, I don't know why SoFi is going up, but maybe we will take a little bit of an advantage of that with a nice win to start off with here. We'll go 1 for 1 so far with SoFi. If we can get it out, well, there it is. Now we get a 79. So it's 15 cents, but it's good, man. It's only a $28 stock. So let's see where it goes. Now I'll get a little bit more if it comes back to 28.50. SoFi.
Yeah, great look at SoFi. I mean, nothing's really,
so far.
Nothing on the list is really doing what we were expecting off the open in terms of movement or volatility. I'd like to see Beyond Meat hold VWAP. That's not doing much of anything. SMR
AMD
still
is ripping.
Well, the weird thing is AMD is ripping and NVIDIA's tanking. Like AMD just broke out above the volume weighted average price, so it holds 239.5. But I'm not sticking in that long. Like, look at NVIDIA continue to fall here. That's looking incredibly weak. Oh, the one name we didn't talk about was Tesla. Tesla doesn't seem to have a chance to break the 450 level. So, you know, if it gets up to 450, that's obviously yesterday's high and a big deal. But right now, I'm just looking to get into SMR as that is continuing to crack a little bit lower.
Good.
First available bounce we're trying to grab here. Big spread on SMR at the open. Like, I'm still seeing like a 30-cent spread at times on the stock, despite the fact it's a $40 stock. It's a wide spread for now.
GM pullback?
No.
A little, well, not much, but a little bit.
I was hoping, nice to see you, Randy.
I was kind of hoping.
I was hoping for coffees, yeah. I think
Yeah. Kind of
so
went through one already.
you've got us trained up so well. There it is right there with a nice little move there on SoFi. Yeah, we didn't look at GM. Yeah, we'll look at it. I promise we'll look at it when you get back there, Randy. But there it is, a little bit of a reload. We said we wanted to get more. So now we have our full position here on SoFi. So it's that couple unit position that we'd like to take early on, and we'll just wait. I'm going to use that bottom as a break. I think it's well worth it now. I mean, if we wind up losing 15 cents or so on this name, fine by me. But yeah, we just took some out there at 59 on a reload. We do have AMD here. We are in it a little bit early. But again, you know, we wanted to trade this name. Whether or not it's going to be right or not, we're going to wait for it.
Beyond Me.
We did. I did not see Beyond Meat yet, but here comes AMD just quickly to the downside now is AMD. We're going to look at Beyond Meat in a second. But I just want to say we wrote down 243. So yeah, not too certain here what's going on. But we're going to put a little bid. We're short at 66s. So we've got long SoFi, short AMD right now. But and then I know SMR. I still can't believe
SMR just tagged 40.
that we got 57 on that one. I think it's about time that we reload our longs.
I'm short it, but I'm holding on. I've sold 2/3 of SMR, and the last third is I grit my teeth, and I'm just going to hold it forever because we're playing with house money. But it just came right back into that pre-market high and then bounced off 40. So you know me, I get 41.22 because Will Clark, and then cover in front of 40.22 because Will Clark. So we're going to see if we can't hold on to this one a little bit more. If it breaks down through 40, I still think there's room to 38. But keep in mind, it's down 8.5%. So that whole 10% down can become the thing. I'd get out on a 10% move 100%.
All right, there's a dollar club right there for AMD, so we're happy with that. But we just did get stopped out on SoFi there, so I don't know. It looks like it broke up. I mean, it broke 40, that low of the day, and then went back upside. So I'm going to try it maybe one more. That's too bad. Okay, there's AMD, sorry. This is the trade I was talking about. SoFi just breaks, man, there. And yeah, that's too bad because to still hold on to it would have been nice, man. We were long at about 20. I mean, on the average price, we got some 40s there as well. So too bad, but that came out, so that's okay. And then there goes AMD, but now it's battling back. I mean, look at this market. So we got to be careful with what we're trying to do. It's too bad that we lost out on that SoFi, but I'm going to try to buy it back right now, even just small at 51s. So we do take a hit on it. It wasn't that big, but again, a hit is a hit. So we'll wait to see if we can get that back in. We've got another unit on now for SoFi. Hopefully that's going back to the upside. And then here we go. As the market goes, we just got 241.50. So from cashing out just at 239.80 right there and 240s, we'd get a 241. So we are on our way, which is good. I feel good about this because I don't feel great about it because we're losing, but we're properly sized. So as this comes back up to the upside right now and it hits our 243 area, we can see if indeed AMD is a short. I mean, if this NASDAQ wants to keep going, it's going to be a problem. Neil mentioned it, NVIDIA maybe moving to the downside.
It was trying to bounce just now on NVIDIA, but I just took the break even on SMR. So we were able to get the buck early. And then I'm not going to take a hit if you get a bottoming tail candle. If I get a bottoming tail candle like this on a short, it's like, yeah, I like the short, but I'll let it play to that 42 a little bit better, or I'll look for a place back into it. So again, just try to go one for one, maybe move on to the next available trade, and Beyond Meat might be it. Beyond Meat bounced, I don't want to say clean off VWAP because that wick is 10% underneath VWAP, but it held $2 and it holds a volume weighted average price. If a small capper can do that, then I want to play the trend into the upside on this as long as it's able to. So volume weighted average price hold, and there's a 250 break in play. I'd try a 250 break for small size and prefer the dip buy on a stock like this. That's just my preference. Early on, there's way too many false breaks. So I'd rather go whatever I would take on a dip buy. I would take probably a third on a breakout of 250 on Beyond Meat. That's looking like it's a potential next trade, at least for myself. And then Tesla, I'd mentioned, maybe it wouldn't break 250. Well, Tesla's at 447. So the train to 450, I might have said 250, sorry. The train to 450 is trying to leave the station here. And Tesla, I do prefer it for a long, because I think we're in a consolidative range. So I'll play VWAP, at least when that starts setting up. It's a little early for V. I'll play VWAP into a 450 breakout here on Tesla. Dara.
Yeah, Dara.
Keep an eye on Warner Brothers Discovery here, and maybe also Paramount, Skydance, PSKY, and WBD. CNBC reporting that Netflix and Comcast are apparently among the interested parties in Warner Brothers. And the reason I bring up Paramount, Skydance is we know that PSKY was also reportedly very interested in Warner Brothers and a potential acquisition or merger with them as well. So WBD moving higher. Again, Netflix and Comcast, CMCSA, both reportedly interested in potentially acquiring Warner Brothers. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, I just heard something about Netflix and Warner Brothers and all of that. Yeah, Comcast, yeah. So unfortunately, it's fortunate, but unfortunate. We don't have as many shares as we had initially on SoFi, but fortunately, the move is happening a little bit now to the upside. So we just take out there. It's not going through 60s, right? So we took out another 57 there. And then we're short and pretty good right now with AMD as it's trying to pull back just a little bit here. So we'll put some bids lower. We just missed a 241 bid there. So we got to get in and around there to make sure that we get something out on AMD, especially if it does continue to crank a little bit lower for us. Now we're short at 241.40s. We were just trying to absorb this blow. And it just came back in for us, and we didn't take that out. So, all right, let's see if we can get another move back into it. Just like touched 241.10s there or so, and that would have been definitely a nice little windfall for me, and I needed it off that SoFi loss. So let's wait to see what happens right here. There it is. Okay, good. There it is. So now we got it. So now we're back to flat on the day holding these trades. So now, so far so good. They're good trade by SMR. Obviously, if you can catch $1 anytime on any stock, I think that's great. So good call there. And then now we'll just wait to see. Okay, here we go. Now we're green all of a sudden, so that was good right there. Now we've got $1 on AMD, but we had to wait for that move to happen. Let's see if, okay. Yes, Neil. Wow, now we are cooking with gas. So that's it. There it is. Now we're almost at our daily goal right here already, and we didn't start off that way. Thank you, SoFi. But we get it right back. Now $2 now in the money. $2 in the money right now on AMD. Wow. Who rang that register right now with me as it continues to make moves lower here? Wow. AMD, man, there it is. That's our dollar right there. Another day, another goal hit right there. Let's see if it continues, man. It's only 940 though right now. Market's pretty volatile. It seems like for the chip names anyways. That was quite a dramatic move for no reason there.
Well, NVIDIA just got back to the low of the
Futures
day.
didn't do anything.
Oh, and Beyond Meat doesn't want to get to VWAP. It's trying to, there's a buyer at 230 on Beyond Meat. There's two things I'm trying to work with here. One, the volume weighted average price, and the other one's going to be the pre-market high. But I just saw someone, they're not walking it up, but I saw them at $2.30. So what I'm going to do is only need one order. Going to nibble in there if I can grab the fill and then wait for 220 for a little bit more confirmation. I did jump back. There was a topping tail wick in SMR, so I'm back into it at the same price as before, looking for the same target.
Jesus.
But it is Beyond Meat that's on my mind, and Tesla, obviously. Because Tesla's still churning toward that 450 level. Hey, where's my breakout order? Okay. I didn't cancel you, Tesla. Got to get that order back in. The market's headed to lows, and Tesla seems to still want to break out that 450. And don't forget about Bitcoin. I know it's not moving a ton now, but it did this game yesterday before eventually giving you some bigger moves. So I'm still sitting at 62.5. But if it never gets up there, then I got to fade this where I can and not where I want it to be. At some magical price. If you want the short, it might just have to be off the pre-market high instead. Remember to hit that like and subscribe. Everybody just got into Beyond Meat, and I will show you. I know we got back into SMR. I didn't actually show you. Essentially just the same trade as before.
Yeah.
So we're right back into it, but I think it could put in a bit of a higher low, so I want to respect that.
Yeah, all right. So we're going to absolutely destroy. We're $3 now in on AMD off of, again, our posted levels. So we're really happy with that one, but we're not happy that we got back in here. We did okay with SoFi on getting back in, but now it's trying to break lower. But it's funny because the market is just cracking so much right here.
Tanking.
So we'll give back a lot, not a lot, but we'll give back something on the SoFi trade. But it's really the trade that's making them sing right now is this one here with AMD. So that is right now absolutely just falling out of favor with the market right now. So we'll take another bid here at 239 and just wait to see how low exactly we can go on this short. I mean, it did go against us about $1 and change. So the fact that we're 3 in the money now, it's nice, but we did have to hold this one against us. So it could have got nastier. But again, with proper risk management, we talk about that all the time. Hopefully you're able to forego some of these early takes and able to hit it right now with vigor like we have done. So right now, just to let you guys know, I'll wind up losing about half of what we make on AMD. We'll lose here on SoFi because if SoFi breaks 30, we're out. So this one just not really reacting the way I thought it would today. I thought it was going to be a long. We had obviously Mitch on here. Loves the stock as well. That doesn't matter. I
think long term it's.
Oh, long term I'm buying every dip on SoFi. It's one of the names that I'm trying to get into. And we did. We recently bought 25.50. But yeah, to your point, right here today, the market's getting hit. So
yeah, the market's not
SoFi going down, and probably bank stocks also. With the NASDAQ now down 0.24, the ES now flat. Looks like it's the NASDAQ that's really starting to crack. We're still waiting for this to even get lower, AMD. But I don't mind a little bump in the market right now to get
just
me
one note
out of some SoFi.
In terms of the market going down, it's worth mentioning General Motors just broke the high of the day.
Oh, okay.
So Randy's not back. He gives a coffee. Pumps you look at it. GM is now up 12% on their earnings beat and continuing to absolutely fly to the upside. I think too far is 67, so that's the level that I'm looking at. You just pull out like a monthly chart and you'll be able to see it clear as day. Like that's nothing impressive to be able to look at the 67 level. I just think it's a bit much if it gets up there on GM. I just double tapped and got all out of SMR a little bit early. Like I had a bid and then I saw a buyer and I'm like, oh, bid enter, so I'm out of it. I'll probably try it maybe one more time. But what I have to respect, it's held 41 times. If it holds 40 again, it's essentially the same trade twice on the topping tail wick. The third time through isn't always a charm when you go back to the well at the same level. So it's been a good short, but it never got to that 42. Beyond Meat's trying to hold on to VWAP. I am long in front of the volume weighted average price.
Boy.
But if it doesn't close in front, then I don't want to fight it. I'm not going to fight that stock. And then IBIT is rolling over as we speak. So if I want to get this short, it's not going to be 62.5. It's going to have to play off the current highs on IBIT. But it's also under the volume weighted average price, which is always a short setup for me if I'm going to favor it. So it looks like IBIT will have to be somewhere that we weren't expecting. I thought we'd go a little bit higher at first. Oh, suffice to say, Tesla didn't break, by the way.
Oh, did not? Okay.
No, I mean, Tesla's not breaking 450 with what the market just did. So I've canceled that order. The good thing about a breakout is you don't have to take it if it doesn't break.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the whole thing. Like, we were lucky enough to get a nice little, well, lucky enough, I don't know. I mean, here's my sticky note for the day here today. And it was just basically SoFi long, 28.50. It came in, we tried it. It actually went to 28.60, but we were just getting into it. So we were like, okay, maybe this is going to rip. And I never know, like, is this going to be a profit spot or not? So we back and forth with SoFi. We'll take an L on that one, but then the AMD is really printed. We can go look. That was 150 close, but we want there we go. SoFi just came out, which is fine. I'm not going to get back into that one until we get near to 28, and even then, maybe not. GLD, we can look at that area right now. Let's go have a quick look at gold just to see if there's anything going on right now. GLD, we're still at our one daily goal, but we did lose on that SoFi as it just came back in again. So we don't get really a gold bump. It did bump a little bit in there to 389, but you could the market right now. Dollar is up, the Qs are down 0.3, SPY 0.7 up, Dow is up, and Bitcoin continues to fade out just a little bit. Man, we might have got stopped out again near that low for SoFi, but breaking through 30s, but now it's back up to 37. So I don't know. Let's just hope that the market can come back in right here for advanced micro devices. And then SoFi, AMD, gold, and beyond. I mean, we were looking at that a little bit earlier in the pre-market, but not much going on right now. Still waiting for that $2 mark, which is the 200 period moving average. That could eventually play. Oh man, now SoFi is making me think that we might have double touched the bottom there a couple times. But yeah, market downside. Maybe I will get into some TQQ shorts. I'm feeling like the market short a bit. Obviously, we've got the big banger with AMD right now for myself, 250 in the money. Oh man, SoFi, come on, man. As if you just went back down, back up again. So, all right, SoFi got me there, but that was okay. It wasn't a huge trade. We just averaged back into it, which was the problem. But here it is now. Here goes, okay. We just broke nicely now on AMD. Boom. There it goes, man. Spin the damn thing. This is what we're doing right now. It's a big day for AMD shorts, and the market, it looks like here, starting to break a little lower.
Yeah, well, it's a big day for the short, no questions asked. Soham, I want to get to Amazon in a quick little second, but I jumped out of Beyond Meat. It's still a chance to close above VWAP, which as long as it does, I'm jumping back into it. And then we said we're going to take our first shot at IBIT. So we did into the short underneath that volume weighted average price. It just kind of retested 61.5 there. I'm going to reload in front of those highs and play the range until it stops ranging. We'll talk Amazon, but we have to go to Adara at the desk first.
We're here. A lot of these names that reported earnings pre-market are moving around potentially right now, specifically with earnings calls on watch. Here is HAL I have here. Not a ton of volume on this, but Halliburton here, certainly going to be a name to watch. They're expecting Q4 North American revenue to drop by 12 to 13% sequentially, and they do see a $60 million hit from tariffs. Now we also have Northrop Grumman, NOC, revising their guidance lower due to delays in award timing. So NOC, HAL, and potentially others here going to be on watch with earnings calls. If I see any other names of note with regards to these earnings calls, I'll certainly let you know. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara.
So right as we were going to go to Adara, Amazon was really, really strong. And it just pulled back $1 off of the highs. Remember, the outage yesterday was met with buying, right? So met with a string of buying all day long. So Amazon resumes its strength. Technically, it looks good off of the lows. But right now, it's bucking the market trend. Because the market is through the lows. Where's my market red? There it is. The market's through the lows, the ES, NASDAQ, so I don't know how long anything's going to be able to hold up. I just slipped into IBIT, target 61.20. Oh, I keep forgetting I'm going to do this. This is silly. So look, I'm in IBIT, but Bitcoin is right in front of that 10.8 level. So if we get down to, 108 level. If we get down to 108, that would be the spot to maybe look for a bounce. If we bounce there, I would cover IBIT and look for the next opportunity. So Bitcoin head to the downside. I'm going to imagine Ethereum is not doing very well either. That's going to be at the low of the day. So market a little bit flushy. And overall, like Nvidia could get to that 180 level as well. I only say that. That's a 50 period on the daily, and there's been support the last calendar week here. Obviously going back into late last week, Nvidia, that 180 level could be pretty big.
I don't even know what to do here with advanced micro devices, man. We're now almost $4 in the money. You guys have asked for different styles of trading, man, and I mean, I adjusted to it. It's been so much better, just relaxing. Like I said yesterday, we traded 2 names. It was a big day. Today we traded 2 names again, but we lost on SoFi, but we got it right here on advanced micro devices. So couldn't be happier. But I have some very exciting news. You can't tell by my voice. There's sophisticated traders on this stream. We know that. And if you are located in Canada or looking to trade some of these Canadian opportunities, Beta Pro by Global X Canada is its largest provider of levered, inverse, and inverse leveraged ETFs. It has just launched 6 new ETFs offering 3 times bull and bear exposure to S&P TSX 60, the semiconductors, and of course, US Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just, Sharif, believe this, 65 basis points. I mean, I can't believe it, until December 31st. Sharif looking very handsome, by the way, in his Adidas, man. I really like that. They have US-based focused on strategies like currency hedging, and they offer potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical trader like Sharif, sophisticated, and looking to amplify your performance, please check out betapro.ca/3 times daily and pick up your Adidas tracksuit at a local Adidas near you. I actually picked up almost that exact same one I'm going to wear tomorrow at Sherway. I picked one up on the weekend, so I'm going to be wearing my well, we're similar today, Sharif. We got the Blue Jays going on there. We're celebrating it today. Great game to be at there, Neil. That was fantastic. But today we got the market on our mind, of course, and unfortunately the market's down, but I mean, it's not down that much.
A quarter point.
I think Vladdy needs to get in here, put his 500 schmil in here, and start buying this market up. But yeah, credit to Vladdy too for his English.
Do that.
For his English, because honestly, I was ragging him a while, but now he's great. He speaks English. Like Otani's been in here for 7 or 8 years, can't speak as well as
I have
Vlad.
A theory about that though.
What? It's easier
to
to deny gambling allegations.
Well,
if
that's exactly the point. I think when you're in the public spotlight as much as Otani, I feel like the whole I can't speak English. That's a nice little crutch that you can use to not have to deal with things as much. And you know what? If you can get away with it, fine. Like it's gonna be an absolute mob show here for him. So I missed. Oh, one of my charts must have VWAP a little bit incorrect there because I was offering above the volume weighted average price on IBIT. Gonna look to reload this as we go over back to the desk. Adara, what do you have for us?
Not a great look for Novo Nordisk this morning. We do know that Bloomberg early today proposed that reported that the chairman of the company is stepping down amid a plan to shake up the board. Now I'm seeing comments coming from Lars Reben Sorensen, who has been proposed as the new chair for Novo Nordisk's board. He's saying this is an unusual situation and that he hopes it won't scare off other investors. So interesting look here for Novo Nordisk. As I have updates, I'll let you know. Back to you.
It's just
they don't. No, there are different things happening.
Yeah, thank you so much, Adara.
Okay, so obviously a nice battle back right
now.
now. Yeah, I mean, I think Apple is leading.
Apple anew.
Is it?
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Love some Apple.
I wanted to be sure before I said a new all-time high just got tagged at 265 for Apple. This is with the market heading into the downside, but we're getting a bit of a bounce here. The NASDAQ's making an attempt, and if you you look at the Qs right now, this could be a nice little bounce off 610. We're still above 25,000. It's battling the volume weighted average price here. If this breaks, you could be trend breaking here if we get above the volume weighted average price. So that's the kind of place where I at least think about should I jump out, take the profit, and then move on to the next? Control, Alt, Escape. SoFi caught a nice bounce at 28.15, looking to hold for VWAP. Well, the market's at VWAP as well, so I haven't pulled up SoFi. I can't tell you where it is, but VWAP on a trend break is always my cup of tea, and you can see the market rolling over at VWAP itself. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Control, Alt, Escape. Whatever that actually does.
Yeah, we're in good name there. We're in the TQs, same kind of way. I'm thinking it could possibly I'm looking for another trade at the end of the day. So we're going to see if we can find one here. And that is just going to short the market. I mean, we have VWAP and we have the 50-period right here, right near that breaking spot. So I feel like this is a good area for me to work with right now. And if we do bump up, maybe we just wind up getting out in and around that 108, breaking through the 200-period moving average. But here we go. It's another one right now. We'll see if we can get it going to the downside now on the futures. So it's small, but whatever. It's in the money now. 15 cents says, there it goes. So nice little move here for the mat. Wow. Holy shit, Sharif. We just put this on right there. So again, check out the different things here. 107.30, bang, right there. You get 30 cents like it's candy. A nice move to the downside right now. We'll see if we can get something else. I'm bidding right here again, down by O's if we can get that. But we just hit the sirens. It's another new short here on the TQQs. So we've already traded 3 names today. Wow. There it goes again. Spin the cash right now. And again, Neil picks Bitcoin. I picked the market. Either way, we're both looking short. Nice move to the downside right now. Oh boy, this is good, man. Real good trade happening now. $4, in the money now. As look at what just happened to AMD as well. Just cranked a lot lower, but nice move to the downside. We are really starting to put some of this in our account right here, Neil. 40 cents, on the TQs right now, and $4 in change now on AMD. But there it goes, man. Short the market, and maybe good things will happen. What's up, Adara?
Just keep an eye here on Kenvue, KVUE, pushing higher here with an interview with Starboard CEO Jeff Smith. He's being interviewed here by CNBC. Starboard is, of course, an activist investor, and they're saying that with regards to Kenvue, there's a search underway for a new CEO. So Starboard CEO saying that apparently Kenvue is looking for a new CEO, leading to a push higher here in KVUE. Back to you.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they could probably use it. Warner Brothers, by the way, for anyone, I see a lot of WBD in the chat. I want to remind everybody when you're putting symbols in there, for your benefit and for ours on our visualizer up here, make sure you type $ and then the symbol, jump in the chat, hit that subscribe button. It's the subs only chat. But Beyond Meat up there, Nerve, Amazon, Apple, GSIT, Tesla.
Look at this.
I'm going to do a bit of a refresh. Let's restart it right now. It's 10 o'clock. Why not? The opening range is hit, and then all new symbols will come in there. GME, of course, that'd be the first one that comes in. See IFR as well. Nerve. So yeah, keep them bringing in. I want to see what the names are that you guys are interested in. Just wanted to mention that WBD, there is no actual deal price. There's been speculation. I've seen a few articles that have said offers being prepared at 20, but there is no actual offer at $20. It just happens to be trading there. The article I read said that. So just watch out for this. Again, there's no specific deal price on that Warner Brothers. Just speculation. They're ready for a deal. Still going to work to play this short. See if we can't get that low of the day coming through. I feel like we've gotten the right move so far in SMR, but I did miss the third time. There was a third salvo at VWAP. I was waiting at the same price as before because we kept getting it at 41.25, and this time it curled it just underneath 41. So missed it by that much. Still flat bottom break potential here on SMR, down 9%. The only news here in SMR was just it was a price target upgrade, and there was also a downgrade on the stock. So it was kind of dueling of the feats. But I kind of like the short side either way. I don't care about what the analysts say, and it was just a technical trade into the downside. And Beyond Meat lost the volume weighted average price. I've only traded 3 names, 1 for 3. Beyond Meat loses VWAP. So I tried at VWAP. If it can't hold it, not touching that stock. I consider it to be a gapper, and when gappers lose the volume weighted average price, I'm hands off.
All right, and so a couple different names being traded there today. I'm really debating getting back into SMR here. We had just sold that thing, and I was telling Joe earlier, I was telling Neil all yesterday, of course, and all you guys, we were able to get that out at 57 somehow that day. It was hit right there on the show, and all we did was just support and resistance it. I mean, I was sitting here talking about how frothy these markets are, and then we saw that level. It was this day. It was right here, this day, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to put it just a bit higher than where we were. We get as high as 57.50s, but I just offered 57, got it out, and now it's come back in. I'm debating reloading that right down there because, I mean, that's basically like making, I guess 30 or 30% or so in 3 or 4 days. So I think that's probably worth it to do that. We were able to cash out kind of same ways there. The TQs really did come back in to a nice level there. So we have less than, actually just about half on right now. Came back into some areas yesterday where we saw a little bit of concern. Again, I just trying to like let the winners win and the losers try to be managed a bit. So we'll take out half right there. Now we'll see if we can reload it if it does get back up. But I don't think this time we're going to wait for 108. I don't want to give all these profits away. So if the short's going to be right, we've already, you know, sort of, I'm going to take advantage of this move down again right now on this. But if the shorts are going to be right, then we do need to, you know, have a look at some of the plan that we're doing. There it is. We'll take a 90 out right there on it. Sorry, 91 out there on the TQs as it just continues to dump city a little bit. It's almost $5 now in the money on AMD. So, so far so good here as it continues to bleed. Wow. All right, maybe we can get that. I don't know. I'm going to put a bid right here in the 80s. There it is. We bid 84. We got it. We're also bidding 60s. Let's see if it goes down. We're at almost 1.5 our daily goal. So far so good there. And I'm only talking like that for you guys, just to know that if you put on shares, you put on the risk, and you have the trades, this is a couple days now in a row where we say, okay, we're at our levels, we're this and we're that. So day trading again for the first half hour, very, very profitable one more time here today. And that's despite me getting spanky on SoFi. So yeah, don't really like that stock too much today. The only L on the board for me, but like I said, man, I've made about 2.5x on AMD that we wind up losing there on SoFi. So far, so good. Let's go over to Adara.
S&P 500 creating a little bit lower here. This is the 15-minute chart. We're now poised for our third straight red 15-minute candle here, and we're actually taking out pre-market lows as well for the S&P 500. It's a bit of a rough start to the day, but certainly an interesting week, that's for sure. We don't have much economic data beyond some Fed speak throughout the day, including Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent speaking at 3 p.m. But we do have, lots of earnings on watch. General Motors among them here, so I can't pull up that chart right now, but beating here on adjusted earnings and sales for GM, Philip Morris, PM, GE, General Electric, RTX, and LMT Lockheed Martin are amongst the other names that reported this morning. Let's talk here about Warner Brothers Discovery as well, WBD. This name has been mentioned on the morning show, and for good reason, because nice pop to the upside here. CNBC reporting that Netflix and CMCSA or Comcast are among the parties interested in a potential Warner Brothers acquisition. Then we have Apple on watch, nice push to the upside yesterday and continuing that, briefly making new all-time highs earlier today. A couple of positive analyst notes after yesterday's rally, including Wells Fargo with this $290 price target. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content as we send you back to the guys.
Disconnected like every now and then. Thank you very much, Sarah Dara. I'm still looking at the same name. This Beyond Meat. And we've got a couple of super chats I'm going to get to, but Beyond Meat has now held $2. So as long as it holds 2 and can get back above VWAP, it would also be breaking trend if it breaks the volume weighted average price. But we did have a couple of super chats. One, Willis Addison, thank you. Gold taking a breather today on a pullback. It's not the first day that it's taking a breather. And the same thing with silver. We'll have a look at gold. I know you were looking at gold earlier. Vaughn Clark, this is a name we don't really talk about very much. Ford. Long Ford, he says, and Sox asks what y'all think. I'm going to guess that's more of a sympathy play to GM. This is General Motors up for a split second. It still said Beyond Meat, so I almost freaked out. 13% to the upside. Great guide. Rising tide sometimes is able to lift all ships. The key thing with Ford is back above that $12 level that it failed to break out of before. Technically, it looks like it has some room to get to the top, but I kind of think GM's a fade at 67. So it's hard for me to, if I'm thinking GM's a fade at 67 and Ford's up on sympathy, then at some point I'd be trying to ring the register over the previous high, at GM's previous high. And as I said with General Motors, Motors, great guide, great beat. It's now $1 away from that 67 level, which I promised at some point I would show you guys. Come on, monthly chart. There we go. There is the high from back in January.
Oh, man.
Is that really January? It's literally January 1st. Well, if we get up there, I'm fading this at 67 on GM, so I would think Ford probably catches the top two.
All right, we are fruit salad. I mean, AMD right now is the one. So, yeah, I don't. You know, we don't really play favorites around here. Some days it's AMD, some days it's NVIDIA, some days it's Tesla, some days it's Apple. But every day is fun day, and yeah, we did it again. We put it up, man. We put it up all the time, and we put up our sticky note. And today we had AMD written on it as the second trade idea. We have SoFi as our #1 idea, and we lost on SoFi. Okay, but on AMD now, our whole day is just stone cold chilling right now with AMD. Let me check out what some of the banks are doing right here. Let's just do a little bit of a recap here right now today. Man, I woke up with my eye was really sore today. I put some good old lube up in there.
Is that still from the...
Now it feels, no, but I think I must have been rubbing it or something overnight. So I don't know. It wasn't. I'm going to go get it checked out during after the show here. Okay, so Google, I feel fine, but it just feels a little bit more blurry than normal. I think it's just, hopefully it's just part of the recovery. But anyways, today, not great for healthcare technology names. I mean, if I'm looking anywhere in the red zone here.
Where's J&J?
Yeah, bad. Well, I don't know, bad. It's at 192, but still only down 1%. So not so bad for today. For J&J,
I was considering a buy on it, but I don't know.
Okay, yeah. What was it? Michael Nosich, I think, looked at J&J as a breakout, so we can look at that in a minute. So yeah, it might be a good little look there. So thanks for bringing that up. We'll have a look. Valero, the energy space there, which I still got one car that takes fuel, so I'm still looking at that all the time. But right now, yeah, nice downside play there for these names. Coming through, electronic technology, led by the king. I'm calling Apple the king now, not NVIDIA. Apple right there. So although Apple's still #2 in market cap, surpassed yesterday Microsoft. They're near 4 trillion, 3.69 or something like that, trillion for Apple, and something similar to that for here, maybe if I just click on it, it says, oh, there it is, 3.92. So almost 4 right there trillion now for Apple. So as that comes in, and then if I could ever see Microsoft on here, although it's probably not electronic technology, maybe it's under a software or something company. Others, yeah, technology services. Okay, so we'll see what's Microsoft's 3.84 trillion. So you go back and forth there, but right now Apple takes that over. Oracle, man, like another good sell out of nowhere that I put on was Oracle. So we're pretty happy with that. All right, Neil, were you long or short IBIT?
I just got out of IBIT. I just got it in front of the high of the day. I waited for it to get to the pre-market. It's not the pre-market high. This is the opening range high. Check that. The pre-market high is up here. My golden price on IBIT was 62.5. I traded at VWAP, and then I traded it at the pre-market high. It just broke that, so I got to wait in here for about 62.25 to 62.5 to take another shot at it. The other thing that's happened, GM just broke 67, which is putting it on a collision course with that. 66. Which is putting on a collision course with that 67 level. So about $1 away. If it breaks the trend, which is now a new trend because it's putting a pretty steep one, it's a pretty parabolic move anyways, then I'll jump into only a trend break trade. When the stock is trending like this, gotta let it break that trend before we jump back into it. SMR did not, it's still, I mean, it broke 40, went about, I see about 9 or 10 cents, and then right back in. So this might be a reload at that volume weighted average price, but still about 50 cents away from getting into VWAP to try to take a third shot here at SMR short. So GM looks like it's GM, or if IBIT can get past that 62 or into that 62 quarter area for the short. So it's either that or General Motors, at least for myself. Let us know what you guys are watching. So when I went up and looked at the visualizer, the new name was actually Lululemon. Everything else was all the same.
Lulu, is that going up?
I was just about to check. I saw Nerve in here as well, but Lululemon continues to rally, up another 4 points today. Nice bounce off the lows. If you zoom out to a monthly chart, it's bouncing off the 200 period on a monthly chart on Lululemon. We did get a super chat. Can you put it on the board? Because I didn't see it there, Fabian. There we are. NKLR, what the heck is happening? I don't know NKLR, but I do know Go Jay. So thank you, Thomas Kondo. My voice is holding up incredibly well, considering what last night was like. Because at one point, like, my wife was like, "You realize you just screamed," like her ear was hurting. I'm like, "My bad. That was right in your ear." But George Springer, like, what do you want me to say? What's going on? It's down 13%. I don't know the story here. Watch out for, oof. Darren knows the story, and, I have a monthly chart up. That's why. I'll put it back to the daily chart. This could be flat bottom break at 11, but also under $1 million in volume. That's the bigger thing. Not much of a day trade in here. So, yeah, new fresh lows on NKLR. These are all-time lows because it just came to market. Darren?
Yeah, so it looks like, I just looked into this a little bit. Apparently this one just went
For one thing, yesterday's low is exactly 36. So on IBIT, I say that at 62.36 in here. So this is the target area. I might nibble at the 36. And I don't know what just happened to all the position board stuff, but that'll get up there in a second. The other thing that's happening is Tesla. Sorry to interrupt, but I just want to jump on the offer. Warner Brothers is open. That's not a new story. Tesla's trying to break the volume weighted average price. I was favoring longs into 450, but it needs to break VWAP. Someone said it's ready to go. I think it's ready to go if it can break the 445 and find some buyers out and about and above that level. I'm not seeing it yet on Tesla, but it's certainly looking a little bit stronger than it was before. Market's still underneath the volume weighted average price as well. And Angelo, yes, Amazon is gone. Strength is in Amazon and Apple if you're looking at the big cap tech names. 2.5% now on Amazon. What outage? Who cares? As we said yesterday, it just seemed to remind everybody how big they are. I shouldn't say how good they are on daily outage, but how big they are. Everything was affected, which means you know how important they must be.
Okay, here we go. Oh man, like $5 now. I mean, we did this yesterday, and it's working out again for us right now. And the TQs, man, we just took some more profit right here at 107. I mean, we now have 10% left of our TQ position. We now have like less than 10% left of AMD. I mean, we got to ring the register when we make these moves to the downside, and we are just starting right here with IBIT. So let's wait to see if this can also start to pan out just a little bit here for us. Netflix could be something to talk about. Flat on the day. We'll see tomorrow. It won't be like that, obviously, but with earnings coming through, I like Netflix to break a little bit higher.
Netflix sometimes is pretty flat.
Yeah, it is. I don't know what the implied move is. We'll have to look that up, but it's probably 4 or 5% at least there for Netflix, which is a $1,200
I guess
name.
5.5.
You know, you're going to move at least a couple $100, I would think, tomorrow, but we'll wait to see. Maybe not a couple hundred, but we'll wait to see. Wow, I just saw someone post in the chat there. I'm not on this, by the way, today. Fannie Mae. Wow, what a move. This was just at $10, and I was debating buying some down there at $10. What a move there for Fannie. Again, just kind of a Donald Trump play here, trying to, you know, put these back into the market, make them public. Once again, it's a public stock, but, you know, recapitalizing, $10 to $12.50. Yeah, what a move there. I haven't even looked at this the last couple of days.
And even with the pullback, look at it hold the trend on Fannie Mae.
What, upside?
Yeah, if you
yeah,
think
I know, like right here.
Yeah. Like from that.
Well, this is why we look at the 200 period. It's broken the 50 a couple times, so that's why that wasn't like a screaming buy signal, but you know, nice move down. And I don't know what sort of sparked that. There's always talk about Fannie and Freddie. So good moves there. All right, so our TQs, I'm actually just going to stop out right now at 28. If it comes back in, there it is. I just want to end this trade and regroup. So they're good trade, man. We'll spin the money for that one. So positive on the TQs, super. We don't have to talk too much about AMD. Super positive on that one, and negative on SoFi. SoFi hasn't done much. We did get that super chat, or someone had mentioned there about hitting SoFi when it was down there at 28.15. So that was obviously a pretty sweet bottom that was put in there. So congratulations to you for that trade. But yeah, SoFi right now, just kicking around, and it looks like that was, I don't want to say there was no mistakes being made, I don't think. We tried 28.50, it just, the second time, so we got stopped out there, then we rebought it, was able to take out a little bit, but then we got stopped out on the way back in. And we realized that this was a problem, so we started getting out in the mid-30s, which sort of helped us with our push down. Looks like crypto, like we'll get stopped out when that breaks 110 or so, it looks like. It is come back in though now, so we're happy with what IBIT is doing right now, but looking for a little bit of a lower take here. I'm going to stop some of the bleeding here in the 20s, see if I can put a bid at 21 and get out. But that's what I'm going to try right now. And if it does fall back in, we didn't get our 40s. I'm actually sitting at, well, I'm sitting at 43s. That's okay. Well, that would explain why I didn't get 40s. So we'll see if it comes back up to that level, and then we'll get that. So yeah, so far so good, really. What's going on over there?
Oh no, I just quick little adjustment there on Tesla, because it broke 445. But I had the incorrect amount of shares, so I had to quickly punch out. I think I got flats on it mostly. But Tesla is back to the volume weighted average price. But the weird thing is, it's doing its breakout as the market's failing its move into the overnight lows. Call that overnight low support on the NASDAQ, and then you have the lower high being put in. So it's not the opportune time for any kind of breakout trading, I do think. But you know, I had the order at 445 for Tesla. It's broken trend, which is good. I think we need to hold on to 444.5. So I just had to do a quick adjustment to get some out, because if the out's going to be under here, then I wanted to have less at the 445 level. I think I'm playing into this 446 into 447 area. So look to buy the dip, hopefully off the volume weighted average price. There's Tesla trying to join Apple and Amazon is the things that are relatively strong, because look, I haven't looked at Microsoft. I haven't looked at, actually I haven't looked at Google today. But Apple holding view up, Apple up up a half a point. The only thing it's not doing is breaking away from yesterday's top. It's broken the high and hit an all-time high a couple of times here on Apple, but every single time it gets to yesterday's top, topping tail candles. 100% of these are topping tail candles. Every single break of 264.5 or so is getting faded here on Apple. But you know what? If you keep testing it and putting in higher lows, eventually you break it out. So look for Apple to hold these higher lows and maybe take this market higher. We're not going higher without Apple joining the party. It led us yesterday. I think it's going to have to do some heavy lifting again.
Okay, well, we got our IBIT trade, so okay, we will give some back, obviously, if this, okay, it looks like it is going to go through. We got to make sure that we are on the right prices here. As it's going to take out, let me just cancel this 50 just real quick, because it's going to break me out right now. It's a nice little quick move up right now on IBIT. So I just wanted to make sure that we're not caught, like it's just breaking through 110 now. So let's just see if it battles with this level, and then we'll figure getting out. But here, okay, so now it looks like it does want to take it here. IBIT, nice upside play here right into yesterday's levels as we take down let's try. Let's just go one more here, 62.70. So it's just breaking now right through that 10. We got a little excitement there. We didn't stop out where we should have at 62.50. Sometimes we got to make a couple decisions, and I just wanted to see what it was going to do, if it is going to hold this 10,000 basically. So let's just see, give it a second right now to settle down. So we'll take that top out, and then if we do break above let's just put 62.70. Whoopsies, 62.71. We'll break out if it does get going back up to the upside. So looks like we did okay here on preserving some of this, but I'm going to cancel some of my lower bids now on IBIT and see, okay, there it comes, 51. So a little bit of a reload there, short. We wanted to see how much it trusted that 10,000 area, and it looks like for now it's trying to hold it, but if it does break back down below, we should get a little bit of a whoosh moment. We're only short now at 42s, so not the end of the world here, but would like to see a little bit of a down push here off of 10,000 naturally. So if that can happen, then good on you. But so far, not the greatest on this IBIT short. But let's just see. Look there. So it just holds 10,000 right here on the bottom, and yeah, that's my trade is just basically
110,000.
Yeah, 110,000. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm assuming most.
Dude,
people.
I've been calling Ethereum 45,000 or 40,000 instead of 4,000.
No, I call it 10,000 there on purpose because I mean I'm just saving air. You know, I don't want to say one. I could say 110,000. If anybody thinks Bitcoin's at 10,000, yeah, but
if Bitcoin was at 10,000, anarchy. No, actually, you know what the funny thing is? I don't think it would be anarchy. Like if other things went down that much, there'd be anarchy, but Bitcoin could do that without a complete breakdown of society. No, I'm being dead honest about it. Like if the Qs went down to the equivalent of, 100%, like 90% from where they are, we would have it would be anarchy. Bitcoin would not be anarchy if we went to 10,000, Joe. That's not true. No. If the Qs went down that much, like Bitcoin, it would be bad. It would signal a lot of bad things, and it would be a lot of pain, but that's not anarchy.
If Bitcoin went to 10,000?
Yeah, that's not.
People would be jumping off bridges.
No, but that's not anarchy. If the Qs and the SPY go down that much, then you're talking about like, that's worse than the financial crisis.
Yeah. People be.
Anyways, that's a totally different discussion, maybe for another time. All right.
Here goes IBIT. So IBIT just took out 10.5, so we got out of IBIT.
All right. And now I am almost exactly flat on the day. Very, very slightly. I've traded 4 stocks and like 2 for 4, which usually should mean that I'm up. If I go 2 for 4, I should be up, but I'm only slightly up. Tesla runs right to its prior day close.
Wow, the market is really going.
Finds a curl. I think the problem is I came in short biased, so when you do that, I'm going to do things like immediately trim when I take a breakout trade and then maybe get out too early. But Tesla, we got it breaking trend, but we got it breaking trend late. Like it breaks trend down here at 44 and I'm in at 45. So that doesn't mean I'm going to try to eke an extra dollar out of it because I got into the move a dollar late. It doesn't work that way. Like I'm going to play it to resistance regardless and then move on to the next opportunity as we do see it. But wow, the NASDAQ is really getting going. What the heck? Oh, great. On my drop down, there's actually QQQ.cn.
Yep.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Market.
Yeah, I love the drop down menu. It makes it easier to type in symbols, but sometimes it screws you. This is the Qs. Almost green, but breaking trend and going up through the volume weighted average price. The market is powering back higher. I want to look for the next trade in Tesla, but I cannot forget about GM. General Motors, great earnings beat.
Get down.
No questions asked, like everything is good about the report, but it's getting very close to that 67 high. Now it's 60, it's just cruising, just hit 66 and a third. Trend is pretty strong, but it's nothing parabolic. So when that trend breaks, I'm still looking for the fade off of that 67 high there on, and just zoom out to a higher time frame chart on General Motors. I would suspect Ford might run into trouble at that price as well. So market looking strong. Let's go over to the desk, see what Adara has for us.
Time for small caps. We'll start here with Minerva Neurosciences, NERV. This one had a really nice pop here off the open. They also initially popped pre-market announcing up to $200 million in financing to advance their schizophrenia treatment candidate here through a confirmatory trial and NDA resubmission. I looked up the float on this, about just under 6 million shares, so relatively small float for NERV. Then we have IBIO, about a 20 million share float. This company is set to present new preclinical data on its one of its antibodies at upcoming scientific conferences, including Obesity Week. We also have Oppenheimer initiating coverage on the stock with a $5 price target and outperform rating. It's worth noting, currently trading around $1.25. So $5 price target, quite hefty here for IBIO from Oppenheimer. Last but not least, this one needs no introduction. It's Beyond Meat, BYND. Last Monday to be exact, about 8 days ago, the company announced a debt restructuring plan that was initially not super well received because of the potential dilution for shareholders. But now the stock getting a lot of influx of retail attention. Last 3 days, sharply to the upside every day, and it has an over 60% short float. BYND. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content. Back to you. Oh, and we're going to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. 2 seconds here. We're going to take our friends at Trade the Pool. Thank you so much to Trade the Pool for sponsoring this portion of the show. For too long, trading meant risking your own money. You're never having enough to start. The fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit that profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. So just visit tradethepool.com or scan that QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation.
Just put in some eye drops. Thank you for whoever that was reminding me there on the chat. We do have a new position right now, though, so I can see clearly the market, but there goes TQQs to the downside, so now 30 cents in the money again on this one, and we hold out. It's unfortunate because IBIT just comes roaring back down now again, so, but that's okay. We took a shot there. We wound up losing on IBIT. Boo-hoo, woe is me, but, you know, we could have had that, and we didn't, so that's kind of not good. Right there, should have done better on that one. But we tried to hold it as long as we could, and then eventually, you know, you get stopped out. A disciplined trader has to have an out, and that's how we keep, like we said, that's how we keep our days where they are. Obviously giving something back today on that play, but well, that's okay. We just, there it is. Yes, that was a good one. Hit the money one more time for us. And then this is now really starting to print, man. Damn you, IBIT. Why did you have to do that to us? You made us give some of that back. But there goes the TQs, man. Nice little push down again. I'll take a fill here in the mid-30s. Again, I just put a bid there, 36. We'll take that. My next fill is 21s, which is the 50-period moving average. Well, that's actually, I've got to change that. It's at 26s. What am I doing? I'm going to put a bid now at 28s. We'll get out another piece there, and then we'll cancel our 21s. There it is. We just, okay. Wow, there we go, man. Nice move downside now in the futures. Screw you, Bitcoin, but that's okay. There it comes right back. Give me those 05s. Yes, Neil. We are right back to our daily goal right there again. We bring in the pain right now. The bringer of rain. Shout out to Josh Donaldson and his failed attempt at a World Series, but it doesn't matter. We're in the World Series now. There goes AMD to the downside right now. Bang, Neil. Wow, we are right back in this one, and there it is. All right. Nice move to the downside right now. AMD, huge move down into 236, man. This is $6. And not only that, we just rang crazy registers on the TQs, man. This name was really a prof. We have a lot of shares still. I'm just layering these out right now, taking these bids. Didn't realize how many shares I actually have. So we'll take some more bids out here at 10s and get going. There it goes, man. Huge move to the short side there for the TQQs, and a nice move to the downside. And as Mike Peter Ryder says, and you copied me with that, but that's a fact, Jack. Right there, Mike Peter Ryder. We're doing it here big time right now. It's too bad that we, you know, lost out on that IBIT, but for now, man, we got it right back. We got everything back. We got it back with the TQs and AMD, but we lost on SoFi and IBIT today, so unfortunately, those two names will be red. But
speaking of IBIT,
yeah.
So I'm going right by my last profit out on IBIT was right here at 62.2, and that ends up holding trend. It's just breaking the trend line. So I got it as it was breaking the trend line, but it's going to close underneath the trend line. This could be the back end of the trade. Tried to sneak in here off of the highs, but it's breaking trend as we speak. So jump back into that. But the other thing that's breaking trend is Amazon. Ooh. Amazon up 2.5%, but this feels like the spot. 222 is also a bit of a thing. I'll get to a higher time frame in a second.
Wow.
But this is breaking trend as we speak here. on Amazon, so the time is now. It's an all-day trend, but it's only 10:30, so it's not the same as an all-day trend at the end of the day, which to me is like the ultimate A+ trade. This will be like a B-, but playing back into VWAP. I like mean reversion plays, and when you have this clean and upward trend that breaks, my out is the prior bar high, and the target is the volume weighted average price here on Amazon. So market heading back in, did jump back into some IBIT, although I did not get that last fill on IBIT. But I think we can head all the way back into VWAP here. Here comes the turn. Going to get some 221s, and VWAP is at 220.20 here on Amazon. It was strong, but starting to fade, kind of like everything else. And good thing we got out of Tesla.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, Tesla, that ends up being 446.5, ends up being the local high in Tesla. That said, still holding VWAP. Tesla still looks like it could be a little bit stronger than most here as the market bounces off lows. Let's see if Tesla can hold that 445. This was a name I did favor longs on.
Oh, man. What's up, Eduardo and everybody in the chat? This is why we come in every day, man. We love coming in and trading here. The market is definitely a wealth generator. It can be wealth, take away wealth, no doubt about that. But yeah, it's too bad. Like if we adjust, and again, we have to stop. We have too many shares. You know, we have to stop out because if Bitcoin keeps running there, it's too bad because it went right into our levels there. Just probably not proper. Well, I could have held it. It doesn't matter. I didn't get stopped. I just stopped myself out. It's not like it was a risk anything. Too bad. I'm glad that you have it. But yeah, 75 cents. We're $7 in the money on AMD. I mean, so that's for me holding the day. Yeah, why not long the SQQ? Yeah, good question there by HTX Trader in the chat. I just always choose TQQ because I just prefer to be short. That's really all. It just I just prefer to be short if the market's going down and long if the market's going up. So my buying power is a lot. So I don't I could take 20,000 shares of this or something. So it's not like a big deal for me as far as buying power. We're trading on prop floor. It's not like a flex on the account. It's just, you know, I've earned what we have. But yeah, there's the move down. Anyways, that's too bad, man. It's too bad about IBIT, but this is a good. I'm glad you have it.
Oh, there was a super chat about Oscar we missed apparently.
Oh, was there? Is that ripping too?
Apologies to Safe. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Fabian.
The upside. Oh boy, I mean things are working out real well, man. Oscar's a big stock not big stock, but it's a stock that I have. Yeah, 21. Wow. I mean things are just working out, man. We recently bought Lulu, we bought Oscar. Now you're gonna tell me that Target's probably up today. Yeah, Oscar, you wanna talk about the hourly? I mean, on the daily, you know, we like that stock right there, breaking 2150. Let's see if that can start to get going here. OSCR, here, I'll just change this to an hourly right now. This is our E-signal chart. So I'll just put this into an hourly chart right here. 60 minutes, if I'm not correct. Good show. Yeah, I don't.
Tight.
No, I mean, it kind of looks the same to me here. The 2150 doesn't look maybe as good here. You're still trying to get up to that $22 mark there. But yeah, the trend right here, I mean, you're still on a nice, I mean, it kind of was thinking about breaking the trend here. But yeah, still a nice hold there from 19.
If you put a higher time frame chart on Oscar, I think is even.
Well, we have the daily, but yeah, I mean, you can even.
I think the trend on. Sorry, I'm just pointing at your chart.
Yeah, I know you're pointing at the chart, but yeah, there it is. I mean, this is the daily. I still think we got to get to that. I mean, this 2150 is looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's like uptrend into a flat top break.
Yeah. So Michael talked about this yesterday. So I really like Oscar. I'm not getting anything out on this one. I think this one has many more dollars to go higher, many more percentage points. You know, target area. If I told you guys like 40 or 50, you would think I'm crazy. So I won't tell you that. And if my wife was watching, she'd tell you I already am. So, all right, $7 now as this continues to go lower, man. We're here every day. We also have $1 right now in the TQs. I mean, we have $1 now in the TQQs. So that's going to be something that I didn't think was going to happen. I wish we didn't dump out of it all there at 107, but we still have on board about 25% of that one. So yeah, wow, what a day, man. What a day this is turning out to be. We tweeted about AMD a long time ago. It's actually on our levels here, 243. So yeah, we got 242. And now this is really starting to tank for us here as it just continues to go, man. What's up, Pathik? And what's up, everybody in the chat? This has just been, again, another pretty epic day. It's too bad I lost anyways on IBIT. Because now, well, it's still actually hovering, right? It's not, I could get back in instead of keep worrying about it. But yeah, good trade there. And then let me check out Target. We're long like 80, I'll have to double check. I don't know if it's 88.50 or 89.50. All right, man. What's up, Money Mitch, man? Let your winners ride. We've talked about Target here. I could go find it on my Twitter when I mentioned that we're starting to go long Target. So right now, man, $5 up or $4 up now on Target. Let's just see if this goes right now. But yeah, so far so good. Let's get out another piece of AMD. I don't know how long, bless you. I don't know how long this market wants to do this for, but we'll take another piece out on AMD and we'll wait to see what winds up happening with TQQs. Salud.
Hopefully a little bit. I had muted myself to sneeze there. Hopefully it lasts a little bit longer, halfway to the volume weighted average price on Amazon there, as we just, like I said, you don't necessarily see that where you have like that clean of a morning trend on Amazon. And I promised I would at least show you guys the 222 level. Like Amazon, like this is one of those, yeah, you know it's strong. I know it's strong, but I got to take it. 222, support to resistance, and then we come in, hit 222, and break the trend line at the same time. So I'm playing this one back to the volume weighted average price. Halfway was down in here to 221, which we just took some out, and let's see where else it can go. I still believe in you, Tesla, but I want this holding back above that 445 area. So Tesla, a bit of a diddle in the middle, kind of like yesterday. Like Tesla, here, let's look at a better chart. Tesla really yesterday broke at that 440 on like a huge rally the day before, on last week on Friday, and then went 450 to 440 and back and forth. So we're doing the same thing. I still think you can get a 450 breakout. It just might not be today. We're going to have that whenever it does break, is what it is. So if it's going to be an inside day, I'd rather play it on strength into 450 than try to catch a falling knife. The futures are trend down. Tesla gets back to the lows. I don't think I'm going to like it. So hold on to that Amazon. I did jump back into IBIT for the fourth time, essentially 1 for 4 on IBIT, but I'll be down on that stock. It's still holding red, but 24-hour markets don't necessarily care about that percentage. I just look at it as finally breaking the upward trend. And so the only break of trend trade is here. I was shorted on the downtrend and then caught it off this level, played it into the prior low. This is a trend breakdown on IBIT. Actually, don't know why I wasn't bidding 62.3. Should be bidding 62.3, that prior support, and then look for the volume weighted average price. So I think we have a chance to bounce. It's the Tesla that I want back into the long though. This is to me the one, if it can break out of this volume weighted average price malaise that it's in. This and Apple. I mean, Apple also looks pretty good as well, but I think Tesla has a good shot to go green for sure. And Grant Ratcliffe.
What's up, Grant?
CRM is CR him.
Yeah.
That'll play. Hey, we just started, and we mentioned this, I think, yesterday. This isn't going to do anything. I mean, 2.5%, I don't really care about it for a swing trade. Like, 2.5% is good, but, like, I want this at the 200 period and, 270 and then 300 are the first two targets for a third each on CRM, because I got it this one at the close, essentially. Well, just before the close. I do like this, breaking that 50 period. It's got a double bottom down at 230. Nice consolidation breakout here on CRM, and as usual, they're saying all the right things about AI. You do want to see some follow through at some point. I just like the way the chart finally looks. I don't like trying to catch the bottom. I like when you see the bottom and then you break the trend off of the bottom in here, and that's what CRM did. Love the continuation, up 3% today. Let's get to that 200 period at 270. That's my target.
Yeah, good call. I really like that CFM. All right, so go back into a name that it's too bad. Like SoFi just now finally starting to break. I did want to say on IBIT, I'm going to go short if we break this 30 mark right there. But for right now, yeah, it's going up, so we're not short it there at all. And like we said, man, we only had less than 20% of our TQs, so now that it's coming back up into VWAP again, we can try it. I'm going to wait, though. It's just the market already had to move up, then it moved down, then we shorted that move. Like, could not have done any better than that. It right up to the 200 period moving average. So that was a good one. Now we're at VWAP. I'm going to want to give it one more time there. So this stop that we have is 107.70. We put a stop up here at 108. So if it breaks that, then we'll get out. But I'm still trying to get a little bit more into that trade as well.
Did you see Broadcom today?
Is Broadcom getting tanked? Gold, by the way, we have this short written down.
It's the word, yeah.
As well, and gold is just, for the first time I think ever, we have it written down on the sticky note as a short, but it didn't, no pop up. So next time I think when we want to go short on gold, we maybe just do it right away, and then just play the momentum here. Down 6% is GLD today. So. Yeah, no, Broadcom down as well. Yeah.
I was gonna say Broadcom down 2 points. I was just looking at the old heat map. It's not the old heat, it's just the heat map. And I mean, outside of it, like, AMD's not as big. AMD's down the most, and 2.4%, but like, in Micron's actually down 2.2%. But when you consider like weighting in the indexes, Broadcom down 2. It's really just the Apple story and the Amazon story, like Amazon 2.7, 2.4, and then Apple 0.5. But it's what stood out there as we're about to go to Adair and actually talk about Sector Watch was Broadcom. And when you see something leading the way to the downside, I was just talking about a trend break of Amazon breaking an uptrend to go down. Well, if this can break the downtrend to go up, it's exactly the kind of thing that can help confirm a potential break back higher. I'm still looking at Tesla to be the thing for me because it's the only long that I've had, and it's trying to get back above VWAP, but I want to see it close above VWAP first. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
Take a look here at our sector board, and I want to talk here about the strength in some other sectors before we get to technology. Finance actually having some nice moves to the upside. Visa and MasterCard both about 1%. Retail trade being led by Amazon. AMZN really shaking off any concerns there about that outage yesterday with AWS. Then we've got consumer services strong across the board here. Royal Caribbean, RCL doing quite nicely. Disney also up 1.5%. Transportation, pretty strong. Commercial services, pretty strong. Health technology, producer manufacturing, a little bit more mixed. And consumer non-durables is the sector, I think, where you can most see the impacts of earnings. Coca-Cola sharply up here, about 3.5%. And Philip Morris down almost 10% on earnings. So certainly a mixed picture there. Now let's move on to electronic technology. A lot of the larger names within these sectors are going to be a little bit weaker. NVIDIA, Broadcom, A&D all down at least 1% here in electronic technology, though RTX up more than 8% on strong earnings. Then we have technology services. Palantir and Google both red. Microsoft and Meta both a bit flat. But then you've got CRM, which was being praised earlier for its strength. I looked into this, no news, but as Neil mentioned, a technical breakout there. So long story short, even with tech being a little bit weaker, it's mostly the larger names in the sector pushing the market a little bit lower. The rest of the sectors generally seem to be fairly strong. Back to you. And our friends at thank you to our friends at Woman Boss, because empowered women change the world, and you can help make it happen. The Woman Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, we have reached over 10,000 women and girls. Your donation today can help launch the next great entrepreneur. Scan the QR code on your screen now and join us in building a brighter future. Back to you.
As soon as possible.
All right.
Thank you very much, Sarah Dara. And this is not, no one's going to care about this except for me and maybe anyone in Toronto. But I was talking about like the nonsensical nature of this Wonderfi and Robinhood deal. Because Robinhood's buying these guys for 36 cents and it's supposed to close at the end of the year, and it's just been drifting down. So I said, forget this, I'm gonna buy into my personal account. I got the first fill there, and I bought maybe like 15% of what I would consider to be a full position. But I'm just gonna keep trying to pick up 30 cents and get a free 20% by the end of the year on the stock. And it hit it today. And it's not the first time that it's done this. So mad respect to you, SoFi. I don't know why it's happening, that's all. Like it's straight up a cash deal at 36 cents. And Robinhood, like it's chump change for Robinhood. Like that deal's closing. It's already got a bunch of approvals regulatory wise. So anyways, back to the overall market, which is trying to crack VWAP. Tesla, there was just, so the second time that it broke through 45 or 445 here on Tesla, there was a kind of a, not a whale, but like a big order that broke it into 45.5, which I didn't want to chase. So I wasn't going to buy in that sort of like, I guess, euphoria up. I want to see this one actually hold. Like it's just going kind of crazy here. Every time it breaks 445 and a half, slams back down into VWAP. I want it closing at VWAP. I still feel like the overall market itself is rejecting some lower highs. There is a topping tail candle at VWAP on the NASDAQ and potentially a second one forming. So if that's going to be the case, then you got to be patient on some of those longs. I see Amazon still doing the same thing. It broke the trend. I want the volume weighted average price. I'd reload this if it wasn't as strong as it is. But it's one of the strongest stocks. Like, to me, the trend break either works or it doesn't. And if it's that strong, like IBIT, right? Like, I got the trend break, and because I never get in full unless it's closed underneath the trend line, I had to wait till it closed under the trend line and then try to get my price. So just being relatively patient with those two shorts, at least for now. RHawk, I'm glad you brought this one up because we should never ignore the visualizer. And I've seen a few people mention Nerve today. And much to my chagrin, I promise you Sharif is all over these. If Sharif's not on this one, then whatever, he'll be on this one. 285% to the upside, and it's above the volume weighted average price. I'm pretty sure that follows the rules as a strong breakout trade. Right at the open, this one just shot. Like, look at this stock hold the volume weighted average price. And as we usually say, if you're trading these, the pre-market is one of your best friends a lot of times. Like, and this is like if you really just want to be buying VWAP in the pre-market and then just making sure because of liquidity, that you might have. Oh, make sure your broker has stop orders and all functionality for trading in the pre-market. I should always say that. Some brokers, they don't have all their keys available. They only allow certain types of stops. For us, it's basically no different. So I forget to say that, but you should always make sure that you have all that functionality for trading in the pre-market. But it holds VWAP really nicely and breaking out. So good shout out on Nerve, I should say. I hope it keeps up for you. Just no one ever went broke taking profit on those types of names.
All right, we're still at our daily goal, but we were at 1.5 times before we took that SoFi trade. Sorry, it wasn't the SoFi trade, it was the IBIT trade right there. So we're going to wait to see if it's almost going to break right now, break below, and then we can go short because it's, I just want to get some sort of a confirmation. We could lose again if it does do that, but now at least if it breaks below 30s, we can use this 40 area that it's battling with right now as an out. So it's trying to break it right there. I want to see it break right into there, into that level right there. And then if and when that does happen, then I will be indicating a short on IBIT. So that's what I'm going to try right into there if that does come through. If not, like Neil said before, we don't have to mess around with stop orders or trigger them in if they don't fill. So that would be something. Gold right now down is it 7% there? I just saw someone say gold's extending. It was down 6, yeah, now 6.5% as gold gets nastier right now to the downside. Great opportunity to step in there, and I think buy. I really do think that. I do think that today might be one of those days where I'm not exposed to gold that much. I don't have that much exposure in this. I do think that there's a great opportunity to step in here and potentially take advantage of this dip down. We also talked about the miners as well, GDX right here. There's also GDXJ, which could be an opportunity as well to get the juniors in their GD. Yeah.
Oh, you said miners, so I'll include that one for you. But you have to hold only 1 week.
Only one, I don't know.
1 week. This dip on gold or the miners, whichever one you like, Bitcoin or the VIX.
I have to buy.
So you got to buy and hold for 1 week.
I would buy VIX
right here
because I think that there's more volatility coming.
Shoot, I shouldn't have given you the VIX.
In the market. No, but even gold or Bitcoin, I would rather own gold.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
then maybe because I think volatility is coming.
No, I said that one because I was thinking VIX and.
Yeah. But the thing is that VIX is a good hedge because I'm long only.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If things are feeling toppish and you're. Well, I was just sort of thinking the way I say the week is like we're getting into earnings. We'll have Netflix earnings. We'll have Intel doesn't matter that much, but you're starting to get back in earnings, so it gets you a cycle of some of the bigger names starting to come through, but not all the way through earnings season. I'm getting
nervous. That's why I didn't buy the dip in Amazon, but I really like Amazon. I mean, I sold, like you guys know, I sold some Oracle, I sold some SMR. Like we sold some names that I sold some AMD that I thought were getting a little frothy here ahead of earnings. So I'm a little cautious heading into this season. The name that I think can break out is Softy. I think you can have
PayPal's at 70.
PayPal's at 70 again. Oh man, I really like PayPal. I think Softy has a good chance of going as being one of the next ones to get up there. If they come with another great report like they had right here, they had one of the best reports, and that was right on this day. You can go back. I had to move my. Got to see when was that? July 30th. Microsoft nailed it, right? They went from 520 up to 560. It was like a 10% move on earnings. And since then, it's done nothing but fade back out. Like you might have missed that earnings, but then you got it right back, and it's right here, right now. So Microsoft, to me, is on a possible springboard here off the 50-period moving average. So that would be the one that I do like. And obviously Tesla, I still think Tesla's a great story. Long term, honestly, and I like that. I mean, especially with the strength there in GM today. Maybe some of the car market, the car market is maybe not as broken as maybe we had thought. And I mean, I saw yesterday, and look, don't at me, man, but at Ford Performance Center, where my daughter plays and the Maple Leafs play and all that kind of stuff, they're sitting in the lobby. They have a Mach-E, and I actually think it looks pretty good. The Ford,
that's what I should have checked.
The Mach-E. It's kind of like it's like a crossover type of thing. By the way, I guess you're out of IBIT. I was just noticing IBIT ripping.
Both of my shorts I just got up. There was a really cool, and I should have checked the model. There was a Ford, some kind of a giveaway raffle at the Jays game, but I was too focused on.
Was it like it wasn't? If it's not the F-150, it's probably.
No, dude. I was walking through a crowd, turned to my left, and saw it. And knew that it was a Ford, but then like that was it. And I walked.
Yeah, it's probably a Mach-E or whatever.
I'm sure it was. Just very quickly before we go up to Adair, it's only 10:50. Three things happened. The first one is rounded bottom. We're breaking that VWAP on the NASDAQ again. That looks pretty strong. So I jumped out. It was different on IBIT. Here, I'll start with IBIT because I used a stop on IBIT. Right, like the stop's going to be at the high. I actually punched out. It was like 5 cents from my stop. But once I saw the futures doing what they're doing, I'm like, no, I'll just punch out and save myself the 5 cents on IBIT. And then I punched right out of Amazon as well, as it was holding like 220.80. So we got the sniper short on Amazon. But right now I'm like 3 for 5. It's 3 for 5 on symbols, but that's kind of like misleading because like one of the stocks I'm down on, like I've shorted 1, 2, 3, 4 times on IBIT and gone 1 for 4 on IBIT to be one of the down symbols. But like Amazon, I just took the one trade in Amazon, and I never got back in SMR.
Boo.
But SMR only. The thing about SMR is it's really just been the same 41.5. Like it's tried to break that 42, topping tail wick. There was multiple opportunities at the open to get it at that price, but you had like one good shot to get it the second time through on that. I think we're going to Adara, and then we'll come back and look at that Ford.
Okay.
We're talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to take a look here at the U.S. dollar. So nice look here for the USD. Nice uptrend here from these lows. Now, again, we still have that level of resistance here at 99.5. Let's see if we can crack above it. Unfortunately, I don't have too much more to tell you guys with regards to economic data because we still don't really have very much. But again, Friday, let's see if we get that CPI print. Again, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which releases and is in charge of this data, has said it is going to be released. Let's see if that hopefully comes to fruition because it'll give the Fed more data to parse through for their October 29th meeting. That is right. In 1 week from tomorrow, we will have another Fed meeting. Now, we are, of course, expecting a 25 basis point rate cut, but we'll have to wait and see. I think the commentary coming out of this meeting and the commentary from Fed Chair Jerome Powell should be pretty interesting given the lack of data the Fed's really had to parse through due to the aforementioned government shutdown. Now at 3 p.m., just a little bit of housekeeping here, 3 p.m. Eastern, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will be speaking, followed closely by Fed's Waller at 3:30 p.m. So a little bit of speak later in the day. Not too much right now, though. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
It's not bad. I mean, I don't think it's that bad. It's kind of like us, like kind of like a little bit like a crossover type of thing here. But anyways, yeah, I don't know if I don't want to make it. I don't want to do something I'm not allowed to do here. But yeah, there it is. I think that's pretty decent looking car anyways for a Ford. It caught my eye there. And, maybe as we buy American and everything like that, I mean, you can see what Ford's doing right now, and it seems like it wants to go up right there. What a good bounce off of the 50-period moving average. I mean, we did have that fire in the booth, and then now all the way to the upside. Shout out to my English friends there, fire in the booth, Charlie Sloth. Yeah, they had to fire out one of their suppliers, their aluminum, I believe, and they had to go through that, and that created a nice move to the downside right there, bouncing quite cleanly off of 1150. So yeah, nice move there for Ford, and we'll see if it can again battle itself back to the upside there and take out this 13 and maybe give us an opportunity to sell. I'm still in some kind of Ford as well, so if we can sell it somewhere up here, I think that would be a reasonable opportunity for me to do that. Yeah, I almost bought. What's up, Sonny, there in the chat? Happy Diwali to everybody again. I bought gold today, actually. I just bought some right there on the dip while we threw to Adara. And then Oracle, I almost bought yesterday, but I said to Neil, like, I want to get less AI exposure because every single stock I own, I might as well be running that Moat ETF or whatever, some sort of a Mag 7 ETF, because like those are pretty much everything that I own in real quantities. I mean, obviously my biggest holding by far is the S&P 500. So, that's something there. And then just now on gold, I bought the dip. So I'll have to double check what price we got, but I think it was around 378. But here's the move back up. Like I just bought it literally 5 minutes ago when Adara was talking. So I put a little bit less than that, probably 378.50. So it doesn't matter. Silver, I just heard, or we heard before. I don't know if it's still true.
It was tanking.
Yeah. So down now 8%. And I heard before when it was tanking that it was its lowest drop since 2021 in one single day for silver. So
wow.
I'm going to go to Adara, but Adara, I also want to ask you if there was anything specifically on silver, but I do know you have another story. So what's up with Adara?
Yeah, I'll look here into silver news. I haven't seen anything, but as we discussed yesterday with Michael Dawson, the market recap show, Neil and myself, silver does tend to be pretty volatile. Apparently, it has to, I guess they're just retreating from record highs. When I look it up, that's all I see. If there's anything else, I'll let you guys know, but I haven't heard anything about it either for what it's worth. We'll talk here about CSX. This is CSX Corp. They actually reported earnings last week. Axios saying that this name could potentially be a takeover target, specifically from BNSF Railway. Now, BNSF Railway is a wholly owned subsidiary of Berkshire Hathaway. So this is a kind of a Berkshire-related catalyst. Basically, Axios' reasoning behind this is that apparently Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern have set November 14th as the shareholder dates for their potential merger. Now, should that merger go through and be approved, it does set the stage for more takeovers and deals in the sector. And again, Axios believing that CSX, specifically with BNSF as a buyer, is the most likely candidate here if we get more railway deals. Back to you.
Advantage of nobody else taking them is hot.
We'll have to see who's Thursday. Yeah, we were just talking. We have Tennessee. Oh, we already used the Colts. When did we use the Colts? I don't.
Yeah,
remember.
we
okay.
all of our. It's bad luck. The entries in our suicide pool that didn't have the Colts that could have used them got eliminated elsewhere. So it's like,
look at this. Look what I've started here with lunch. Now we have odds.
I swear to God, if we
now Gavin is now bookkeeping this, giving us the odds right now: 3-1 for tilapia. 10-1 for grilled chicken. I mean, I think you're probably.
No,
oh, there it is.
We'll
call it up. It's on the board right now.
You got to reverse those because the chicken is.
The chicken is more likely,
yeah,
but
grilled chicken is 3-1.
Hey Neil, I mean, this is why these are odds, man. You can take them. You take them if you like them. I mean, you might see some value.
No,
there.
You've got it 10-1 on grilled chicken. You've got to take that.
That's great value. That's for sure.
Great value.
There it is. There, and then blackened. So you're even going blackened now. I mean, just salmon itself could be 15-1, right? The beef strogie, 50-1. That's probably pretty good odds there. And then also with tacos. So there's probably odds for tacos, but is Fabian here? We got to make that a little bit
like
longer
100-1.
On the stats, on the amount of keys allowed.
What if we've had tacos 3 times?
That's why I'm wondering about the taco
ever?
call. I'm wondering about the taco.
I feel like maybe 3 or 4 times ever we've had tacos.
Yeah, taco odds. They're not great odds.
A little
there for
longer.
Taco, but
maybe a little longer.
Okay, so we are going to do. Oh shit! What's for lunch? I didn't even realize the time. Here we are doing.
I thought that's why you did it.
No, I was like, it's too. I was thinking to myself, it's too early.
I
I'm not
just
going to do
assumed
this
that's why you're doing
And then all of a sudden, I looked over. It's 10:57. Oh boy, well, you're having fun. All right, so nice move upside here. I was like, what am I even doing? Where am I? Okay, here we go. What is for lunch? So we have the odds up there right now. Oh God, something hit on that board.
Grilled chicken.
Something hit on that board.
Oh, please don't be tilapia. Like yesterday was the perfect day. The only thing that could ruin how great yesterday is tilapia.
What is on the menu is not something that is land-bearing. We have garlic buttered salmon.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, hold on a second. We just got some more shares here on the TQs, so I do have to manage this a little bit. Right now, let me put a bid out just really quickly. It's garlic buttered salmon with roasted seasoned veg and roasted potatoes, along with a juicy, tender chef salad. So shout out right there to our caterers. It seems like they're doing a good job there today. The salmon buttered, there it is. So we've never had, I think we actually, don't we normally have lemon, dill, we have the blackened salmon fish or tilapia or anything like that, but this is also garlic buttered salmon.
We've had salmon a bunch of times. I don't remember that specifically.
I think this would be nice.
I think
there, we'll be fine with
Before we get out of here, I will say that the J theme was great, but yesterday we got like the best news ever. And I won't get into too many deals, but a good friend of ours got very good news for his daughter. And
that's fantastic.
It was. I was saying like yesterday was like the best day in my life outside of my daughter being born and like my wedding day, just because.
So your third best day of your life.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because, no, but like that, it's up there, and it wasn't about the Jays. It was about the news that we got from a good friend of ours and his 5-year-old daughter. So it was great. And the market, by the way, I know it's 10:59.
10:59.
I know, but the NASDAQ's right about to get to the highs, and I didn't take the break of 45 here, and I think I'm just going to slap where's the fail button?
45, on Tesla.
Yeah, like I took it the first time, and I didn't take it the second time, so I'm going to see if I can't get picked up. Maybe it'll swipe back down and pick me up in front of you all, but Tesla has broken trend decisively, and I'm jumping into that. Well, I mean, we'll try to get into that long. So thank you so much, everybody, this morning. It's been a fun one, and the fact that the market is going green in about like a point or two is absolutely amazing.
We went back short in the TQs, but our stop is 108. So if it comes out, it comes out. Nothing we can do about it.
We get a super chat. But right before we go, 11 o'clock, just hit Control Alt Escape.
Let's do it.
Says we love SoFi.
There we go.
Go SoFi. Hold it forever.
SoFi, that's too bad. That's a frustrating one for me because it's all the way up right now, and we had the long and we dumped it. So there goes SoFi.
But is it golden?
Yeah, I don't know. It's going up. Soda pop.
I don't know the rest of the words. That's the only.
It's not that song, Sharif, but it's close to that. No, man. It's K-pop Demon Hunters, guys.
Yeah, you guys don't know. They don't.
Guys, just focus.
They don't
over
have
there,
kids.
okay? Like,
if you don't have kids, you don't know. It's not.
If it was on the label of a creatine bottle, Joe would be all over that thing. But right there. So
not untrue.
All right, shut it. No, he talked about creatine yesterday. He said he's never giving it up. I don't want to offend these guys because sometimes Sharif, it's like I don't want to be. Okay, good. Yeah, we're just playing around. Okay, here we go, guys. I think sometimes maybe he is, but okay, here we go. Here's a nice move down on the TQs, man. We are right back to our day high on this on our account right now with this trade in the TQQs. It came right up, man. We put on way too many units. It's a nice move to the downside now, but I'm going to start to cover and throw it over to the guys, the most handsome team here. Well, if I joined them. Okay.
Also, the team ducking that push-up challenge.
Oh, yeah, there were some comments. There was some comments on that in the chat.
Yeah, there were some comments
people
about
are
y'all
upset.
ducking that. You guys said you would do that challenge like months and months ago. All right?
People are upset, Neil.
I'm upset.
And now we have to answer to it.
We
have to sit here and answer to this.
In all seriousness, we get a lot of questions about why aren't the guys doing it. It's genuine. People want to see that push-up challenge. I've already put my money on Sharif for what it's worth. So with that, let's throw it to Joe and Sharif, the push-up challenge, and the midday.
Now they're using excuses. They need an undercard. See what I'm saying? This is the problem. Listen, Wilson Katina Capital right now, the merger is on hold right now.
There will be no undercard.
All right, let's go back over to these guys. Thank you, guys. See you.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy, Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And yes, we had somebody vote no for my my earnings weekly note yesterday, just specifically because we didn't do the push-up count.
Yeah. That was our guy.
So the people, the Katina man is absolutely accurate.
That was our guy, Sports and Stonks.
I know.
Man.
All right, guys, chase the packs. Ronaldo, Hangry Wife, Shadow, S7. We got Jacques and Oxlong, Busy, Trader, Super, no, yes, Big 40, Nephew. Shout out to Mr. Susie himself and Kevin M. Amanda K. Stang joining us, as well as Brown Lighting and Professor Love. How about RB, running back? Ebb and Flow, Portfolio, Chase the Packs, Buffalo Soldier, excuse me. We got Jeffrey Cardoza and Green Day Dean. Love that. Fresh Trades, we got Victory Mindset. Love the name, man. Mary, Fox Gaming, Dark Room. We got Safe. We got 420. Bud Monster. Adrenaline Angle. Chicago 1807 and Jody Mills. We got TE Tester and Jelly Bean Giant. Oh, I like that. Ket, Copy, Paste, and Papacito joining us, as well as Jason Coingy. We got Mike PD Ryder. I don't know why I'm so hyper, bro. I just had one sip of coffee. Rhino Day, Medical Marinara, and one more. Ichiro, the OG. What a... Bro, let me tell you, man. I'd stay up late yesterday. I thought I'd be tired, but let me tell you, I'm living off the adrenaline.
You're still living off of it, man. I heard.
Usually I'm in sleep.
I told you guys, man. I fell asleep at the top of the 6th, and then I woke up to the city just and I'm like, let's go.
Absolutely loved it.
Let's go, Just Living. Yeah, good to see you in the chat. All right, guys, enough of that. Go Blue Jays, go. Obviously, extremely important. But we also want to talk about what we were trading on today's session. Now, to start it off, surprisingly, we were short Bitcoin. And then we take this move, comes right back to the break even, following the rules. We get out, and we're patient, and then we get a 5-minute signal to short it again. So we decided to go short once more, and then we take the majority off, and we get a stop out break even. And since then, guys, I have not shorted Bitcoin. Why? Because it broke through some key levels, and it's extremely strong today. So we don't want to be going against the flow. We caught our pullbacks, and then sure enough, look at it continue to climb. I also bought a little bit more as well, too. Sharif can finally hear. That's big. We're going to go off to Adara, and then we're going to go through my other trades that we put on today.
Yeah, OpenAI here set to have an event, apparently to debut its agentic AI browser. As this is announced, we do get a push lower here in GeoOGL. Again, Google breaking down here as OpenAI announces a live stream to debut its agentic AI browser. Because anybody missed this here, we're down like $5 from that when that was announced. I'm looking to see when this event is here from OpenAI. If it's today, I'll certainly follow it for you guys. Back to you.
There. All right, guys. So that's IBIT. We'll go 2 for 2 on that one. And then TSLL. I know Neil was trading Tesla long this morning as well, too. Very identical entries here. But you can see off of those lows, we just start adding up. And then sure enough, we piece it out all the way up to approximately 83s off of the lows. And then we get our last little bit break even stop there. And then now, we're long some AMD off of the lows, and that's slowly starting to work for us out here. We're going to try to hold this last little bit. I have one out left, all the way to the volume-weighted average price. But there it is, traded 3 names, all green on today's session. It's good when the Blue Jays win. Come in. The next day, you close your Amazon swing position. Bang, contracts closed. 220, shares closed. Bang, 221. Just like that, as quick as you like. And then you have some good intraday trading. And also, the algo rocking and rolling.
All right. Something's going on with Google. So yes.
She just brought it to
Thank you for that, guys. Yes, Google Adara. It's right there. Google lower after OpenAI announces agentic browser event. Thank you for that, Adara. We're going to keep an eye out on that. 3.5%, and the blood is flowing from the veins of Google right now. Let's have a look at the intraday chart. This is the daily, so we're already touching the 20 EMA on the daily. Let's take a quicker look. Oh no, Joey.
Yeah.
The bottom dropping off, but bottoming tail candle. I know you like these candles. I know the algo's based off some of these candles.
The algo would pick this
I'm gonna have to start giving away the secret sauce, Joey. Yeah, no, I'm playing. I don't even know the sauce. 246.86 low, trying to move back into 248.5. Keep your eye out for that 250. We were trading lower to start the day anyway on GOOGL, as the boys were talking about. We were trading around 253 and change, and then the blood started dropping 3.5% right now for Google. We will keep you updated on any new news right now. Very graphic description. Sorry, Roland Joe, it's the coffee, brother. You can blame the coffee. All right, here's the deal. If we have more information on Google, rest assured, Adara will bring it to us. But for the moment, we're going to focus on regularly scheduled programming. And if you're a watcher of the Midday show, you know exactly what that is. It's going to be some crypto large caps, and then, of course, my favorite, small cap gappers. Case in point, VSEE, penny stock. I'm talking about 89 pennies. Oh, sorry, 80 pennies, 79 pennies, two bottoming tail candles into 75. I love this level. Why do I like it? Look at the pre-market high. Rejects off 75. We clear. We go up to 99.5. Come back down. We're holding 75. I've got 77s. Wetting the beak here into the 80s. Looking for a continuation up. Anything below 74 ends the trade. Adara.
Yeah, I just want to provide a bit of an update here with OpenAI and Google. As I mentioned earlier, I wasn't quite sure when the event was going to be happening, but this OpenAI event is going to be happening at 1 p.m. Apparently, this being speculated here, they're going to be announcing a new agentic AI browser, which is, of course, going to be competition for GOOGL, which is known for its search browsers. I've been looking for any links for this event. OpenAI is not known for having their events be super easy to find with regards to links or be super accessible. Either way, I certainly have sources on X that I'll be using here to follow this event at 1 p.m. once it starts. I'll remind you guys intermittently, but in case you missed it, that is why GOOGL has dropped so sharply. OpenAI said to have this event at 1 p.m. Very likely to be about agentic AI browsing. Back to you.
Gora, brother, look at this. So screen Assassino, please, and thank you. Yeah, check this out, brother. NVDA today, it picked it up. Like, look how beautiful that is. It picked it up. I just turned to it. Boom. And then you just hit, wow, rewind that. It just hit the target right there. That's beautiful stuff, man. Gaurav, no, I mean, this is what we were writing, and that worked out. It picked it up here on today's session. So fantastic stuff on that one there, Sharif. So, yeah, really, really good luck on that. And I'm enjoying it. And hopefully, you know what I mean? Yeah, Bitcoin is mad Rip City. Back up to 64. I bought a little bit more as well, too. So not too bad of a look there, Katina, man. This might be the bounce, but there it is. What a beautiful pickup. As soon as you mentioned it, I'm like, yo, did it pick? Let me go and check the algo to see if it picked it up. And it did. So absolutely beautiful stuff. I'm loving that, Sharif. We're still in this AMD long. You're not going to see it. I can add a little bit here because we might get back to the volume weighted average price. I won't put in anything substantial. It'll be essentially just a free roll as we come back into the lower end of the range, and then you guys can just see my average from that point. And if we get back to VWAP, then whoop-de-doo.
I like that. Where is that from?
Young Thug.
Yeah, okay. No, I thought it was something completely different. All right, all good there. Couple of trades. Let's go into the first one. So we're taking scalps here on VSEE. It's having trouble putting in another higher high on the 5-minute chart. It's making higher lows, and they're all bottoming tail. But you can feel maybe that the sellers are in control. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. New trade, CLOV, pulling into the 10 EMA on the 5. This one's up 10.5%. Clover Health, I believe, is CLOV. Let me double check. It is, yes. So let's see if this one holds up at the 10. It's been quite respectful of trend. Let's go ahead and put a possible beak wetter at the $0.25, and then we'll layer some orders possibly into that high at day, which currently is 329. So we'll front run that at 8s. That's what I'm keeping my eye on. But here are the side charts of the day. And look, yes, NERV, the biggest, the baddest of them all today, up 296%. I like it, but the issue with this one is it's $11, $10.50, and it's also continually putting in lower highs. It's up, as I mentioned, almost 300%, but I need a decided trend break, and that to me means above $11, okay? So it just wicked into 11 and rejected again, and right back, coming back into that 10.5, where this one has had trouble closing above 10.5. All the 5-minute candles, save and except for what we were doing prior to 10.05, have all closed below 10.5. this is the first candle to actually wick above that level. We'll see what NERV has to offer. There it moves into the mid-80s, looking to take out 11. Let's watch here as NERV tries to recover. There's 11. Seller, 11 and a quarter. Get it, NERV. All right, maybe we just got to speak badly about these and then just watch them pop up. So we're going to have to look to get in on this one here some way, somehow. I'll wait into maybe a 10.5 retracement. I'm not exactly sure what my method is going to be to get into NERV at the moment. I need to watch it a little bit more, kind of get used to some of its characteristics. So NERV in focus for me, but so is RANI. This is a holdover from yesterday. It looks like as if it had a 3 rejection, and it hasn't had quite any success really since that time, because it's been putting in lower highs and lower lows and kind of a rounded top shape. BYND will maintain its position on the side chart for me because of what it did yesterday, and if it starts getting going, I want to know about it. ACRS as well, very stair step up. Good look, 21 1/3. Issue is, it's light on volume. We're getting maybe 50,000, 75,000 shares per 5-minute candle, so the spread on this one might be, it may not be for everybody. Keep your eye on it. IVVD, another one. This is not a big mover, 11 and change, looking to go 12% on the day, 221 high, but as you see, respectful trend, higher highs, higher lows off the 10 EMA, and I've already mentioned Clover. ACHV, the last one there on the bottom right of your screen. This one might lose its spot momentarily here on the side chart as it has lost the volume weighted average price, and that's not really my move. So those are the ones we're looking at. CLOV and VSEE are the ones I'm involved in right now. We'll see if they can catch a bid off technical levels. If not, I'm getting the hell out of there. Let's go back to NERV quickly before we send it back to Joey. Yeah, this is the kind of the thing about these small cap gappers. They all have different characteristics, and you'll notice repetition of that same sort of characteristics throughout the day. So if they happen, I'm just giving you an example. If they make a new high, and then every time they make a new high, they retrace aggressively, chances are they're going to keep doing that. And if they obviously have upper wicks that are met with aggressive selling at key levels, it's going to keep doing the same thing. So there you go. You get the 11 1/4 break, and it drops back all the way down at 10.5, Joey. This could be a buy area because we were talking about 10.5 possibly being that level of resistance. Does it now act as support? We'll have to watch NERV. What do you got? Google's really dropping here, guys. Go ahead, Joey.
Smoked. Yeah, Google's getting smoked. What isn't, though, is AMD as it continues to climb higher there, guys. Google down from, what was that candle print, 252 down to 246. We piece a little bit out here, guys. Final target being the volume weighted average price. As we're starting to approach that level, we took out what we added. Now you can see that average getting moved up. Rocking and rolling here, guys, so not too bad of a look. I was looking at a potential bounce on Google, but that signal has now gone and continuing its southeast trajectory, selling aggressively here, guys. The street not liking this whatsoever, so we'll be patient. This might be it for AMD as Google may start to drag the market down. Amazon's holding it up. We got Apple holding around 263 flats roughly, and then we got AMD and NVDA continuing to climb. NVDA up to 182.13, so an absolute beautiful look there. The algo picked this one up, Gore. We were talking about that. Bang. That's some beautiful stuff. And there we go, another pop, guys. I'm going to take this last bit out as AMD is climbing right back into the volume weighted average price. It's been a pretty good day all around here, guys. Long-term pick, what would you choose? So gold, silver, ETH, IBIT. Oh, man, I got to go with the digital. I'm going digital gold. I think a lot of individuals, the favoring is in the actual physical gold, which, you can't go wrong with. Obviously, what we've seen over the past year or so in gold has been absolutely phenomenal. But there it is, a big time out on AMD. We catch the long on Tesla. That works out. We caught a couple shorts on Bitcoin. That's still climbing higher. Let's rock and roll. We grabbed a little bit more, and we're all out of Amazon because that's at 222 now, even a little bit north of that, Sharif.
All right, we're doing it live here on NERV. We got 77s. We just went the beak through 11. 11 resistance right now. NERV, 11 resistance. Anything below 1040 ends the trade for me. We're in at 77s. There's a huge seller at 11, and they keep refreshing. Even if you clear the whole dollar, they're refreshing their position at, 1104, 1105. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Dropping back into the mid-90s over here, looking for continuation through 11. It's higher highs and higher lows. Current bar low is 1054. So that's what's going on, Katina Man. You're short Google? The Katina Man short the market right now, and he's yelling up a storm because he's plinting. That's why. Get it, Katina Man. Here we go, baby. We're taking more out through the Katina Man's getting crazy. I love it. All right, here we go. 1105. We got this one. Looking for continuation on NERV. Show me 8s now. Can we get low teens? We still got some over here looking for that 11.25 pop. Here's what I'm doing. I'm dropping my stop to current bar low. As I mentioned, current bar low 54. So let's go ahead and wait at 49 just to give it a little bit of room there. So that's exactly what we'll do, and then I'll cancel my prior stop. So make sure to clean up your stops, guys. Don't be a schmuck like me and make mistakes like that. So there we go. We've cleaned up that stop. We've got a couple of outs left on this bad boy, but this current bar on the 5-minute is a lower high. So the prior bar high goes to about 1129. This current bar is 1111. So we definitely need continuation. It's good that we have higher lows, but we also need those higher highs to keep the trend going. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now on NERV. Anything below the $0.5 ends the trade for me. So keep an eye on that. Let's go back to CLOV. No prints yet on this. We got 23s. This is much slower of a move, so you don't need to manage this as, aggressively. Looking for that continuation possibly into the high of the day at around 29. Why there's so many polls? Wasn't there just a poll like a second ago? I'm cautious. I'm choosing caution.
I went full send.
I just wanted to get the poll to get out of my way, right? So then that's what I'm looking at right now, Joey. NERV, and I got CLOV. There goes NERV again into 11, and again it's met with some selling. Let's watch now. 1108. 1110, 1115. All right, so making a little bit of higher lows, and then it drops right back into 11 again. So let's keep patience here as I'm looking for that $0.25 print. We're going to the big desk.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, Netflix earnings, of course, tonight. If you're looking for an earnings preview in terms of what to look for from the report and what Netflix did last quarter, I've been posting these starting, I guess, about a month ago now for major earnings names. You can find this on X at TTV Research. This is now live on X, and there will be a whole bunch of these as we continue earnings season for these major earnings plays. One for TSLA is already ready to go. It'll be posted tomorrow. So again, stay tuned on X if you're looking for earnings content with this very busy earnings season. I have been posting implied moves infographics for all of the names and also specific previews for names like NFLX, which are certainly going to be worth watching. Again, guys, Google's still dropping. In case you missed the moves on GOOGL, OpenAI apparently hosting a live stream at 1 p.m. A lot of speculation that it's going to be announcing a new agentic browser, and Google, as someone who is very much in the browser space, negatively impacted by that catalyst. Back to you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Okay, we got multiple eyes across the board on this potential 5-minute print here on Google, looking for that long there. And most definitely, we want to see if the algo picks it. I'm going to stop talking about it. But anyways, yeah, guys, not too bad of a look. Let's see if that breaks. We're going to get involved on it with it as soon as we crack and hold this 5-minute print. I mean, we do have to give ourselves a little bit of risk. So grabbing some at maybe 50% of the wick, that might be a little bit of a stretch, but if we continue to bounce here, because that was some aggressive selling down 3.8%, I think that we might be able to get a little bit of a bounce back towards the volume weighted average price. So it's patience right now. That's exactly what we want to see from a technical standpoint. We have the volume correlating with it, and then we have that completely closed hammer candle. So yeah, I'm just going to be patient, and if it comes anywhere south of that body, of the candle, then I'm going to look to be getting involved. And you have to just put on the risk because this is a pretty high quality setup. I'm going to put it around the B area, and if it starts to work, we're going to be adding into it substantially because this has a high probability, and I like it a lot. So we'll continue to monitor what Google's up to. I don't know if the catalyst is cause for that selling that we just experienced. But hey, listen to what the price action is telling you. We have multiple engulfing volume prints, and then now we have something that can act as potential stopping volume. So let's rock and roll. I think this might be a good opportunity to get our toes a little wet as we're coming south into this body. This is almost exactly what I want to see. Nothing too aggressive to the downside and holding key levels. So enough talk. Let's get a little bit more action and wait for a potential pop there in GOOG. where am I? GL, 5-letter ticker there, Sharif. There we go. AMD starting to climb higher. That hit target at the volume weighted average price. We were out just a little bit south of that, but not too bad of a trade there. Boom. You add, we get the reload up here at 236.50, and then we take it out at 237.24. So not too bad of a look on AMD. Now let's get Google rocking and rolling. This might take some time to turn around, but I like our chances here, Sharif.
All right, man. This is what happens, guys, with these small cap gappers. And, you know, yeah, that's what it is. So we followed our plan to the T. We got out at 10.5. If it failed 10.5, that's exactly what it did. It rocketed up. It made lower highs. I'm talking about NERV. So we had 77s on. Best print I had was in the high teens. So, yeah, we don't make nearly as much as I had hoped for something as parabolic and as strong as NERV, but it is still putting in generally lower highs. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. CLOV, decent, still stair-stepping up, showing me 27s. It just got into 28s. We have a profit taker at 29s, front-running that level. New trade, I'm back into VSEE. So this one broke trend, held VWAP, but I fear a bull trap because we have an aggressive candle to make a new high, not intraday high, but local area high. And then it's dropping back down. So we have 85s on at the moment. I'm looking for continuation into local area highs, possibly 90, give or take. Here we go, moving back into about 83.5, 84. Looks like we're close to hitting that 84 penny level. So I'm keeping my eye on that. BYND's reawakening though, and this could be interesting. So let's load up BYND. It just got a nice breakout candle into that $0.25 level. Let me just add BYND over here because it's not updating. Do you have that issue where your charts don't update unless they're on the side chart?
No.
No?
Sometimes they just take forever to load.
Oh yeah, well, nice for you. Here we go. BYND up 58% and looking for more. 232. This one broke trend. So I perceive there to be resistance at 230. I know we have a 230, a 248 high day, but look what it was doing over here. It kept rejecting 230 in the pre-market. So I am kind of on the lookout right now for continuation on BYND. I'm going to get in here and I'm going to defend this into 220. Yeah, is this the right move? I'm just trying to think. Yeah, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get in, and we're going to try to defend this into 220. I have no idea what's going on with the system today, man. There we go. Like, what's wrong with this thing? Bizarre. All right, here we go. Nice. Now we're in. Now we're involved. BYND, looking for a continuation above 230. What did we get? We got 29s. So not bad. Let's go ahead and post at some levels over here. If we get a nice price spike up, we want to get involved. So that's what we're looking for there on BYND. Let's go manage some of these trades though. CLOV still hanging out near highs. Nothing for me to do there. VSEE, zagging, not giving me that 85 break and take. We've got some orders posted here. Let's go ahead and post some more, possibly a little bit higher at 88. So that's what I'm looking at. Joe, what do you got?
Good stuff there, guys. All right, so we're still sitting in this trade, slowly starting to cook up for us. Man, it did. All right, good stuff. So yeah, this is working, guys. I think if we crack this 247 level, this can give us an opportunity to free roll our position, add a little bit of size, and then get that move back towards the volume weighted average price. I think that if Google starts to rock and roll and climb higher, it's going to drag the overall market with it. Considering it's held up pretty well. We had Amazon climbing higher and then Google tanking, and the market really didn't overreact, which is really good. So any form of a bid climb higher in Google, then we're gonna I think we can have the ability to head into the volume weighted average price. Now AMD, once again, guys, right back towards VWAP. That's the primary target on that one. That's looking really good. And IBIT, haven't talked too much about it, but here it goes all the way, opening price at $61 to $64. So that's a beautiful look in some of these crypto names. Haven't looked at Ether, so we'll go ETHA and see what that one's up to. 29.20 to 30.72, so a big time move in some of these cryptos coins, so not too bad. we'll hold off on holding, or sorry, what we're going to do essentially is just be patient and wait, because we're not cracking the lows. So once we break through that resistance zone, I mentioned before, next target's going to be VWAP, and that's exactly what I'm going to be patient. It may take some time. I mentioned multiple entries might be the scenario we're sitting in. Considering the momentum to the downside, it's going to take a while for the ship to turn around. So Sharif, I'm sitting in this Google. We caught it on the algo. We're loving it right now.
I love it. This guy, he's pumped about the algos. I'm pumped for him, man, because that's a hell of a move, Joey. Shout out to you, my man. Hard work pays off, baby. All right, here we go. We're doing VSCE. We're doing it live. We've got some shares on over here at 85, 84, 99 technically. Current bar high, 87.25. Looking for continuation on my friend over here, VSEE. Just hoping it's not one of these bull traps where we continue trend, which is lower high. So here's what I mean by that. Like, if you were to draw this trend line, this would be a clean downtrend, even if we did, you know, rounded bottom, defend VWAP, and pop back up. This would still be a continuation of trend. This is what concerns me. So if we get above 90, I don't think that that's a continuation of trend. That will be breaking downward structure. And that's kind of what I'm looking for there. 87's popping up. Seller at 87. Can we shake them? 87s, 88s, Joey. We get the print. We're looking for more. We're going to post at 89. And you know where we're going to post after 89, Joey?
90. 90. Come on, 90.
He was concentrating. I'll give him that. I'll give him that, Neil. He was concentrating on what he needed to do, so that's respectful there. But shout out to the man, Joe.
I got it right, though. 90.
You did get it right. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the life of a penny stock trader, right? You're taking profits at these penny levels. That's what they are. All right, so that's what we're doing. Let's go ahead and have a look at Clover Go. Clover Go. We got shares on this one too. Let's wet the beak here. We're looking for continuation into the high of the day. We're showing 29s right now, which is the high of the day, so we want 30s. But how about that BYND trade, man? I want to shout out D Westermeyer, man. He's been holding this one for a hot minute, and he's got a target in mind, and he's going to take profits at that target. D, I'm not going to let him know where you're taking profits, but I just want to let them know that you are going to take profits. Shout out to the man who called this one out for me yesterday, because I personally wasn't interested in trading this until D called it out, and then I had a look, and I did like the technical. So there we go. Nice breakout there on BYND. We'll take a nice price spike up into a local area high into 37s, showing me 36s again. We've got, what do we got on this one? 29s, so not a bad look. Looking for continuation here on BYND. Quickly back to ASSE as this one shows up at 88s again. We need a break of 90, man. We need a continuation into 90 and then a nice squeeze into that 99.5 penny high that we've got. Packing my patience here, Joey, on VSEE, excuse me.
Beautiful stuff, brother. All right, that's not what we want. Let's take a look at our top performing sectors on the day, and see what we got going on, guys. Consumer discretionary leading the way, up 1.3%. Industrials in second place, up 1%, 1 1/10 there approximately. Healthcare just under 0.5%. The materials down about 1/3, a little bit more than that, guys. Consumer staples down 0.5%, and utilities down 0.9%. Okay. Adara, talk to us.
We're talking about crypto, and it's pretty interesting here. Bitcoin initially looked like we were going to break that 3-day green streak. Now it looks like we're actually trying to extend that streak to 4 days of upside. Nice push up here from BTC, recovering really nicely after dropping for the latter half of last week. Now, the next level here of resistance, potentially, that we need to get above is that 116,000 level. That did serve as resistance going back to last Monday. Let's see if we can crack above it here. Before we send you back to the guys, let's take a look at some other cryptocurrencies as well. Ethereum, much like Bitcoin, continuing to try to push back higher after dropping. But unlike Bitcoin, we actually had a slightly higher low when we had that drop last week. So interesting look here. Our low from last Friday here coming in around just above 3,600, but certainly above the most recent, I guess, lower low there on Friday, October 10th, around 3,500. It's an interesting look for Ethereum. Take a look here at Solana as well. Solana looking actually very similar to Ethereum and Bitcoin as it has recently. We are in a downtrend from these local highs, but forming strong support here around 175. One more time here, for those who missed the news in Google, I do want to remind you guys, OpenAI set to have an event at 1 p.m. Eastern. Highly speculated they're going to be announcing a browser, which of course would be likely in competition with Google search. Back to you.
Get Rob. I'm not gonna deal. This is not my job, right? Like I'm. Anyway, all right, here we go. We're doing it again on VSSE. We got 4 green candles in a row as we work closer into that 90 penny level. I'm trying to layer the orders into this 90 penny level because I have a feeling it's not going to spend all that much time in any one price level. So VSSE, we got shares on this one, looking for a move in 1. Separately, continuing to watch CLOV as it steps up, but TT Mass telling me, Sharif, VELO, low volume runner. Let's take a look here at VELO, see what this one is all about.
Bang.
Let's take a look here, Joey.
All right, brother.
VELO, okay, not bad. Breaking out there on into 7 1/3. It's got a wide spread. It just jumped from 31 into 22. It's not too bad. It's up 22%-ish. Thank you for this one. I'm going to throw it up on the side chart. If it gets more volume, and obviously I'll be able to see the volume, it's done about 824,000 shares. If it picks up in volume and it looks good, I'm going to be very involved in it. Trust me, I have no qualms about trading these ones with lower volume if the price action and the chart pattern is sound. So I'm good with that, Joey. What do you got?
All right, good stuff there. Bang, we just caught that fill on Google. So a nice little move right there, guys, off of 246, a little bit more. So we'll hit it. Dollar Club just like that, folks. Man, oh man, what a great print. What a great print. I'm glad that Gaurav's involved. I'm glad that Los Pollos is involved as it's continuing to climb higher. And this is exactly what we were looking to see. Google breaking trend as well, too. So I know Neil might be looking at, or sorry, Apple breaking trend. I know Neil might be looking at this. He's a big fan of these trend breaks. Boom, to the top side. I want to break down Amazon a little bit here and get my just get behind my thoughts on what the swing trade was. And I'm more than happy to be out. Again, it was a successful trade, and we're not going to complain about it whatsoever. 30. That's the thing, Sharif. You can always, there's always more, right? That's unfortunately the human nature of things. But I'm like, hey, I'm accepting of this. I'm really happy. Obviously, there was a little execution issues, and I told you guys from a sizing standpoint, I didn't get in as much as I wanted to. But my goal was to go from 213 to 216.50, and I held it to 21 and 20. So 20 and 21. So I'm not going to complain. But anyways, enough of that. Why did I decide to go long? I mentioned a while ago, I'm like, hey, I'm looking for this name south of any key support levels and indecision prints. So essentially what happened is we have the downtrend breaking and correlating with the setup that we're specifically looking for. Now, what am I going long off of? This is the signals that we're looking for each and every day, and we'll pull out. Let's get all of these lines away, and then we'll get VWAP out of our way as well too. But right at some key support levels, you have buying pressure starting to step in, and sure enough, you have that indecision print. There's no volume supporting it, but I like the potential bounce off of that level. Why? Because the risk profile was defined, Sharif. If it broke 210, you're out of the trade. You're wrong. Be patient, wait a couple more days, wait another intraday session, whatever it may be, and then look for another indecision print. We didn't have to on this one. So we're fortunate enough to get the move that we were looking for in a span of a couple of days. And I mean, for a swing trade, that's not bad whatsoever. You can obviously always do a little bit more. But with that one, I'll say, hey, there we go. Good work. Adair, what do you got for us?
I want to mention Adobe here. Someone in the chat mentioned this one, so thank you to our chat for having eyes on every stock. Adobe is incredibly strong today. I looked it up. There wasn't any news today, but yesterday morning, the company actually announced they're launching a Foundry service that builds custom generative AI models for enterprises. So interesting look there for ADBE, Foundry play, I guess, or Founder service play, oddly enough, here for Adobe. Nice push to the upside. No news from today, but I did want to address the strength in this name, guys. Back to you.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Charles. Line back. Once again, guys, another move. I mean, you take $1 plus on this Google trade, and now it's starting to come in a little bit. We took a little bit more off there as it's struggling to climb higher. But other than that, Sharif, I like what the overall market's doing. NVDA putting in some topping signals. It's hard to short this name, considering that it's continuing to climb higher and almost at opening price.
All right, BYND is coming back in. I was looking for continuation. Look, it's not below the 10 EMA. It's breaking trend, though, at least on the 5, because it is making a new low. So it was preceded by this candle, which is a doji candle, which actually closed yellow on my screen. Yellow means that the opening price and the closing price were the same. And we know what the doji candle means. It is a candle of indecision and often a reversal candle. So here's the deal. We're going to get out of BYND here. If it takes out 40, I'll get back in. I really want to focus, though, on my trade on NERV. So it seems to be putting in generally support at 10s. I've given it to 950. I've got small share size, but I'm looking for a price spike up into the 10s. So I've layered my orders all the way up into around 11. It's got support here at the 20, but there generally seems to be this buy consolidation area in and around 10. There's 25. It's not. We got the print at 25. Nice move, man, on NERV, but we're not getting continuation. So we did get a 25 penny price spike up into, okay, now we're showing 25s again, 28s. Looking for continuation into the 30s. The next profit taker for me is in the 40s, though. We're looking for a squeeze into 11, possibly maybe a little bit higher. So that's what I'm looking at for on NERV, looking for continuation. There is, I perceived, a buyer in and around that $10 area as a support level. But you know, the bamboozlement is fast and furious on these ones. So don't fall in love with it, man. 10.26, looking for a move into the 30s. Still haven't seen any 30 prints here locally on the time and sales. Still mid-20s, showing up mid to low 20s. In fact, not even high 20s. So that's what we'll keep an eye out on there. Nothing for me to do other than to either get stopped out or take profits, quite frankly. So here we go, 25 seller again showing up, and we're unable to shake them on this latest price ascent. I'm happy with my exit on BYND, continued to bleed, so we took the profits there, but it is at the 10 EMA. So watch out for a hold around the low 20s to the $0.25. Keep your eye out on BYND. Just because I got out doesn't mean it's not going to run. And lastly here, CLOV continues to trade at the high of the day. It's showing me 29s. We still got shares on this one, so I don't mind wetting the beak randomly over here to take some profit. Looking, though, for the high of the day break, and then obviously a move higher than $0.33. So that's all I'm looking at right now. We're really trying to do the most damage on NERV, but really unsure about how this cookie crumbles over here as we're still doing the dance here, Joey, the support and resistance dance in and around 12.
Beautiful stuff, guys. All right, so you can see that I am all out of Google. Okay. Yes, that is correct. But I mean, hey, we're not going to complain whatsoever. We'll go 4 for 4 on
4%, Joey.
Yeah, down 4%. Jeez, yeah, getting slack, man. A heavy hit there on Google. But I mean, it was just off the all-time highs, essentially, right?
Yeah,
I mean, 257, not too bad. I mean, anything south of, it's the exact same thing. All right, let's pull it up here. Great. Oh, thanks for pointing that out, though, Sharif, because now you just gave me an idea.
Oh,
light bulb moment.
Boy.
I don't have I need a light bulb. The Katina Man light bulb. Yeah, he's got the light bulb one there. But no, in all seriousness, let's head over to the daily. I mean, if we're fortunate enough to get anything south of 235.
Joey, can I?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Guys, there's an IPO, and thank you for the individual in the chat that mentioned this IPO. I forget your name. HAMA. HAMA on the NQ, 17.5% in Greensville. It just opened up a few minutes ago. I want to say 11:36. It is halted now to the upside at 470. It's done over 500,000 shares, 548,000. We'll be able to fly, not blind here. What's the opposite of blind? We'll be able to see during the halt. What I'm talking about is the theoretical auction price, the top. That is basically the equilibrium between buyers and sellers, or the auction between buyers and sellers, I should say, during the halt. Now it's 494, 495, HMA, yes, on the NQ, moving up. Halted to the upside. We're going to the big desk. Oh, no, NERV taking out levels, Joey.
Let's go.
There we go into the $0.50.
You got
nice.
The bang, man.
Yeah, we go. You have it.
Thank you. To you.
I know, but I didn't get a chance to put it in. Now we'll go to the big desk. Sorry.
Yeah, a little bit more context here for AHMA. This is Ambitions Enterprise Management. IPO expected range here from $4 to $5, and ends up getting priced here at the low end of the range, $4, opens exactly at that $4 price. This is actually a Dubai-based tour operator and travel agency, raising $6 million by offering 1.5 million shares. So 1.5 million share IPO here, AHMA, again, Dubai-based company here, guys. Back to you.
Right, we get a price spike into 10.5 on NERV, and that's where I took profits. But the bamboozlement is fast and furious, and it's turning into a topping tail candle. You best believe this drops down into my levels, Joey. We're flattening out. We're long 998. This touches 10 single digits. That's it. We'll take it out break even there as it continues to bleed down. Look, man, how many times is this false broke? It did it to me here. I got profitable on it, but we took break-even trade. Again, I got it off 10. We took to 10.5, and then the last remaining amount break-even again. So this one has a tendency to false break these candles. So that has to be part of your assessment in, looking at the characteristics of the name and how that tailors your approach. So that's going to certainly affect my approach, both in sizing, stop placement, and definitely for chart patterns I'm looking for here. I'm not necessarily going to see the breakout on NERV in the way that I may see it on a different one because of the umpteen amount of false breaks. So NERV, it's still on the trading list over here, but it's quickly losing its allure to me because just way too many false breaks. So we'll keep an eye out on that, Joe. Anyway, CLOV, we're heading higher, looking for more profits on this one. What do you got?
All right, good stuff. No, Loon, I don't know what you're going on about over there.
What you going on about?
Yeah, what you going on? Yeah, what you going on about?
Oh, that's English as it gets, baby.
All right, guys. Hopefully you're still. Pardon me?
Go Arsenal.
Go Arsenal.
You know we're first, right?
Chelsea, right? Oh, this looks like a Chelsea sweater.
That's crazy. I can't believe you just said that, bro. Can't believe you just said that, bro.
It does, man.
You can't mix up two London teams.
All right,
That's blasphemous, Joey. At least you didn't say Tottenham. I'll give you that, Joey. I'll give you that. No, Tottenham, I believe.
That's crazy. No, in all seriousness, guys, we're out of this Google trade. There might be a good opportunity to get back in. If we come back into 246, then I like our chances. Market's rebounding nice. Ethereum starting to climb back towards that high of the day. Bitcoin climbing towards the high of the day. It's extremely, time out for Joe, yeah. It's extremely strong, guys. So I think the shorts are going to be significantly more difficult in IBIT. And who's to say they're not the same thing for Google, right? You can see the momentum and the strength. The volume is to the downside. And essentially what we're trying to do is catch some reversion type trades, those retracements, those pullbacks. But how deep are they going to be? Right now, what it's displaying is that it's not going to crawl back to the volume weighted average price, and that's a primary target. Can I be wrong? Hopefully I am. But as soon as it cracks that lower end of that candle and fills 80% of that wick to the downside, I don't like our chances. But if we do come into the scenario where we crack this support level, put an indecision print lower than that, so therefore we construct a higher low, then I like my chances for our reload there on Google. So just thinking out loud and telling you essentially what my game plan is, strategizing for those trades. It's the exact same thing with the Amazon. Plan the trade, trade the plan. And then you can't get mad at yourself at the end of the day if you just follow your rules and you lock in a little bit of profits. As Neil and a lot of great traders like to say, no one's gone broke taking them. So you may as well continue to do so. And I think that's when we're at our best, is when we're just locking it on the way up, just locking those gains. And hopefully we have the ability to do that one more time here in Google. AMD we're nice on. Google we're positive on. IBIT we're positive on as well too. And TSLL, so not too bad of a look. We'll run through a quick trade review before we hop onto the old scanner and see what we got from a volume standpoint. Google, bang, rocking and rolling. IBIT, shorts, we're out, bang, rocking and rolling. We'll take that all day, every day. What else do we got on here?
What do you got, Joey?
AMD. Which way did we go on that one, Sharif? Long, bang. We'll take that one out at the top here as it's continuing to climb. Wow, AMD, what a big time move back towards the middle of the range and back north of the volume weighted average price. So what a recovery in AMD. It was tanking earlier in the open. Katina Man had that one. Beautiful stuff. One more, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Take
TSL.
your time,
all right. I thought you were looking at me like you had something breaking out there. But did you have something to say? When you do that, Bush, you have something to say.
Yeah, you know me well now, right?
Yeah.
I just want to shout out Adam James, man. Another win, another cleanie. I didn't even know they called clean sheets cleanies, but I guess that's what they're calling it.
But they say
there.
that, man. Like
I've never heard it, Coach.
Yeah.
Another clean sheet. Joe, 8 games, 3 goals.
Ooh.
Arsenal. 8 games, allowed 3 goals. Stingy-ass defense.
That's
I'm good
stingy.
with that.
That is stingy.
Shout out to my man, Calafiori is that guy. Let me tell you, man. I was worried about Cala last year, man. Ricky, because he's great offensively. I felt he was a bit of a defensive liability because he lacks a little speed, especially because he plays on the wing and he's going to be exposed to obviously wingers. And so that concerned me a little bit, but he's clearly made strides in his defensive game. So I'm very pleased to see that. Shout out to Adam James. Neil, I have a quick question. What position did Harold Reynolds play? Yeah. Second base, thank you. That's exactly what I thought. I thought he was he was a shortstop, but yeah, definitely in and around that area. I was just talking to somebody in the chat about that. I wasn't sure. Joey, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. I messed up a little bit there. I don't know if you've seen it on the position board. I accidentally went short on Google, which I did not want to, but I got out right away because what I wanted to essentially do is post up at 246 flats. So there it is short, and I'm like, oh, no, I didn't want to do that. I hit the wrong hotkey, and it got me involved. So let's get in at 246. We're going to post up. I don't know if we're going to get it right now, considering it looks like it wants to break the top end of this resistance area. But, hey, and we got to take the chances. We'll put ourselves out there to see if we can catch that fill. If it breaks through 247, there could be a potential trade there. But I don't want to get the top end of the range in a choppy stock. That is essentially the momentum is to the downside. So patience is, I think, really key on that potential setup. Hopefully you guys are still holding on to it. I think that's going to be really important. I'll pull this up here momentarily. Beautiful stuff. That's on NVDA picking up that signal earlier on the day. I don't believe it picked up the AMD one. Yeah, because there's not enough of the wick there. Now, as for Google, picked up that. That makes me super amped. And there was one more that it missed that Jose was messaging me. He's like, hey, did it pick up this? Which it should have, but it did not. But yeah, at the end of the day, it is what it is, and we're more than happy that it's grabbing at least some of them. So bang, 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 Google rock and roll, back to VWAP. And yeah, hey man, you never know.
What?
We're going to continuously refine this. Sharif, hopefully by the end of the weekend, we get it onto the API and then get it rolling.
You're less than a week deep in doing this whole thing. So like just look at like your
weekend.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You're less than a week deep.
Yeah,
you know
ready to rock on the AP.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
And you guys know we have an algo room, right?
Yeah,
so they know we got an algo room. And so one of his name is Joe, but we call him Jose because you can't have two Joes.
He was here before me.
Doesn't matter what he's Jose, you're Joe.
Yeah.
So this Jose guy, he's part of the algo crew, and he actually writes Python quite well. He was looking at Joey's work, man. He was like giving this guy applause.
He was like, yo.
So Joey's doing it live.
He's like, yo, wow. Last night we were working on it until 6 at the office. We were talking about it, and then we were here till 6. Yeah, just working on it. Yeah, and then I went home. I'm not going to tell all the details because there's zero chance of doing that. But I made the.
Okay, now I have to know.
No.
Now I have to know.
Of what I did. We were working on a lot of things, dude. I made the littlest simplistic tweak, and it changed the results of it drastically.
Seriously,
yeah. So instead of going from a 2-to-1 risk-to-reward ratio, I went from a 1.9 to 1.
And it made a big difference.
Big time difference. Because the 2-to-1, I don't know what it is, but more profitable trades. So now what I'm looking to implement in it is on a 1-to-1, I wanted to add 50% of the size. So when you hit a 1-to-1 risk-to-reward ratio, increase the position size to 50%.
That's brilliant.
So you're exponentially bet size.
Because you got some profits, so you're playing with house money at that
point.
When
it comes back to break even, if it comes back to your initial entry price, you get it out, full position, at only a half-hour loss.
That's fantastic.
Right? So you're staying.
You're not just looking for the upside, man. You're looking for both ways.
You got to protect the downside as well, too. So yeah. This thing is going to be absolutely monstrous, and I can't wait. Hopefully by the weekend. I don't want to rush it. I was talking to my brothers over the weekend. I'm like, man, this might take me substantially longer than what I want. And then when it spit out that one, and I was just like flabbergasted. I'm like, no way. Yeah, I was so amped. And then sure enough, we're going to refine it all weekend and hopefully get it into the API and get it rocking and rolling on Monday. Enough of that. Even though it's really important, there goes Google. Guys, I hope you're still holding on to it because I think now, considering we haven't broke 246, you have that chance to head towards the volume weighted average price. Now at 247.50, a little under 247.50 and looking to break, I like our chances in Google.
All right, taking profits here on my friend BYND as it continues to trend up at 43s. Good move. We got BYND at 31. That's a second entry. Pardon me. There it is now showing 44s. We initially got in 25s, scalped up, stopped out, more than break even, actually, better than break even, I should say. Got back in, and now we're scalping again. So let's let BYND cook. We're going to see where this one wants to go. 248 high. There's 245, Joey. We don't even have any outs, man. What are we doing if we don't have any outs? Let's go and take that at the high of the day. So by definition, I've got my out at 49 now. 48 is the high of the day, so it would have to be a new high for me to get printed here. We were higher in the pre-market, which obviously is a little bit of a bit of a cap. I think we got to about 250 from what I can see there. 250 in the pre. That was around 920 or so. So right on the verge of the market opening. I think we got to, 248, 250. All right, just before I get to the super chat assassino, I want to shout out Marlin. Any chance you guys want to have a look at CRDL? I started buying a little while back. So CRDL, Cardiol Therapeutics, Canada-based company, already have my attention. $100 million market cap. They're a clinical stage life sciences company focused on developing anti-inflammatory, anti-fibrotic therapies for the treatment of heart disease. You're going to love the noble cause. Let's go and throw in the ticker, CRDL. Intraday, looking good, not too bad. Light volume, of course. About 1 million shares traded, but up 8 4/5 on the day. What's the daily look like? Not that bad. I've seen way worse dailies than this. Trust me, bro. Let's go to the weekly. Probably going to get a little bit worse. Yeah, so highs into 650. No reverse splits. So this is all organic price action. No reverse splits at all to be seen over here. So not too bad. Let's go back to the daily and figure out some technical areas. We're below the 50. We're working into the 50. It looks like we've been using the 50 exponential as resistance as of late. I don't know, man. You know, you're getting a little above the 50, a little bit below. The 200 is at $1.25. Hard to gauge trend on this. You're still putting in lower highs, but you also are well off the bottom there from, I want to say, when was this? January, March 20, or late 2022, early 23. You got to 50 penny status, and now you're like $1 status. Not too bad. I don't know anything about the company or what they've got in the product pipeline, so I don't want to speak to that, but the technicals are meh. Not bad, not fantastic. All right, super chat. Alexander. Alexander Lowe, shout out to my man. 100 Hong Kong dollars. Ooh. Joey, help me out over here because we don't have it right there. I lost 80% of my capital in the past 2 weeks. Let me read it right there. In the past 2 weeks, what suggestion would you give for me to slowly grind back up with the remaining capital? I only trade stocks and don't do others like options. Okay, so that's very, very specific. Thank you for that. Look, drawdowns are a part of the game, but I don't think that 80% should be something that you accept, as part of the process. So what I want to say to you is small wins, okay? It may take you a long time to recover that, obviously 80%, but you're not going to recover it if you stop, okay? And that's what I mean to say. So the other thing that I want to say is get into the habit of categorizing the trading setups by quality. A setup, B setup, C setup. So if you categorize them and then you stick to the A setups, you may not make as much to the upside because the upside may be a bit limited, but at least you may increase your win percentage. And I think that that's probably the best case for you, that you actually get the psychology back on track, get a couple of dubs, in addition, obviously, to beefing up your account again and recovering some of the money that you've lost. I think that that's probably my methodology. I would start really, getting into the habit of categorizing the setups by grade and then really only taking the top trades only for a period of time until I've, number one, recovered psychologically from the loss. I'm not saying that you're damaged psychologically, but I personally would be if I dropped 80%. And then also, you're getting a lot of good quality subs. How would you approach that, Joe?
Man, I'm gonna give it to this individual.
You're gonna give it to him straight.
Because sometimes in life, you don't want to hear what you want, but sometimes you just need to hear it. It's not acceptable to draw down that much. There's obviously some risk measure issues going along there because you shouldn't be drawing down that much. Again, everybody has their bad things, and knock on wood, I hope that I don't ever experience anything like that, because psychologically that's going to be extremely tough to recover from. And then even from a technical standpoint, but first and foremost, what you want to start learning is risk management. You can grind back from that 110%, but at the end of the day, you got to make sure you have the right risk measures in place. Otherwise, you're going to lose that other remaining 20% that you have. So at the end of the day, study up on some risk management. Understand your stop loss. If you don't have a trade, if you don't have a stop in your trade, then you don't have a trade, essentially. Again, it goes from everything that we talk about. Sean does it, Sharif does it, Neil most definitely does it. Abide by all of their stops, and you need to implement that into your trading. Otherwise, you're not going to be here very long. I have no idea how long you've been trading, but hopefully that lesson is learned and you can start rocking and rolling again. But it's going to be a little bit of a grind. Wait for some good names to come a little bit lower, and you're slowly going to have to allocate them and then wait for them to pop once again. So tell them to start selling. No, I'm not even going to do that, because you can take Butter Biscuit Head. When you're writing options, he's not familiar. He already said that he's not familiar with trading options or anything along those lines. And by no means would I get anybody who's new to them to start writing them. That's not a good idea. Not like me, right? Like what I did, and I learned the hard way. I took some hefty hits in my earlier days, and even last summer I took a pretty bad hit. A couple of them, anyways, on some short.
That was
calls.
a liquidity event, bro. Like. That's a black swan event.
Yeah.
But you did learn from that with
Big
stops.
time.
And number one, you were talking about the liquidity or illiquidity of the options. And the fact that you couldn't get filled at that level. And I also think you learned about stop placement specifically, or stop types, order types.
No, it was the stop types. It wasn't the liquidity. It was a different name. I remember you were talking about a while ago. No, but you were right
it was
about
stop type.
Yeah,
though, right?
the stop type, because I wouldn't have taken that big of a hit if I had the right stop order implemented. But you're like, hey, no, remember you showed me? You're like, no, you put the wrong one in. And I'm like, hey, what the heck? It eventually filled me, but significantly, massive slippage, which was not good. And then also what I was going to refer to is my Tesla. I was writing calls in Tesla, and I got smoked on those on one day as well too. So I mean, I had a condor, and I'm like, you know what? No, I want a little bit more cash. Had a bull put spread, and I'm like, no, let me condor this and then sell some calls on it. And then sure enough, I got gamma squeeze. So I'm gonna say no to the writing. I think equity is your best chance. Why? Because you don't have to worry about decay and anything along those lines when you get into the fancy dancy of options trading. But yeah, you can recover from this. But my friend Alexander, first and foremost, it's risk management. From here on out, you can't risk more than 2% of your account per trade. And that may seem not like much, but you have to have the ability to grind back and head a little and get back to where you were. It's going to be tough. You're going to need your account to double, essentially, which is not more than double, which is not going to be easy. But there goes Google climbing higher. Oh man, I hope you guys are still sitting in this trade, Gorev, A, and Los Polios, because I didn't catch that fill. As soon as I posted up right there, we're off to the races. I think it's only a matter of time until we head back into the volume weighted average price. See how we react around that specific level. 249, I think it's going to be a beautiful opportunity, but we were in just a little bit north of 246. That would have been a couple of dollars right there. I hope you guys are still in.
All right. Ram.
You
there?
Yeah.
Ram. Ozan's asking about you. Ozan is asking about you. He's like, you left him out.
He left me. Oh, no.
It's so mad. It's her birthday tomorrow, by the way. If anybody wants to wish Ram a happy
23.
birthday. She's turning, what is she turning, 25?
Yeah, 24.
Turning 25? You're turning 25, Ram? Yeah. Oh.
Why you got to say it like that, though, Ram?
She's in a bad mood because she's getting old. It's okay. That's fine, Ram. We all get old, too. No worries.
You get sleep tonight? Last night? No?
All right, guys, I want to mention NUVB. Bovin special. This is another Bovin special. NUVB into the day high. Shout out to my man Bovin. I think he's long from like 370s or something like that. So he's well in the money there. But I took a look at this one. Breaking out as we speak into the high of the day. It's up about 12 1/3 right now. It hasn't even touched the 10 EMA since the candle at 10:45. 416 high, keeps printing new highs. Shout out to the OG Bovin. I'd be picking this up on maybe, one red candle pullback. That seems to be the characteristic that this one's had basically since 10:30 onwards. It got into about VWAP at around 10:30, and since that time, we've had all of 3 red candles. Each one basically got bought up, and we've made higher highs. So NUVB, not the biggest percentage winner on the day, but nonetheless, it is a good one. Now, BYND pulls back into the 10 EMA, gives me a doji candle, and so I punched back in. I got more shares there, right at 234, and here it comes again into 239. In fact, the price spiked up. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher, looking for continuation back into the $0.50 on BYND, adding into the pullbacks. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to send you to Happening Now. Then Neil's got his lesson of the day.
For a little bit of weakness in the morning, the market really waking up here to the upside. Still not at yesterday's high quite yet, but certainly heading towards that level. We didn't have a ton of economic data or updates today. Apparently, U.S. President Donald Trump hosting a Rose Garden lunch at 12 p.m. So I'll be covering that for you guys in case there's anything of note happening there. He's also hosting a dinner at the Rose Garden tonight. We'll take a look here at GOOGL. Google. With Google, we do have on watch here OpenAI having an event at 1 p.m. Eastern. Now, that event, very likely, according to lots of speculation here online, to be about AI browsers or some kind of browser product here for OpenAI. So again, because Google's known for its browser products, maybe a bit of competition there for GOOGL if OpenAI announces that product. Again, 1 p.m. Eastern is the time for that OpenAI stream. Now let's talk here about NFLX. They're reporting earnings after the bell. Revenue estimates here, $11.52 billion, EPS of $6.89. Check this out with Sean and myself on the market recap to get those earnings live. A couple other names reporting after the bell today, including TXN, ISRG, MAT, and COF. So lots of excitement today, and even more exciting earnings tomorrow, including TSLA. But now it's time here for Neil's lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Adair. I know a lot of people have already, and thank you everybody for answering questions for Alexander here. Losing 80% of your capital hurts. So I was going to talk about something else, but forget that. I'm going to address this for a quick second. I have a chart up, and I told this story when it happened last year, but suffice to say this. I have crossed my shutdown threshold once in the last 2 years. I have had one negative month once in the last 2 years. And to get a perspective of, you can be a new trader or you can have traded a long period of time, you're going to take hits. The hit that caused it, I have to explain a little bit about what this, you're like, what the heck? So I was trading this stock, I believe it was 1 week before this company was to close. It was a week and a half maybe before it was going to close at $32.50. In a week and a half, from the time I took, it was May 14th, this stock, CBay, was going to close at $32.50. And, you know, I market make all the time on buyouts. I've done it for years. It's actually not probably, it is literally the single most consistent strategy on this trading floor over the last 15 years. It's the only thing which has been net positive pretty much 95% of months on this trading floor. And it's something that I have constantly done. So I'm always doing this. It's boring to most people, but it just makes me money. I was basically just shorting good prices to just make a little bit here or there, trying to make a couple $100. When a fill that I took in the pre-market then went through, like basically somebody hit the offer, filling me and maybe one other person, but it was mostly me, into the buyout price, but it took out the only resting order that was there in front of the buyout price. And because of the time it was in the pre-market, there then wasn't an offer. Like nobody was bothering to make a market because it's like a week and a half, it's not worth more than $32.50. So nobody's at any of these prices. So essentially what happened next was our system read a gigantic spread on the stock that was artificial because it wasn't trading up there. But the way our system works is it says you are out of the money. If you had to hit the offer, this is where the offer is. And so my clock comes up and says we have to flatten you if the bid, if the offer doesn't come down because you're past your shutdown. So one print happens, and all of a sudden the spread opens up, and my clock turns on, and I'm sitting there staring down. There is nothing I can do about it. Clock runs out, and I caused this candle. This candle was me being liquidated. Thankfully, I get out here, and somebody else, like I think somebody caught a stray, and I apologize whoever it was that caught a stray on this because I caused that move. And then it opened up by the open. This is all at about like 7 something in the morning. I did the show like normal and all that stuff. But, you know, when it opened up in the money. So an hour later, I had to look at that hit and realized that if I could have held it to the open, it just opened exactly where I would have expected, and the deal closed like normal. Those hits are going to happen. I can tell you exactly what I did the next day, which was first things first, go back to the basics, only do your A+ setups and put the most risk there. But then identify, and this is easy in my case, what the big hit was and why. And what I simply realized was, okay, on the long side of those, it's easier to hold, but I had to reduce the amount of size that I was taking on my pre-market, which is incredibly profitable for me, taking pre-market fills. I had to decrease the amount of size and hold for more to risk less to avoid the black swans. In your particular case, I heard Sharif give really good advice. And the advice I heard Sharif give was identify your best strategies or categorize all of your strategies and then make sure you're sticking to your A+ setups. The other side of that coin is when you're doing that, identify the trades that are costing you the most. And I don't just mean the ones that are losing the most, the things that draw down the most against you before they win. Because oftentimes if you lose 80% or you take a black swan hit, a massive one, it's about the risk exposure that you have on not just the losing trade, but also on the ones that win. This happens a lot of times to traders when they're on a winning streak, is you just see positive P&L, and you'll make, I'm gonna make up some numbers here. Let's say you make $500 one day and $600 another day and $300 another day, and you don't realize that 2 or 3 of those wins, you risked $1,000 to make $300. You risked $1,500 to make $600, based on the manner in which you trade. So it's the cost sometimes of those wins that might be a little bit too high. So when you're categorizing your strategies overall, don't just look at the raw P&L. You've got to understand, and I'll try to use an example here for like Beyond Meat because I didn't fight the stock. But let's imagine that I just played Beyond Meat at VWAP and didn't have relatively tight stops and was holding it to the pre-market low. So I could have been long at 220, risking to $1.80, let's say, so 40 cents worth of risk, right? So let's say I'm all in 40 cents worth of risk, and then it comes back up and I'm playing it out into the high of the day. So I hold all of this to get all of it out between 30 and 50. So a net average of about 15 to 20 cents, and I could have risked 40. And if I average all the way in, then maybe I got an average price of 210 and I'm risking 30 cents to make 25. Right now, that's a V shape, and I'm like, whoa, big win, all that kind of stuff. But the amount that I risk to catch that, because it didn't happen to break the pre-market low, is way too high. So you've got to, it's not just about the A+ strategies and sticking to them. It's about understanding not just where your profits come from, but what the risk is sometimes on your winning trades and your biggest losing trades. Because the first thing you have to do is reduce that. You have to find a way to limit the size of your losses, but also the amount that you're risking and drawing down on even your winners. That's why I like to talk about sniper entries. Like, to me, like, there's a reason I trade a lot of different stocks, because I'm always looking for this. And sometimes I don't. But when I get something wrong, it's going to look like try it win, try it tight stop, try it flat, try it stop right there, try it win, try it stop, try it. Like, they're relatively tight. If you look at the entirety of the move, at no point I am against the grain and failing on Bitcoin. But there's nowhere you see where I'm holding it through a parabolic level or averaging into it. Like, look what I'm getting. Like, I'll take more as it's working. Lower, high. Lower, like, I'll average up as it's working for me. But as it's going up, I'm not loading back into it. I'm not loading back into it, and I'm observing my stops. That's what risk management is all about. I know I'm getting a little bit long-winded about it, but it's an incredibly important question, Jameson, and I'm glad that you were brave enough to actually put a super chat in there and ask about it, because most people, quite frankly, they hide their biggest losses. They don't want to show them, you know, and to get to the point where, you know, you're just sort of robotic and move on to the next, it's not easy. But it does come from a lot of discipline. It does come from a lot of hard work. And that means having a very good understanding of where your biggest losses and drawdowns come from, not just where your winning trades come. And be honest about that too. You know, like, if you look down at your daily P&L over the course of, let's just say, a month or a quarter, and you see that your biggest losing day is twice as big as any of your winning days, then I don't care what your winning percentage is. That's something you've got to examine for any trader out there, and we've all been there. So good luck to you, Jameson. Good luck to everybody out there trading. I'm glad, and honestly, I think it's amazing that you, that you actually had the courage to bring that one up, and I hope that we've helped you work through it. Everyone has taken a black swan or like a massive loss at some point as a trader, and the people that tell you that they haven't are flat out lying, in my opinion. I've been doing this a long time. Nobody wins all the time. Nobody avoids those big hits. It's just about how you try to come back from them. I can tell you what works for me and hope that it can somehow help you in your trading journey. Good luck.
Yeah. Very well said, Neil. Thank you very much.
Very well said. I mean, obviously both of us have had our fair share of losses.
Oh, God,
yeah. It's just a couple. I told you guys I did the old screen ski, even though I didn't mean to. I did break one screen, but that was the most I've ever.
No, I never broke any screens.
I never.
I threw a lot of slippers. Never like really broke anything though.
Yeah, that's good.
That would just aggravate me more because then you'd be down in the account, and then I got to buy something new.
Ask me how I know.
Well, yeah.
Like, the thing is, though, I didn't even mean to. Like I
don't mean to laugh.
No, obviously. I didn't even mean to. I threw my my corded headphones because I was playing and doing an earnings trade.
Okay.
And I'm like, this a POS, and boom, throw it, and then the one earbud hit the corner of the screen, and I'm like, oh, I could have operated with it, but I'm like, I can't live with that. So it's like a $500 loss day turns into $700 because you have to go out and buy a new screen. So it's just like, yeah, I won't be doing that again. But yeah, in all seriousness, guys, back into these markets. That was years ago.
They're calling you Joey Broke Screen.
Joey Broke Screen. Yeah, there you go. It's not they.
It's funny.
It's one person. Yeah,
it's nice.
Yeah.
It's a funny day.
I mean, no, hey, what do you mean? I'm human too at the end of the day. I'm not ashamed of it whatsoever. I know a couple people who just used to keyboards like it was their day job. All right, guys. As for Tesla, this was a really nice second leg higher. We got the initial leg here on the 5-minute. You can see that displayed, but it comes back into our entries. That's the one thing about averaging up. So there's two different things that I'm really starting to notice when I'm building into positions. Averaging up, first in, first out, right? So as we're slowly starting to piece it out, that average is going to continue to climb. If you add in correctly to the lower end, then sure enough, when you're taking that first partial out, the higher price comes out, and then your average actually drops, which sometimes can be very, very convenient, but obviously you need the thesis to work. But as for what Tesla's doing on the daily, I'm looking at this over here. We might get an additional breakout. Let's pull up this name from a daily perspective and see what we got going on. Yeah, I like our chances. This is a nice curl up back over, consolidation around the highs, and then now you have this yesterday's candle opening up above this range here. So watch out, anything can happen. We have Netflix after the bell. Tesla's this week, is it not? Yeah, is put up on Thursday. No, Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday after the bell there, guys. So we got IBM and Tesla after the bell. Kinder Morgan, QuantumScape as well. That's going to be interesting.
Oh, boy.
And then obviously tonight we got Netflix, TXN. I'll be looking at that one. I think it's going to be, and then Intuitive as well. So, I mean, a pretty good list if you ask me. So let's see how those comes in. Netflix, I think, is going to hit it out of the park.
All right, man. Yeah, I see Ranny Bovin. I've got that on the top chart. Ranny breaking out into 312. What a move. Holdover from yesterday. Keep your eye out on this one. It's been a multi-day runner. Started breaking out on the 17th. It had been basically a penny stock at 50 cents until about Friday. It ran Friday. It had an okay day yesterday. I mean, it made new highs and it made new lows. Good look. Kind of similar look today. We get a prolonged bull flag where we generally use the volume weighted average price as that level of support. It looks like as if, though, there is some selling coming in at around $3, despite the fact that it's a 312 high. So RANI, I like the move back into 90s if it does lose 3. If it holds 3, obviously that's the level off which I would chart and base my entries and exits, but 290, that's the breakout level for me. Multiple topping tail candles through 290. None of them actually closed above that level, and then we double topped again on a wick basis at 290 before the eventual breakout on volume. This candle here that closed at 1210 has 3.3 million shares, so plenty of volume coming in locally and on the day here for RANI. And as I mentioned, it is a multi-day runner, so it kind of lessens a little bit from the saying that I always say, it's around for a good time, not a long time. Some of them, they do break those rules, so keep your eye out on this one. Shout out to the OG Bovin for pointing it out. Definitely going to look to execute on this one if it's warranted. Separately here, we're still holding BYND, despite the fact that it's got lower highs, is generally holding the 10. I'm looking for a break of structure and another candle to make a new high on a 5-minute basis. We're not getting that, and we haven't gotten that since the 1150 candle on the 5. So I'm watching intently here, looking for a move back up, going to the big desk.
Here, I mentioned this in the chat and also on our headlines here when it happened during Neil's lesson of the day, but a couple American names here, or U.S. listed names, are actually moving on these European earnings. Nike is one of them. NKE, as you can see here, got a pretty decent spike on the most recent 15-minute candle. Adidas with their earnings saying that they have improved profitability outlook. Then we also had earnings here from L'Oreal, which led to a move here in Estee Lauder. As you can see, dropped to the downside with volume after those earnings. So again, EL and Nike on watch here with L'Oreal and Adidas earnings respectively. Back to you.
Gorev, do you have anything else there? Are you rocking and rolling? Okay, so I mean, there goes all the names, like AMD, right back towards the opening price here, roughly. We're not too far off of it. 240.58 is where we open up at, and then we're at 239.86, so only about 60 cents away from that opening price. NVDA, not too far off it as well, too, only a couple pennies, so we can't complain about that whatsoever. Let's go over some of the top volume names, and then we'll go through the options chain as well, too, and see what we got going on. Ford, bang, not too bad of a session on today. And then whoever this is, Minavera Neuroscience, this is what these biotechs do, Sharif. I mean, $7 all the way up to $12, that's 76% in one day. From the pre-market, $2 all the way up to $12.44, that's 63% in one session, so absolutely phenomenal there in NERV. That's the tough thing about these biotechs, is that you have to be cautious. I heard that well in my ear. Adair, what do you got for us?
Just be aware here, guys. The Associated Press stream for Trump's White House Rose Garden lunch has begun. YMCA is playing. I will keep you posted if there's any news or any events worth noting. The camera angle just changed, so we're now at a different angle. But again, if and when I see Trump, I'll certainly keep you guys posted. If he says anything of note, I'll keep you guys posted. This is his only event today during market hours. Right at 4 p.m., he'll be participating in a Diwali celebration. But again, this Rose Garden event, Trump's only event during market hours today, guys. I'll keep you all posted, and back to you.
Go ahead.
Well, Randy's just breaking out right now. 328. It's up 45%. It's all gas, no brakes. There's 332. There's the area high, and the volume is really picking up now on Randy, both to the upside and the downside. So keep your eye out on this one. Good move for Randy. And now, for some exciting news out of Canada for sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, which is Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering the 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they got better. They're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Shout out to the good folks there. All right, so that's what I'm looking at right now. Keeping an eye on RANI over here, looking for a pullback into 3. So we got an ugly topping tail candle, 314 right now showing up, despite the fact that we've got a high of 332. Let's see if we can get something in on this one, but I got to digress for a second because BYND just broke structure and looks like it's taking out levels again. The volume's picking up aggressively on BYND. I'm waiting at 40s for the next profit taker on that one. Looking ultimately for a test of the $0.50. So I'm packing my patience on that, but I have to execute something here on RANI. It's holding structure quite well, Joey. It was a $3 breakout
out. I'm looking for the 290 though. I don't think that's going to come in, at least not now. So I may have to get in a little bit earlier on this one. Just not sure exactly how to do that.
All right, good stuff, man. My knee's killing me for some. Oh, because I did leg extension.
You did leggies, yes.
Yeah, but my knee, man. It's killing me right now for some reason. All right, guys. Aside from that, let's go through our scan and take a look. I obviously want to look at what we got going on so we can see if it's cooking up there on the go. But nice indecision print off of those lows. There was GLD. I think I know why, because the body is a little bit more than 30% of the value of the candle wick. So that's why it wouldn't pick that up there, considering, with the exception of these two names, where approximately the body is less than 30% of the value of that specific candle. Google, the exact same thing. So yeah, again, a little bit less than 30% there. What's the quantum space been up to on today's session? Guys, I'm not in anything right now. I'm posted up at Google, but if it comes back down to 246, personally, I don't even really like it down there. We traded AMD, Google, iBit, and Tesla, all positive on today's session. So phenomenal stuff. What is our good for an Amazon been up to? Hopefully it's still not wide. I mean, by all means, 223. Wow. Yeah, let's go. Amazon. If anybody's involved in that, I hope you're holding on to that. The trend has broken. We talked about it from a daily standpoint. You're getting that bounce exactly what we're looking for off of these levels, 211, bang, 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 and now climbing up here. If we run into this downtrend, watch out for a little bit of resistance. But if the momentum is sustained, then I think you have a good opportunity to crack it. So what is that going to put us around 224? Let's take a look at our options chain to see if we have any specific levels at 225. This is the contract that I just closed, 215s. I bought them for, I think, you can actually see it right here. Bang. All right, so we don't mess around here, Sharif. We don't mess around. I don't even see, okay, that's the sell. So yeah, $21.85. My average was at like $19. That was just the contract. And this was me this morning from 213. My average price just buying. So $21.85 limit sell. No, that was cancel. So that's correct. And then those are those other transactions there. But aside from that, Amazon 215, $23.95. That's what that's going to be worth. Let's go over to this week's expiration cycle to see if there's anything at 225 that we need to be alarmed about. 33,600, 61,000 contracts traded. So watch out for a little rejection at 225. But if it wants to squeeze, by all means, let it and don't stand in front of it. Now, as for Bitcoin, we're starting to climb higher there, Sharif. Where's that open interest today? Could we go back up to, by the end of the week?
Yes, sir.
$68 on IBIT with 21,800 contracts at that specific strike price. I like our chances. That can act as a potential magnet and call wall and a little bit of a rejection, and then you wait for that rollover to see if that increment has been lifted. Wow, 75.
What happened, Joe?
October 31st with the expiration, with the October 31st expiration at 75, Sharif, that would put IBIT at a new all-time high there. 50,900. What is the options market telling us? I like it. I don't know. We have to be patient and wait and see. But 62,000 at 70.
There goes NERV. We got 69s, baby. I mean, I didn't even plan that. That's just a happy coincidence. And we just got the beak wet there in the high teens. Looking for continuation here on NERV. This one is, look, it's up 300%, man. It's putting in higher lows and higher highs. It's not without its problems. It's being met with clear areas of resistance. I'm talking about this 1120. It's no surprise that it's holding up here. We saw it hold up right to start the show, 11:15, basically from 11 till around 11:20. It had trouble with yes, the same, its namesake, $11.20 at 11:20 a.m. So looking for continuation. Current bar high, allow me to check, is 11:20. I'm not making that up. That is real. There we go. Another rejection at 11:20. I'm looking for more here. Let's go ahead and watch. There it goes, Joseph, into the high. It takes out all my orders into basically that price spiked from 11:20. Wow, bro. Wow. This is crazy. Do you see the pop and the drop? That's insane.
Wow.
Insanity.
That is criminal.
Insanity. That's the kind of insanity that you get on these. Look at that. It popped into 1220 and dropped into 980 in a quarter second. I mean, I don't know what the hell else to do with this one. How am I supposed to lock in profits aggressively? Thank God I had some resting orders there, and that's why I always say throw in your resting orders. That's exactly why. Exactly why. I mean, this is a perfect case. I'm going to go back and record this and show it to people because that's...
Yeah, you got to make a YouTube short on that, man.
Dude, that was insane.
That was crazy.
That was crazy, Joey. It popped up into 1220. I should have had more beak wetters waiting there. I just didn't think it was going to do that. But yeah, straight to jail, says Chase the Past.
We got a little thing there. You tapped in?
No, I got to concentrate for a second. Okay. So give me a second, Assassino, because I have to go to BYND because this one is also breaking out right into the highs. We added into BYND again, and there it is, breaking trend, looking for more. Give me a second over here, Assassino, and now I'm listing. What do we got?
All right,
Which
guys.
one we got? All right, go ahead.
What do we got there?
All right.
Bang. For too long, trading meant risking your own money, Sharif, or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sideline. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the market. With its limited risk trading model, traders are used funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get your 10% off your first evaluation.
There we go. Oh, baby.
You know what someone said in there? Actually, I'm not even going to say it. But I was going to say someone said something in the chat that I was like, yeah, you noticed that as well, too? Cool, good stuff. No, he's saying my hair, the head top getting thicker.
Hey, there you go, sir.
You know
there you go.
You know what I noticed on my arms?
Yes,
I feel like it is as well, too. So
what are you feeling on your arms, Joey?
The hair growth, I think.
Oh, yeah?
Well, I noticed it, I
That's
think.
That's not where you want it, though, right?
No, well, yeah, I mean.
I know you want more arm hair.
Yeah, exactly.
Joey, that's what the girls like these days. They're looking for men with nice arm hair.
My inner Austin Powers.
That's what they tell me. I'm making stuff up as I go, Katina, man. Like, Katina's like, where are you hearing this, brother? No, okay, we exaggerate for effect, obviously, guys. All right, he's coming in hot.
No. I was going to say, Joe, that's that spidey sense. Remember, sometimes you hear me talking, it's like you get that tingly feeling like something's going on, or that, there's like a hot trade that's about to set up, or there's a move you can't believe. Like if you were basically short Google when that dropped on that OpenAI thing. But yeah, that's a great feeling to have. But anyways, yeah, so that's good to know, Sharif, that women are looking for arm hair. So I think I got that.
You know what?
I think I got that.
Man, I didn't believe it when I first heard it. I had to act double took.
Yeah.
But it was confirmed to me, Katina, man. So that's
you should see my chest.
It's been confirmed.
I guess
it's been confirmed.
Been confirmed. Okay. All right. Back over to the Bash Brothers.
We're having a good time, guys. How was the gym, brother? Katina, man.
I'm not going yet because I have 2 weeks is almost up for my.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. He's almost the eye stuff. Yeah.
No, come on, man. I
don't think you can get.
Is it real?
2 weeks. They don't want like sweat and all that.
Yeah, well, that's what I figured. It was probably something to do with sweat. There we go on BYND. We take out all the orders again, man. BYND's got the juice, Joey, and it's gonna halt. Oh no, 261 area high. We're doing it on Nerve. We're doing it on BYND. And for the idiot in the chat that thought I got burned on Nerve, you're a moron. Anyway, sorry. I should probably not say that to him, Joey.
Who said that there?
I don't know. He's like talking about that I got burned on. I'm unprofitable on it, man.
Oh, look at it go.
There we go. Here we go again on BYND, Joe. 262 high, 76%. We're looking for more, baby. We're going to keep an eye on this one. Let's see how much juice BYND has. 76% again. What were we up yesterday? Like 100 some odd percent yesterday? What is the option? Change, Joey.
The craziness. I was gonna see if Assassino could do a picture-in-picture.
We have to go to Adara.
Gotta go to Adara.
I want to let you guys know here, Beyond Meat on Watch, Barron's just releasing an article here saying, is Beyond Meat the next meme stock? I also want to let you guys know here, U.S. President Donald Trump, after a brief musical interlude, has officially been introduced and is now making comments here at the White House Rose Garden lunch. If there's anything market-related that he says, I'll let you guys know, but there is a speech here, so the potential of something being said is pretty high. Back to you.
Steven's eating steak tonight, boys. All right. I'm sure Bob's in BYND as well, man. Now I was telling Brendo in the morning, I'm like, man, we saw what, retail, and I'm assuming, the organized short squeeze did to Open Door.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not even going as far back, obviously, as AMC and GME and, costs and all the other memes that we saw in 22. I'm talking about locally. Open Door ran. It continued to run every day. Yeah. We're going to see where BYD ends up. It's really not the fundamental trade that we need to concern ourselves with. It's really the short squeeze and whether people are getting squeezed out of the position and what the short interest remains. Obviously, short interest is kind of dated. We get the update every 14 days, so we won't really know for a little bit. But you can tell by the price action, especially where people were getting caught.
The way you traded that is really nice.
Today?
Yeah. I mean, just that complete curl over.
I got caught once, Joey. Can I make the point over here?
Zoom in on that.
Yeah, I want to bring it in. It was this candle.
Zoom in on your
it was this,
trade.
Jesus Christ. It was this candle that got me in trouble, Joe, on BYND, because it was a candle of indecision that lost the 10. Look at how clean the 10 was there. It loses it right away. Got me back in because it ended up being a doji and it retraced above the 10. So I'm like, no. This is not going to be the end of the trade. So we ended up punching back into this specific one right here.
I hear you.
All right, something's going on at the desk.
DVLT on watch. Data Vault AI pushing higher. Paradigm calling this one a long idea. This again got maybe a Sharif type of stock here. It is a smaller cap name. Nice push to the upside. Paradigm calling this one the perfect all-in-one speculation, saying they're recommending this, quote, tiny micro cap that has its tentacles in so many big arenas. So again, bit of a speculative long idea here from Paradigm. Back to you, DVLT.
Yeah, that's a big time move right there, Dara. Thank you for that. Up 7% now from 228, but the volume most definitely stepping in.
Did you hear that laugh? That sounded like your laugh.
Yeah,
there
what was
from
that?
Randy.
Who did that?
On the other side.
Randy?
Did you hear that?
No, I did.
That was fun. It was a lot like that, dude.
Shout out to that one there.
Good luck.
But yeah, as for the options activity, look at AMD go. Oh my days. That is absolutely insane. AMD, and we were right in off of those lows as well too, guys. So bang, bang, and then we take it out at VWAP, and then you get a big time move. So I can't even say you got the meat of the move, but an absolute monstrous recovery in AMD. That's interesting. I did not think that was going to be the case today. We're now north of opening price of that 935-minute candle. So absolutely crazy stuff. The market rebounding, crypto still hard. We got Bitcoin hovering around 6460. That's going to be IBIT via IBIT. We got Ethereum ETHA up to 3107. Wow, surprising. I'm super surprised on that. Let's actually take a look at the underlyings here from a daily perspective to see what we got cooking up and just how they look.
Okay.
This might, Sharif, we were talking about it on multiple occasions. There's the go. Haha. BTC, we don't want all, we'll go BTC US dollar. We're not going to pick anything up along those lines. That's completely fine.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. So let's get over to the daily there, guys, and see what we got cooking up. This is what I'm talking about. This might be the prime candle. What a bounce. Okay, again, I'm happy that we executed on Amazon, but this is a pretty good opportunity as well too. You play the break of this daily candle. Even if you started to accumulate some, I was looking at it on Monday and over the weekend, and I'm like, no. And sure enough, this might be the run where, okay, we've absorbed enough south of this support level. Now we go and test that previous all-time high around 127,000, 126,000. I like our chances on Bitcoin, especially after today's session, Sharif. Wait for an additional pullback. That might give us a good opportunity to get involved before we get to that break.
Well said, sound stuff, Joey. There goes BYND again into another high of day, 268 as the day high. We got 33s on. We're now talking about 81%. It feels like we may be destined today to get close to that $3 level in the same way that we were talking about 2 yesterday, right? So it's not beyond the realm of possibility. Keep your eye out on this one. Separately, I want to mention this DVLT one continues to go into 269, 270, 11% and going here. It's got support at the break-even level. That's 242, but that's like 32 pennies away from where we're trading. How do we get in? Let's flip to the one. Let's see exactly where prior bar low is. Prior bar low, 263. So if you're riding trend, look to get out at prior bar low. Otherwise, the 10 EMA on the one is the other area that I'm looking at, 253. Let's see what that one does. We're going to the desk.
Yeah, we have Trump talking here about tariffs, saying tariffs equals national security, but more specifically, he actually talked about China, just now saying that the U.S. is going to be doing well in the China negotiation, and that apparently China wants to discuss tariffs. He again reiterated he will be speaking to President Xi of China in 2 weeks in South Korea. So that meeting's still happening. Again, keep an eye maybe on, here's the NASDAQ, you can keep an eye maybe on FXI, KWEB, as Trump discusses China. Back to you.
I'm looking again at Ranny, okay? So we had a mixed bag here with Ranny. We got a couple of moves up, and then we ended up getting stopped out because it broke 3. It had my stop at 3. But it looks like it may use 3 as generally at support level. So what I'm going to wait for, and I don't mind waiting on RANI, I'm going to wait for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. Currently, we still have lower high, lower high, lower high, and another lower high. We'll see if this current candle, the candle on the 5, that the 1235 candle can make a prior or can make a high above the 1230 candle. It'll have to get above 307 to do that. So what I'm talking about is just a strategy, a very simple strategy that I use about making the first, about getting in after a downtrend on the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. It'll have to close that way. Now, it doesn't have to be this one. It can be the subsequent one. So I'm looking at the high of the 1230 candle and basing my entry on the 1235 candle. So we'll have to get, as I said, above 307. So 308 would be my entry. But if the 1235 candle also closes red below the 1230 candle, then the 1240 candle will have to make a new high above the 1235 candle. I hope I didn't lose anybody there. So generally what I'm talking about is the first 5-minute candle will make a new high. Wow. That's all I'm looking for there on RANI, but I can see it defending 3. There are buyers stepping in on RANI on 3, and you can see that more acutely when you look at the 1 as opposed to the 5, because you'll see the umpteen amount of candles that are finding support at that $3 level. So that's what I'm looking at there. Bovin's also talking about NUAT. Let me take a gander at that one. I haven't even seen that. Yep. Oh, then now I'm seeing it on the scanner. Okay, shut it to Bovin. NUAT. What? NUAT. Isn't that what I typed? It's NAUT, Bovin. Yeah, I do that all the time. NAUT. Same crap. 5 minutes. Looking good, Bovin. What's the volume on this monster here? 1.4 million shares. Not too bad, Bovin. Not too bad. It's getting there. Who am I going to take off here? IVD. I don't even know who to take off, man. VSEE. We're going to take that one off for now. NAUT. We're going to throw that one on because that's breaking out. It's taking out highs right now, but it's still a bit light on vol. Still a bit light on vol. I don't mind getting in. We'll just let this one pick up a little bit. Yeah, look. Now it's smashing about 100,000 shares per 5-minute candles. 36%. Shut it to Bovin. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I don't have to be quick to execute on that. Still keeping my eye on NUAI. NUAI. Calm down, Sharif. BYND. Looking for this one to continue. It is a 269er high now as we weasel in to that $0.75 area, packing the patience. And then, yeah, I've said very little about my Clover trade because it's been doing kind of nothing for the last little while. 335 high. I've got 23s on, so I don't need to wet the beak at the moment. Packing my patience. Ozan, can you, Katina to use all his buying power to buy BA? Thanks and best regards. All right, Katina, man, we're going to need you to punch in, brother. He's already doing it for you. Shout out to Ozan. Yeah, Ozan's got a lot of requests. You notice that. He's always trying me to get Katina to punch in. Ram's ignoring him.
Can I stay at your place and all these things?
Yeah, I know. But to be fair, he did offer us his place at Dallas. And I got to tell you, I plan on seeing Ozan when I go down there for a Cowboys game eventually.
Exercise that option there.
Yeah, but it's been a minute. There goes BYND again, guys. 273. The breakout is on. It feels like we are headed to $3 now. There's 274, Joey. The shorts are getting squeezed. We're up 85, 86%. We're looking for more. Packing the patience. Don't need to be getting out right now. I think we've got a little bit more to go, John.
Absolutely, man. AMD is nuts off of that 234 low up to 240 once again. Bitcoin putting in a little bit of a topping signal, but I think this is going to be such a difficult name to short considering the move that we were just previously on. But it's displaying itself here, guys, in full effect. Look, there it is. Every time I post up at the lower end of the range, we just don't get that grab, and then boom, there it is. Google continuing continuing to climb a little bit higher. So some really, really good stuff there in Google and a big time rebound. But as for the IBIT trade, look at that volume start to stick out. Let's see how this candle prints. Our risk profile most definitely defined. If we get in now, we only have to risk about 25 cents, a little bit more room. We want to give it a little bit more room, but boy, oh boy, do I ever want to get involved on some Google once again. We missed the meat of it for sure, guys. We got that little move higher, it stopped out break even. And this is when I accidentally flipped short. I meant to post up down here, so I probably wouldn't even have got that fill. But there it is, a big time recovery. At one point, it was down 4%. Now we're only down 2 3/4. So a nice recovery there on goggles. All right, is it printing? There it is. That's a pretty big indecision candle, if you ask me. We'll be patient on this one. Wait for that retest of the highs. But if it also breaks down with some momentum and volume, we want to be participating in that. We'll just get our feet wet in it and not go heavy whatsoever. And then we'll buy a little bit more if it continues to climb. But I don't want to miss the train like we have on Google. So small size on IBIT. We'll go about 3/4 of our, about 2. Yeah, I think maybe we'll go half of what we want, a little bit more than that. And then if it starts to work in our favor, then we can most definitely add. And as long as we don't break 64.75, Sharif, we're cooking up a storm here. We might add a little bit more. IBIT instantly a couple pennies in them are not even anymore. But I mean, not too bad of a break. You punch through that the support level right here at 64.57, and then we take a couple pennies to the downside just like that. It's a fact, Jack. Bang, bang, bang. So that's starting to work out. We might have to get that animation. Shout out to Mike P. Derider, Surfboard P. We'll spin that money as IBIT is continuing to go a little bit lower. Great signal on IBIT. Maybe a little bit heavier, but the thing is though, do you want to be shorting such an aggressive asset like this right now and going aggressive? The answer to me is no, because you are counter trending, and that can get a little bit worrisome and put a little bit more stress on yourself than what you necessarily need, but not looking too bad so far, Sharif.
All right, Joey, you know I've been telling you about Bloom Energy for a hot minute, right? I'm constantly looking at what BE is doing, annoyed that I haven't been involved. Assassino, let's show him the daily here on Bloom Energy. So, Joey, look, here's what I like. I don't want to get your opinion on this. Take a look at what we did over here on that big pullback. See where we held up? The yellow line. That's a 20 exponential.
You can zoom in on that candle for me, man.
I know you like these candles. I know for a fact you like that candle right there. That's a doji candle, an indecision candle, a reversal candle. All right? Here's what I'm seeing, Joe. You know where that 20 is right now that we held up at initially?
Yes, where's it at?
It's at $95, Joe. That's where the 20 is. But I also want you to look at this resistance level right here, Joe. The price action resistance.
Off that.
Look, so I think I'm going to punch in Bloom Energy into the swing at $95. And here's what I'm going to do, Joe. I'm going to give it to 90. We're going to risk $5 for a swing. Because look, the fact of the matter is, these names, these hydrogen fuel cell names, sort of were looked at, as possible EV substitutes. They're completely diverging away from that now. It's to power these data centers. And locally, because
Plug Power was hot garbage, bro.
Plug Power just doesn't have the juice that BE does. It looks like BE is a legitimate company, whereas Plug, I don't really know. I tried to look at Plug because I knew there would be more beta for Plug. It's a $3-4 name. I was thinking maybe we hit 12, 15, maybe 20. But you know what? I think there's something to be said about punching into the good names. And I think that's
definitely the right idea, man. If it's working, then why would you try to go and pick something that may be lagging or anything along those lines?
So that's what I'm thinking, Joe.
That's working.
Quite honest with you, dude. I think I'm going to punch into BE. I know it's up a ton, but who knows where this one could go. And I'll risk $5 on a swing. I'm absolutely fine with that. So I just wanted to mention that because I think I'm going to be punching into that pretty soon. Cut the crap segment starts.
Yeah, just cut it. Just
cut it.
BS.
All right, guys. BYND coming down here. So 280 high. It's in the mid-60s. Look, the refresh area for me is the 10 EMA. And that's showing me 252. So look, it comes into 250s. We might be getting a little bit more over here as I'm not the only one watching this, so I'm assuming some other people are going to front run this one as well. So BYND, certainly in focus for me, looking for more on it. But let's get to as well as RANI. I talked about this one. First 5-minute candle to make a new high. Well, we just got one on a wick bit. We're going to get in here, Joey, and we're going to give it to local area lows. Rainey's a bamboozler, though, man. We're gonna have to be careful with RANI. But I'm gonna get in here. It's a multi-day runner, as we've spoken about, so it doesn't feel like it has, you know, that good time, long time thing that we always talk about. Where are we in? We're in at 5s, Joey. Current bar low. We're gonna have to give it to prior bar low. Prior bar low goes to 93, so we get out at 92s. Simple as that. Well, that's what we're gonna do, and we're gonna look to run into 11s. So that's gonna be the first area we post at. Let's see how this one ends up doing. I don't really have too much in the way of expectations right now for RANI. It seems to be kind of consolidative above 3. It can hold 3. I think that we could get a possible move up, maybe test those highs at 332. We'll have to wait and see. Let's talk about some others. Over here, we've been talking about NERV to no end. It's now below 10. It seems to be finding support at, 970s, 980s. We'll keep an eye out there. NAUT, the one that Brother brought us, dropping back down off the highs, trying to hold VU up at $1.34. High at day 157. But I'm going to move back here to the other one that I had, which was VSEE, because that one was on the verge of breaking out. So we're going to put that one back. Yeah, that one's got a bit of a better chart pattern personally than the other one. So we'll keep tabs on that. And then Clover is the other one that we've got on. We got 23s. It's showing me 35s right now. Nothing to do there. And then DVLT, 270, coming back into 250s. 2-bar pullback. This current green candle on DVLT has a higher low, but also really a lower high. Unsure about how to execute, if I'm going to execute at all. It's not up that much, man. A little bit less than 6%. So we'll see if this one can catch a bid. If it can, we'll participate. Otherwise, nothing for me to do here, Joey.
All right, beautiful stuff, man. I like the swing trade talk. We have to rock some more of that there. Because, I'm big on that stuff. So,
okay,
there it is. Bang, IBIT. Let's see if we can get that breakthrough. 64.40. But first, I posted up a little bit lower on Google at 248 just in case. Right. But it's holding VWAP really, really well there, guys. So keep an eye out on that one. Waiting for a potential liquidity grab before we climb higher, but it doesn't seem to need that. No Loon, what's up? Adara, talk to us.
Estee Lauder on watch here. Excuse me, we do still have movement in this stock as we get comments from L'Oreal, as I mentioned earlier. L'Oreal and also Adidas, a Nike sympathy play, both reported earnings here in Europe. Now we have commentary coming through from L'Oreal CEO saying that China has stabilized and consumers are, quote, slightly more confident. So just be aware, if you're trading Estee Lauder or Nike, there could potentially be some commentary coming from the CEOs of the companies that they're trading in sympathy with. Back to you.
Pardon me.
Okay, no Loon.
TMS always making me chuckle.
Okay, I got to read this stuff out.
Go ahead, Joey.
All right, so, it starts off with No Loon saying, Joey. All right. And then he says, Joseph Options. I say, what's up, man? And he goes, you're either with me or against me.
Who's he, George Bush?
You better choose.
Take it easy there, George.
All right. All right.
Fool me once.
I want none of that smoke, yeah.
You're not going to fool me again.
Yeah, fool me once. Was that the day they threw their shoe at him? No, it was a different day.
He got the shoe thrown at him in Iraq.
Oh, is that
I like how, the president of Iraq was trying to block it for him, Nouri al-Maliki. It's like, Nouri, bro, he can block it on his own. You don't need him in the paint
I love that.
Guarding
Such
you,
a clean move, too.
Yeah. But he started smiling when he was getting the shoe thrown. Yeah. Do you know, it's highly, highly disrespectful in any culture, I'm sure, to throw shoes at someone, but just in Middle East, it's next level disrespectful.
What is that? What would you correlate? I mean, I don't want to correlate that with anything, but
boy, I don't know what the
Google's ready to go. Yeah, it is smooth. Absolutely, man. There's been some absolute phenomenal trades. It's been a banger of a Tuesday without any form of questioning. We have Bitcoin climbing higher. The long term's loving that. $3. A little bit more than that on the day, Sharif. We like that one there. Ethereum, the long term's liking that as well too. And then now, as for the swing account, I'm all out of Amazon. Took that move there, and then now we're short some IBIT. Right. I'm not expecting the biggest move here right now, Sharif, to be honest with you, because it is really, really strong. So you're going to get those shallow pullbacks, but we'll hold on to it.
Did you hear about my little spiel on crypto in the morning with Brendo at the big desk?
No, I was
Your friend Elon was moving around coins yesterday, and that spooked the market.
Oh,
really? It was 2 dormant wallets. Well, it was SpaceX, not Elon, to be fair. He moved around about, I think, a little bit less than 2,500 coins. From one wallet to the other, and the market was like
Bitcoin?
panicking. Yeah,
Yeah, and because they thought he was selling. It was more accounting than anything else, Joey. We'll get to it, obviously, on the news, which we're about to start momentarily there. So. All right, I want to just update my positions. Clover Health is doing well, man. There it goes, back into the high day, 336. I'm posting up at 39. CLOV is a stair-step, higher highs and higher lows. You're not getting volatility all that much from this name. That doesn't mean it won't come. Just for the moment, it's not aggressive in the price movement at all, to be honest with you. It's almost got 14 million shares traded, and there's another high of day, 337 on Clover Health. Let's pack our patience and keep an eye on there. BYND, I made a mistake on. I should have been adding here. I wasn't alive to that 260 hold. I was waiting more for the 50s. It held up generally at 60s, and here we go again, showing 70s. It's got an 80 high, but it's not at the high of the day quite yet. Zigging and zagging with that high 60s, low 70s area right now. BYND up 83%. Multi-day runner, guys. Again, no real news. There is news today for BYND. I think they're gonna go into Walmart or something like that. You thank you, Katina, man. It's not of interest to me whatsoever. I don't think it's really gonna move the needle for a lot of people because if they didn't like it, at wherever they were selling it before, why would they really like it at Walmart? But this is the headline right here. Beyond Meat expands distribution at Walmart. You guys can do the research there if you'd like, but that was the headline. We were headline lists, though, for the last couple of days on this name. So that's what we're keeping an eye out on. So we're in BYND, excuse me. We're in CLOV, and now we're in RANI. And this trade is undecided at the moment. It's generally holding 3, but I'm seeing topping till candles into 310. So I feel like the shorts are kind of using that 10 penny level or high single digit level to kind of get in short. That's the bad side. What's the good side? Well, we're still holding 3, and we're still holding the 10 EMA. My out is at prior area low. That's this area right here. I gotta turn on the you know when you hit control and it does the circle thing for you? I gotta turn that on.
Oh, you don't have that?
Well, because I'm in the other profile and it didn't really transfer anything over. So I have to do that in a second. Why are people saying circle? Circle's pumping. Everybody's yelling about circle. Let's have a look at CRPL. Is there any stablecoin stuff going on? What is going on here? 5 minutes. Okay, yeah, we got a bit of a move. To be fair on Circle, we were hugging VWAP, doing nothing at 127 3/4, and then we rocketed up. 131, excuse me, 19. That's the high of the day right now. Let's take a gander to see what the blotter is bringing us here in terms of any news on Circle. Looking. Circle Internet Group's increased call volume. Goldman downgraded. No, that's nothing to do with that. No, I'm just getting a price spike up notification. Go ahead, Joey.
Sorry, Sharif.
Go ahead, Joey.
Bang, 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 bang. Look at that ad there on IBIT to the downside. A nice little move. Aggressive selling starting to kick in a little bit as Bitcoin is coming back in, guys. A nice ad. Of course, you want to get at the top end of the range, but we're not going to complain about that, so we get into full size. Oh man. We'll take a little bit off there. Maybe a little bit more just because
your boy's at 113.3 now.
Brother, I think
I know we're gonna go down, but we're at least up a little bit.
No, I wasn't gonna say. I think this might be the move. I've seen this before. I think this might be it.
All right.
I don't know if we go anything. I don't know if we go south of 107 or I should say probably 103. Bang! Okay. There it goes. I don't think we go south of 103 for some time there, Sharif. This might be the. I'm hoping the 150. That's what we want to see is the 150 move. Bang, there it is, rocking and rolling on IBIT, just on the exact same signal. Tesla selling aggressively. The market selling aggressively here, Sharif, coming back in. NVDA, but Amazon holding up strong like bull because it is definitely bullish today. And then Ether starting to come in a little bit as well, too. I'm curious to see if anything came into the overall market because volume is drastically starting to kick in. Let's take a look at this. I got this position on, but I'll cater to you guys first. That's what really matters. All right, so there it is, bang. You can see that volume really kick in here in the overall market. Bitcoin starting to sell a little bit as well, too. So at what point are we at overextension? Maybe 63.76. We'll hold on to exactly half. We're just at half of what we had of the original size. So we'll hold off and just in case we get some more downside, but if it comes back to my break even, best believe we're going to get out. But there goes the market right back to VWAP Street.
Joey, I got the nod from Brendo
For
the costumes. Let the craziness begin.
You never even told me what the costume.
Well, I just got. Well, we haven't decided, but we had the approval. Yeah,
because the costume.
We'll buy them and we bill, right? So we get the.
Oh yeah.
So I think we should do something funny. Something business related.
Business
we don't
related?
have to, or market related, not business related. Sorry, market related, like a duo or a tandem, maybe like co-CEOs.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm thinking.
What's a good duo?
Spitballing here.
Oh.
No,
God,
man.
why do I keep
I don't know.
doing that?
I want to see what the chat has to say about some good ideas. I'll let you trade because it looks like you're focused right now on that. We can talk about it some other time.
I don't know what I just did.
What'd you do,
I just added when I didn't want to. I wanted to take it off.
Who's Terrence and Phillip, James Dunn?
You don't know who Terrence and Phillip are?
No, I don't.
Oh, man.
Self par? I don't know. Katita, man, I always set myself up for failure with this kind of stuff because I really never really know. But no, man, James, you're an OG, James. So that's cool, but we want it to be more market related, like just so that it kind of fits with the theme of the show, of course. All right, guys, give me some good ideas. Put my face mask on, Jose. I don't even know what you look like, bro. Blame Canada, be stepbrothers. What's happening here? What else you guys got? Your favorite WWE wrestler, says Artemis. I wouldn't mind that. But the Winklevoss twins, I don't know how we would pull that off, though. We would have to get, stilts. And I don't know. And I'd have to, I don't even want to say it on here so we don't get canceled. But I have to obviously do some painting. Because I'm really not that color. All right, give me some good ideas.
What is a good?
Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett.
Ooh,
that's actually not a bad one, bro. That's not a bad one. We could put a bold cap on. You know what I mean? Like
Berkshire.
Age ourselves. That's pretty cool.
Crypto crap.
I think that would probably be hard to do.
It would be very hard.
Yeah, I know. Something
Maybe
a little bit
Ram
easier.
Do the makeup.
Ram Ram's gonna do the makeup?
Yeah,
bro. Yeah, right.
Birthday.
We got Ram Ram off that desk. I'll give you $10. A bear and a bull.
That's not bad. That's not a bad idea. That's a good idea.
That's actually not bad at all. I really do like that idea. Not bad. We'll Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. What? Are they doing business together? I like the Elon thing, but who pairs with Elon? Oh, I know. Sam Altman. Sam Altman and Elon Musk. Bang. But how do you even dress like those guys? How do you dress like those guys? You just gotta
You just gotta come up and be Elon and try to jump above everything. And
like a short crop top there, so your stomach's showing on the stage. No, I mean I think Altman dresses a lot in sweaters. I don't know if you've seen that.
He's a suit guy, I think. No. Wow, Bitcoin's tanking.
I've seen him in sweaters all the time, so I don't know.
Okay.
Guys, I'm still holding on to RANI here. Look, it doesn't feel like this one's going to go. It's still holding 3. I don't know how I feel about this one, though. Go ahead, Joey.
Let me rock and roll a little bit here, guys, as Bitcoin is starting to come back in. This was an accidental ad, but we just continuously hold it. Enter the short, bang, add to the short, piece them out, piece them out, piece them out. Accidental ad, doesn't phase us, piece them out, piece them out, piece them out. And then now we're sitting on a little bit left here, so not too bad of a session. Signals left, right, and center, or Katina Man. Can be Dan Aykroyd. All right. We'll figure something out. I think there's going to be a good opportunity. We can always ask ChatGPT as well, too, because that's going to...
Joey, I checked into a BYND at days high again, guys. 282, 283. Here we go. BYND is going to take out 100%. Keep your eye on that. We'll go to the desk.
We're selling.
Keep an eye here on WBD, Warner Brothers Discovery. We know earlier this one was moving after a report from CNBC suggesting that Netflix and Comcast were both considering making bids for Warner Brothers. Now, WBD announcing that it's raising the price of all of its HBO plans. So Warner Brothers already in the spotlight earlier today, now announcing price increases for all of its HBO subscriptions. And back to you.
BYND is taking out levels. 289 high, Joey options. Now we're up 94%. Let's just see if we can get to 3, guys. We only have one beak wetter left. 91s, 92s, 93s, Joey. We're going to take it out here. That's where it's going to end. BY frickin' ND, man. What a move for BYND today. Good look. Multi-day runner for Beyond Look, guys, I mean, just because Joey and, if you're a newer trader, of course, I want to say this, just because Joey and I are looking at this over and over, doesn't mean that this is a good investment. We are in this intraday. We are in, we're out. We're not holding BYND overnight. I don't personally believe in the company. I'm just gonna be as very straightforward as I can be. If you guys happen to like it, fantastic. I mean, I got nothing against you. It was added to the meme ETF, says Katina. I didn't even know there was a meme ETF, Katina, man. That's why it's spiking. It makes sense. So that's a good look there.
You know what's also a good look?
What's a good look,
IBIT. Let's see if we can catch this fill right here as we continue. Boom! Oh, Assassino just a second too late. We would have caught it live. But there it is, guys. An additional move. Lower Bitcoin absolutely tanking off of that 64.75 level. Joseph Bruce, you need something that will clearly show who you are, dressing as like Batman and Robin as an example. That's a good idea.
I like the Elon and Trump thing because of what happened this year. I think that's great. It's super easy to to dress as President Trump. You just get yourself a mask or some hair and whatever, a suit, right? Elon, I think, is a little bit difficult. You can wear the hat because he's been wearing the hat a lot.
Or just wear
a black leather jacket.
No,
that's Jensen.
That's Jensen. Just wear a shirt that says "Occupy Mars," and then you're.
That's another good one. That's a really good one. That's smart, actually. Yeah.
Just Occupy Mars.
I think that's actually pretty smart, Joey. That very much signals Elon, right?
Listen, we're gonna have a problem here.
All right, what's going on, Joey?
You ready?
Let's go.
$4.99. Mopar for life. Flying in from LA.
Oh.
Make sure to buy the dustpan. I'll bring the broom. Thanks, guys.
Look, man, I think the Jays are a ridiculously deep team, but the Dodgers are a juggernaut, bro. They're just, I can't. Ohtani's their fourth pitcher, right? He's literally the third, the Katina man says. So,
I mean, hey, man.
I don't know what to think about this.
I'll tell you one thing.
Obviously, I want the Jays.
Hey, listen, I'll tell you one thing. Sharif, I had a hockey season I'll never forget, and it's happened on multiple occasions.
Yes, sir.
So our team lost 3 games all year.
Okay.
3 games all year in a 35-game season.
Okay.
We go to the finals.
All right.
Your boy scores the first goal.
Okay.
We lose 3-1 to the second place team, right?
Okay.
So what I'm getting at here essentially is the best team doesn't always win.
No.
It's momentum. It's just multiple factors that come into play.
That's fair.
In the finals, anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Katina man,
anything can happen.
You're taking the market short still? The Katina man's short the market right now. And he's printing. But Joey, it's a little bit different in baseball though, because it's a best of 7. So whereas like football, soccer, they're all one gamers. I'm assuming yours was one gamer as well.
It was a one gamer.
I don't know, Joe, man.
No. It was a best
of 3.
Yeah, best 3 out of 5. Yeah. We won game 1, lost game 2, lost game 3.
Lost game 3. So you lost a couple in a row.
Yeah.
It is what it is, man. On 2 New York cents, no, Ohtani doesn't even have a schedule to pitch. He just pitches when they need him, but not on the schedule. It's kind of crazy, like that guy, man. But let me tell you, man, what a guy.
But I'm just saying, like, obviously they can get swept. The Dodgers are an absolute dynasty.
They did to Milwaukee, bro.
Yeah, they're a dynasty.
All over Milwaukee.
And I mean, I'm pretty sure the last series that the Jays played Milwaukee, they got smoked.
Milwaukee?
Yeah.
I think we beat Milwaukee earlier in the year in interleague play. I'm pretty sure we did because they had one of the best records in the NL, right?
They did, yeah. But
we played the Dodgers regular season in interleague? Yeah, find out, Katina, man. Let me know if we actually how we did against them.
But I mean, anything can happen. Listen, do I think we get swept? No.
I don't think we get swept.
The momentum, one thing that I will note is that a team that just smokes another team 4-0, boom, blows them out of the water. I think that the team that goes game 7 is coming in at a higher velocity, so they're more, like they have more of the momentum rolling for them.
We lost 2 games. We play on their turf or ours, Katina, man? In LA, okay.
LA.
So we took a game in LA, all right.
In LA.
Okay.
I mean, I think, again, I'm leaving it at anything can happen. Because that's literally, what if our boy, the LA boy, Ohtani gets hurt? What if somebody gets hurt? That's really important to the lineup.
Very, very possible.
And anything can happen.
And we could have Bo back.
I'm long Google.
So they're talking about having Bo at least on the bench to have a bat.
Yeah.
Because if he's not going to play in the outfield, he's got to be hitting.
Do you even put Bo, like I'm asking, do you put Bo in, considering the team's got this far?
That's a
do you
good
think
question.
that messes up the chemistry in the batting order?
I would like to see, what's that guy that they always give a 3-letter acronym to, Katina, man? I think he plays second? Yeah, Connor Falefa. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing him.
Bo Bichette will resume his normal play.
Yes, that's
Okay,
exactly. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping,
He's the
man.
best hitter in the league.
Yeah,
he was
he's
the best hitter
an amazing hitter. I would.
Well, he had the most hits, no?
I don't know.
What do you
I
mean
think he got
it's
injured
not
a
maybe.
little bit late. but we'll
100%.
see,
Yeah, he was definitely
double
up
check,
there.
Joey, yeah. I don't
I
know,
was
man.
looking
I
at
don't
it
know how to
last
feel
night. He
about
definitely
LA.
had the most hits in the league.
I don't really like LA, to be quite honest with you.
I like that because they're blue. You don't like the blue?
No, not really. I don't like Los Angeles as a city. I like Southern California.
Okay, no, he was okay. So
Yeah.
batting average, Bo was second at 311. Judge was first. Hits, Bo was second at 181, and whoever Witt was
Wow, okay. So
was
that's
first.
a huge
Yeah.
piece
So-
that we're missing there. That's insane. All right, so hopefully, Bo's back and he does well. But he's been taking batting practice for a couple of weeks now, right? He's Katina Man confirmed. He already said he's playing. So we're good to go there. Hopefully, Trump said the meeting with China may not happen. Reason for the tank. Thank you, In Charts. I think In Charts We Trade, something like that. Thank you for that. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of posturing, guys, as the APEC summit, leads up and, the two leaders get ready to meet, obviously, and we've been seeing more of this posturing happen more and more. So we'll see, man. We'll see. It's I think the date is the 28th to the 31st, if I'm not mistaken. That's the APEC summit. Jensen's going to be there. A lot of different business leaders are going to be there. It's not just a political powwow. So we'll have to see exactly what happens there, Katina Man. Adam James, let's go Dodgers. Woke versus whatever, bro.
It's true, man.
What are you even talking
but
about?
Adam, though, the thing is, though, listen, I know where you reside. When you're still going for all these American teams, come on, man. What kind of BS is that? Show some patriotism.
The pickle Jim is like, Blue Jays are getting smoked. All right, bro.
The chances are they
Respect your
probably are
opinion.
going to get smoked. But we're in the World Series. Your team probably isn't. So, hey.
Shout out to Chart Hustle. LA, best city in the world. Thank you for your comment. What else we got over here? Bo Bichette is still a Blue Jay. Wow, great player. Yeah, to New York Saints. He's just injured right now, brother. He will not be a Blue Jay next year. I'm hearing as well that Gosman could be off too, Katina Man, as he may be, or it's Bieber. He's they're talking about he might get like 14 million. What's the option to 7 million or something like that? It's his own option. He's going to decline it, Katina Man says. Yeah, that's what I was reading that yesterday. So we may be without him as well. So we'll see. All right, 106, Joey. I'm still in a couple of positions, but I think they're okay. I'm looking at Clover. I'm looking at Ranny. Ranny, if it loses the level, I'm out. I'm holding for a move back above. I don't think I'm going to get it on Ranny, quite frankly, because it's a series of lower highs. This is the one right here. We'll see what we get. I stop out below 292. Simple as that. That's a local area low right here. Okay. Well, let's get the news started over here. Go ahead,
want
Joey.
to pull up the news here? I'll just touch on this.
Go ahead.
So what we got going on, guys, we're just piecing it out there on IBIT short. That one worked really nice. There is some indecision prints. You can see the buying pressure really start to kick in on today's session. So keep an eye out for that. But other than that, guys, boom, take the short at the break of that support level. Same thing again, stair step down, consolidation, momentum and volume really starts to kick in. We add to that short. Accidental add doesn't phase us, and we're still rocking and rolling. We got about not even 10% left right now, just a little bit more than, or actually maybe a little bit more than 10%. But other than that, all three shorts on IBIT today, profitable. I did catch a dip buy on Google, and we took a loss, but that would turn us negative, but only our only negative name on the day there, Sharif.
All right, Randy's actually making a move here, so we just wet the beak. Let's see if this one goes. It's holding 3. It's just, I'm looking for the curl. It's going to have to get above, I want to say, mid to low teens for that curl to manifest. We'll see. It's still zigging and zagging. No continuation, though. All right, let's start with the news. Apple hits a record high yesterday on an iPhone sales surge, so let's talk about it. There's new data coming out from Counterpoint Research, which is showing that iPhone 17 sales are up about 14% year over year versus the 16 series in the US and China during the first
10 days of launch. That's a very specific data point, so I just wanted to mention that. And let's say the base model iPhone 17, which is, according to some YouTube reviewers, Marquez Brownlee specifically, it's the best deal that Apple's put out in many years. Apparently, that base model is driving the surge thanks to better chips, higher base storage, upgraded selfie cameras, same price as last year's model. So we'll keep an eye on that. Loop Capital upgrading Apple from a hold to buy. There was another upgrade today. We know that Tim Cook recently visited China, meeting officials and employees while attending an iPhone Air launch, which sold out within minutes, as per South China Morning Post. So good look there, obviously, as that replaces the iPhone Air is what I'm talking about. The base model Plus. So you remember there was a 16 Plus version, which was the same specs as the 16, just a bigger screen like the Pro Max. They've dropped that model in favor of the Air, and it looks like it's paying dividends here, Joey. So Apple up 0.5%, making another all-time high today. It looks like, with the overall market, though, selling off a little bit. What's your look on Apple?
I think Apple's going to be just fine, Sharif. We talked about this for quite some time. It was only a matter of time until this name eventually broke out. Again, we were all worried about them with their capex and not really investing into the AI and having all this massive data center, GPU, and all this and all that you see all these other hyperscalers starting to put their money towards. Without all of that, Sharif, Apple still had the ability to put in a new all-time high this week, and I think it's going to continue to climb. If those iPhone sales come in at a beat, watch out. You're going to probably see 300 next to this name.
All right, Adair, did we get this wrong because we were fixated on AI?
I mean, I still think Apple arguably should be having AI, of course, but their main product here is the iPhone, right? That's what they're known for. That's when they really started to hit their stride. They usurped BlackBerry, so it makes sense that if there were a product and the success of said product to push them to new all-time highs, especially with talks of and hopes of a super cycle, I think it makes sense it's the iPhone. I think it's a good look. And yeah, I mean, we have more positive analyst comments coming after the rally today, right? Of course, yesterday, in addition to that data from Counterpoint Research, we also had Evercore ISI giving this one the nod, tactical outperform, and then we also had Loop Capital with the upgrade. But then this morning, we actually get even more positive analyst notes. Wells Fargo raising their price target to 290. Goldman Sachs saying that they see Apple beating Q4 2025 earnings, which is Apple's next earnings report. They're a quarter ahead of the market. The point is here, I think Apple poised nicely. Let's see what they do with that earnings report, though.
In Africa, a new generation of leaders is rising. The woman boss empowers them. We provide the training and mentorship women and girls need to start businesses, create change, and build a sustainable future. We've already impacted over 10,000 lives. Your contribution creates the next opportunity. So scan that QR code now and empower the next woman leader today. All right, let's go on to the next topic over here. GM. Look, this is a good look today for GM, man. I was talking to my old man the other day, and we were just shooting the breeze about, legacy autos and, some of the plight that they've been suffering. And I was telling him, I think GM is the best position out of the big three, Stellantis, Ford, and GM. The price action on the chart supports that, and I think the sales also support that. So let's talk about this. EPS came in at 280, destroying the 231 expected by the street. Revenue as well, $3 billion plus, higher $48.6 billion. Just a little bit shy of that, beating the 45.25 expected by the street. Revenue, for whatever reason, was down 1% year over year, but that shows resilience despite the pricing headwinds and the soft EV sales we'll get to in a second, which still is a problem for them. They also raised their full year 2025 guidance. They're guiding now EBIT to be but $12 to $13 billion. The previous guide was 10 to 12.5. EPS, they're guiding now for full year 9.75 to 10.5. The previous guide was 8.25 to 10. You guys get it. They raised basically everything here. Let's talk about the tariffs, because this was a major headwind for Mary Barra and company in the last report, and that one sent it down aggressively. They've since changed that number. They lowered their expected tariff impact to $3.5 to $4.5 billion, down from the 4 to 5 that they were guiding last time. And in addition to guiding lower, they're planning to offset 35% of that $3.5 to $4.5 billion. So you do your calculations there. That's what the net hit is going to be. Mary Barra, CEO, also thanked President Trump for his recent tariff adjustments. Specifically, she's talking about the U.S.-made trucks. U.S.-made vehicles helping, of course, the North American margins. But let's talk about the tough part here, Joey, which is EV sales. None of the legacy auto are really having all that much success with EVs, and GM reported $1.6 billion in special charges, really tied to its EV pullback, cutting net income by over half to $1.3 billion. So it gives you an idea how profitable they would be without the EV division. That's down 57% year over year. Net margins as well, Joey, fell to 2.7%. Why be even in business if you're making 2.7% on a product? And it wasn't even that good last year. It was 6.3% last year. Anyway, won't harp on that anymore. CFO Paul Jacobson said only 40% of EVs are currently profitable on a contribution margin basis, delaying the break-even timelines, Joey.
Yeah.
Let's stop for a second and just point out very clearly that the new administration doesn't have that same EV mandate push as the previous administration does. So my question to you is, do they still go gung-ho in EVs, or do they kind of put the brakes on and do what we've seen other legacy automakers do? Focus on hybrids.
I think hybrids would be the answer for that one. Why? Because I think the EV tax credit was really huge, right, Sharif? As that came into a close, we've seen the boost in Tesla sales as well, too. I think that it contributed a lot. But yeah, I think that's definitely the shift. They're going to go into the hybrid system for sure, without any questioning that. That tax credit is huge, because why would people say, hey, I don't really love these EVs, but hey, I'll buy one because of the tax credit? That is no longer there anymore.
I forgot to mention that. Well said.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, no, you mentioned that.
I didn't mention the tax credit. No, you're absolutely right.
Okay, so I thought you did. But anyways, in all seriousness, it's its best day since 2020. That's some good stuff.
Wow.
Yeah,
really?
Yeah, 15%. So 5 years, best day since 2020. And if they strike a tariff deal with South Korea, that can also help increase margins as well, because they won't be as heavily impacted by the tariff. So I think that's still looming. That's going to be really important. But again, let's not beat around the bush, and as you like to say, let's cut the crap. It's a tough space to be.
It is, man. It is. Even like the OG really Tesla's got like 15-14% gross margin. So let's not expect too much. You know what I mean?
Like again, I don't know if they increased their divvy, but they still pay a little bit of a dividend, around 15 cents a share or something along those lines, which isn't substantial. But yeah, I think there's better investments, unless you're one of the dividend aristocrats, as I would like to say. And I don't think, I don't think that GM is going to be one of those names that you pick.
All right, Adara, by all accounts, this is a really good report. What's your take?
I think it's a great report. Yeah, honestly, I think I'll emphasize that. I also want to let you guys know Trump has stepped off the podium. The Rose Garden luncheon is, I'm guessing, still happening, but no longer on camera. The speeches are done. I just want to mention that. It's a solid report. It's honestly a much better report than I was expecting, and I guess the street was expecting too, because we reacted really positively. As Joe mentioned, massive rally here for GM. I think the lowering their expected tariff impact and then saying that they're going to be offsetting roughly 35% of the remaining tariff hit, I think that's pretty significant. So, yeah, I mean, I think not too much bad to say here about this report. Let's see if General Motors can keep motoring to the upside. And I also think, too, with Ford reporting later this week, I believe Thursday after the bell, let's see how they fare. Because I think if we get another strong report here from legacy EV, or not legacy EV, legacy automaker with Ford, I suspect, A, that helps GM stock, and I think, B, it helps the outlook of the sector considerably.
Thank you for that. Let's go on to the next topic. AWS outage disrupts major websites and highlights the cloud dependence on, yes, AWS. So the irony is not lost on me here. I mean, we have a bad day yesterday for our, a bad headline day, not price action day for Amazon. Doesn't really sell off. It ends up green on the day, and today it is the strongest performing Mag 7 name, up 2 1/3%. So irony 101. Let's talk about what happened yesterday. So the issue originated in the U.S. East 1, specifically in the North Virginia region, starting around 3:11 a.m., causing errors in this DynamoDB, which is a key database for the company and underpins numerous web apps. AWS said the disruption stemmed from what they're calling an operational issue involving DNS, which is domain name systems, and the resolution errors associated with that, which stops systems from finding the right IP address. A lot of technical stuff there. The recovery, let's talk about that. They reported early signs of recovery around 1:30 p.m. yesterday, applying regional fixes, and we were hearing from you guys ad nauseum in the chat about, Robinhood being down, as well as other platforms as well that you couldn't trade on. And so it looks like, you guys were absolutely right about that, because it was an incremental restoration. full restoration happened by about 6 p.m. and then everything was back online about 6:53. They said everything had returned to normal about that around that time. The company emphasized that the data remains safe the entire time, as the issue was not within the DynamoDB itself, but rather the routing records that locate the stored data. Just to give you an idea, Joey, of how much market share they control and how reliant really the world is on AWS, they control 33% of the global cloud infrastructure market, ahead of Azure, ahead of Google Cloud, per Synergy Research. So we know that that includes websites, apps, many different things that all live online.
The brokerages, everything along those lines. We know that people were struggling with their Webull and everything along those lines. Katina, man, you're short Tesla? Go to his chart.
Oh, short there. He reloaded there at, what was that, 108, Katina, man? Good. Excellent trade there, Katina, man. He's looking. Look at that same area, though, Katina, man. That 107.25. There seems to be some support in and around that area. The bottom beat quitters there. Shout out to the Katina, man.
Great trade, brother. Hit the reload button, brother. You're looking for it there.
Oh no!
I reloaded.
He's shooting up a storm.
Oh, shooting up a storm.
All right, Joey, AWS, what's your take?
AWS, listen, again, an outage we've seen, it's funny to see it climb all the way, Amazon that is, all the way just a little bit south of 225, 224, I think we hit on the intraday session, when we've seen the polar opposite happen in CrowdStrike. But at the end of the day, I think everything is fine. We got Gore printing up a storm on today's session, so Webull and Robinhood seem to be back up and running, but at the end of the day, I think it comes to what is this going to cost them, because you know they're going to get sued.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Let's see, though. I mean, let's see, Joe. But yeah, good point there. All right, Adair, completely different than CrowdStrike.
Yeah, and I think, too, as I mentioned yesterday, the biggest difference here seems to be that the CrowdStrike outage, while certainly, it was pretty massive, especially with the extent to how it was impacting certain companies, right? So we had Delta specifically facing tons of flight outages. Also, as I mentioned yesterday, CrowdStrike handled the incident incredibly poorly with their $10 Uber Eats coupons for some of their clients, like bizarre response. Whereas I think Amazon, they might have been a little bit slow or late to respond verbally, but I think even though the issue certainly seems to have impacted a lot more different types of companies, like we had, Robinhood, Roblox, et cetera, all impacted, I guess the scope was larger, but the extent to which the companies were impacted, seems a little bit smaller than what we saw with CrowdStrike. So maybe that's the reason here. Regardless of the reason, Amazon did not care yesterday. It does not care today. At least from the market's perspective, this seems to be a nothing burger, other than the fact that it's a bit of a wake-up call to how large Amazon's scope is when it comes to cloud.
Thank you for that. Ivan, Walter, I like BYND right here, man. I'm just not going to get into it myself because I'm trying to do the news and I'm really managing trades. But yes, it is at the 10 EMA and generally holding up, even though we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pullback, 5 candle pullback on the 5. There seems to be buying in and around 2 mid-60s. I don't know how this sets up, brother. I would be definitely a lot more interested in picking it up at around 2.5. Because, well, it's the $0.5 psychological support, and we have price action resistance at that 2.5. Let me know how it goes. I'd be looking at the 20 as well in case of a deeper retracement. BYND off the highs, 293, coming back down into the low 70s right now. Let's talk about crypto.
Sorry,
go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, let's cover one thing here, Sharif. Speaking of crypto, we're going on in the crypto market. We're short Bitcoin, big time move in IBIT earlier in the day, and then we just had that volume print come right into our lap. Essentially, did we take it on the size that we should have? No, we got to take that signal more aggressively, but at the end of the day, we're in it. Again, so bang, we hop in, add to that position, boom, 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 boom. Accident reload right there. We still hold it, and it's boom, 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 all the way to the downside, and then you like that one there. On the reload, we're just
we need a boom, 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 boom animation, my boy.
Right there.
He doesn't ask for much.
I don't ask for much, man. Whoa, who hit that there?
He asked for a lot, Katima. That's the irony of the whole thing. Yeah, no, it's pretty good. I wouldn't mind that. Oh.
But yeah, we're continuing to take it down, guys. Some fantastic stuff. One more thing, Sharif, before we hop back in. You know what I got to do here.
What do you got to do, Joe? No, he's still playing with the algo. This guy,
brother,
bro, I love it.
You don't understand. When I obsess about something, it's just like, I just want to rock and roll. So this will trigger at a 1.9. So I think the stop loss is right around here. This will trigger at a 1.9 to 1. So that'll put us roughly around this neck of the woods. But it picked up two absolute beautiful signals on today's session. So we got to climb back to the this point right here. On the pace that we're currently trading at, I think we're going to have a really good opportunity to do so as we're starting to approach it right now. And then here's the NVDA signal that it picked up earlier in the day. Bang. Takes that out, and then sure enough, it climbs a little bit higher, but you're still catching the meat of the move. And that's what gets me so amped about it.
Get it, Joe.
All right.
All right, let's talk about, you're all perfect, because you were talking about crypto. Crypto market on edge as Bitcoin faces ETF flows. So let's talk about the ETF flows, and we'll get to the Elon SpaceX thing. Bless you, Ram. So spot Bitcoin ETF saw about $40.5 million in outflows yesterday, pushing total assets down to a little bit less than 150 billion. That's their lowest levels in over a month. Institutional sentiment, according to this article, remains fragile as steady redemptions indicate profit-taking and waning risk appetite. We'll see if that's accurate or not. The derivatives market also apparently is worsening the sell pressure, with about $89 million in BTC longs liquidated out of 321.3 total market liquidations just in a 24-hour period. However, the momentum remains bearish unless BTC can break and hold above 115,400, which is the immediate support site that sits kind of between 107 and 104. Now, let's talk about this SpaceX transferring about $268 million in Bitcoin yesterday, because it had a whole bunch of people online spooked and chatting about this. That's how I found out about it. So Elon Musk's SpaceX moved about a little bit less than 2,495 BTC, worth about $268 million, between two dormant wallets, the company's first major Bitcoin transaction in about 3 months. Analysts say this mirrors July's Coinbase Prime transfers, which is likely part of an internal treasury reallocation rather than a market sale. Despite this, the timing amid the ETF outflows that we just spoke about, and the high leverage liquidations. Another thing we've been speaking about with people taking 20, and from what I'm hearing from you guys in the chat, 100 times leverage products on BTC, which is insane. All that culminated and stirred the speculation about Musk's crypto exposure and the potential balance sheet reshuffling. On-chain observers, Joey said, no coins have yet hit the exchanges from those 2,500 coins, suggesting that it was more of a bookkeeping issue, not a selling event. So how do you see BTC? You've been basically in it all day.
Yeah, I've been trading this, man, and I talked about it for some time, Sharif. I think this might be the move that we go to those all-time highs. Again, we're selling aggressively right now, but come the post-market, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just bought up. I think that's just the nature of the beast. We've already, Sharif brought to us on multiple occasions, and what I do know is that there has been mass liquidations on both ends, especially to the long side as people are extremely over-leveraged. So they're all phased out now. Those over-leveraged hands are gone. The liquidity is absorbed. So I think it's just a game of waiting and being patient to see if, hey, is this going to be the move? And if I'm a betting man, which I would like to classify myself as one of them, that this might be the move. Am I going to go all in? No, I think I'm going to give it probably a C plus. I'll give it a C plus to a B minus maybe on our chances of getting into those specific levels. If we do break 126, I think 135 is going to be that next target. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see 150 by the end of the year. That 200 price target is extremely optimistic, so shout out to Tom Lee. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case, but anything can happen, and I'm always going to leave it at that. Anything can happen.
You see this? Isn't this great? Kendrick versus Drake again.
Yeah.
Because of the LA, Toronto World Series. So it's like, and the caption reads, I've seen this before.
All right, so we'll have to wait and see which one actually wins. I don't know.
It's going to be huge, man.
I don't know, Joey. Drake was posting on his Instagram yesterday. It looks like he was watching the game. So
yeah. Well, I bet you he put some cash on that one. $1 million.
Absolutely.
It's $1 million bet.
All right, Adara, Bitcoin, Zig and Zet. Oh, she's not here. Thank you for that. All right. Sorry, Assassino. Let's go on to the next topic. Coca-Cola tops Q3 estimates, but flags soft demand, specifically around their soft drinks. So earnings per share, 82, beat the 78, 82 pennies, beat the 78 expected by the street on revenue of 12.41 billion, again beating the 12.39 expected. Net revenue also increased. $3.7 billion was their take-home money, which is up from the 2.85 they took home last year on the quarter. So beat on the top and bottom line. Net income grew. Organic revenue as well, up 6% if they strip out Forex and acquisitions. And the strong EPS and the revenue beat were offset, though, by cautious commentary on consumer demand. So let's talk about that. Their North American and Latin American volumes are apparently flat, reflecting a weaker purchasing among the lower income consumers. That's the bad news. What's the good news there? Well, they had good segments that they grew. Water and sports drinks up 3%, coffee and tea up 2%. Sparkling soft drinks were flat. Juice, dairy, and plant-based down 3%. They also said they're introducing more affordable options to target price-sensitive U.S. consumers. We've been seeing a lot of this. A lot of consumers are switching from brand names to in-house brands. Coke, obviously, that hurts Coke, so they're trying to capitalize on it somehow. Or offset it, somehow. The full year 2025 outlook as well was reaffirmed, with comparable EPS growth coming in at about 3%. Organic revenue, Joey, 5 to 6%. And they're looking into 2026, saying management expects a slight FX tailwind for both earnings and sales now that the U.S. dollar has lost a bit of its strength. A clearly very stated goal of President Trump's, that he wants a weaker dollar so that he can increase exports and make his products more attractive for foreign consumers.
For foreign consumers. Yeah, I mean, but as for Coca-Cola, again, you're going to get into this for the dividend play, in my opinion. Let's pull up the chart on this name and see what we got going on. Do, bang, bang, bang. Also, there it is, another out on IBIT off of those lows. But at Coca-Cola, we don't talk about this from an intraday perspective too often, Sharif. Again, I don't think it is that intraday trader, but again, if you're getting involved with the dividend aspect of things, I think this isn't too bad of a play. We know Mr. Buffett himself owned this for how long? Did he sell? No, he didn't. He sold some, I'm pretty sure.
I can find out. You want me to check?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he sold some of it.
I'll check.
Anyways, but this guy's been raking in cash. I remember they did a comparison of the salary of the CEO of Coca-Cola and compared it to what Warren Buffett was bringing in from a dividend aspect. And it just blew it out of the water. Absolutely. I mean, salaries are usually relatively cheap, but what he was getting in return of stock options, etc., he just blew it out of the water by just owning the stock and collecting the dividend on Coca-Cola. But 65.85 all the way up to 71, not too bad. That breakout here at $68 all the way up to 71 bucks.
Cowboy cheeseburger, what's happening in the chat?
Cowboy cheeseburger.
No, Berkshire Hathaway has not sold any of its Coca-Cola shares recently, as of its most recent 13F filing. This is Q2 2025, Joey. Okay. They own about 400 million Coca-Cola shares, about 9.3% of the company, a stake that it's held, since the late 80s, dude. So that's probably, they're probably raking in the ROI on that, right?
Dude, I'm pretty sure he, I forget who was telling me that he bought some options in some names like 20 years ago, and they're starting to,
no way. There's that long dated options?
Yeah, I don't know, apparently. He obviously has some rights. He's probably rolling them over or something along those lines. I forget he was telling me the story, right? I forget he was telling me the story. And anyways, he had to start exercising them, and they're at such ridiculous prices.
I can only imagine, so man, if he's holding them for that long.
Yeah, which is absolutely insane.
All right, Adara, Coke. Interesting report. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's interesting, too, is we know they've talked a lot late about trying to move into, I guess, these more healthy products. And we know that's kind of been a focus in general across these soft drink and, I guess, generally, quote-unquote, junk food brands because, of course, Ozempic usage is on the rise. But I do want to mention here, too, I find it pretty interesting, the breakdown of these growth segments, right? So sparkling soft drinks flat, so people aren't using less of them, but they're also not using more of them. So that's interesting with regards to, what we'll call Wegovy Gate. But Water and sports drinks to the upside. That supports their thesis. Coffee and tea slightly to the upside. I'm good to see that's kind of negated there. But it's interesting people are drinking less juice, dairy, and plant-based. Now, that is interesting. And I wonder specifically with plant-based, maybe if I was at Coca-Cola, I'd be like, hey, what are the margins on this? Is it worth doing? I don't know. I didn't even realize they really offered plant-based and dairy-type products there. And that's maybe my own ignorance. But interesting stuff here for KO. It seems like really a lot of the earnings reports we had today were pretty solid across the board. So, yeah, I mean, not much to say here other than nice that they have this growth this quarter, and they're also foreseeing growth for the fiscal year.
Thank you for that. Yeah, but I like it, Darth Trader. It's a funny one, but it's not. Okay, first of all, we got to let you know that about 22% of you guys watching it right now are not subscribed.
Oh, wow.
And that really does hurt the because it skews the algorithm, guys. So if you could hit that subscribe button, we would be indebted for you for life. We're not going to say what we're going to give, but it would be great to help out the channel. So if you could hit that subscribe button,
hit the subscribe button. And because we never know, at the end of the day, you might get a version of my algo into...
Oh, no. All right, we're going to have to pause for a second. Joey, we've got to go back to Adara.
Maybe.
So, of course, we knew that Google dropped pretty aggressively earlier today, though it recovered really nicely after OpenAI was teasing out this new launch event where they were expected to launch a browser. Well, apparently they've now launched ChatGPT Atlas. This is a new web browser with ChatGPT built in with agent features. It's available free worldwide on macOS with Windows, iOS, with macOS, and then we're going to have Windows, iOS, and Android versions coming later. So it seems like the macOS is the first availability here for this new OpenAI browser. So just a little update there. Google not really reacting. It seems like we reacted much more on the initial reports. Back to you.
Darth Trader, you're killing it, bro. You're killing it. Today, it's actually really smart. I think we're trying to keep it to the market. What's going on?
No, someone said that. Chase the packs.
I don't know what you're talking about, Joey. All right, guys, let's go talk about RTX, baby. RTX Corp. We know them obviously to be a military industrial complex company. Let's talk about how they did. EPS came in at $1.70, beat the $1.41. Revenue, a little bit less than $22.5 billion, easily beating the 21 1/3 and up 12% year over year. They also raised their full year sales guidance now between $86.5 to $87 billion. That's well up from the 84.75 to 85.5 they were talking about before. They also boosted their EPS guidance, $6.10 to $6.20 for the full year, up from $5.80 to $5.95. It's a beat on the top and bottom line. It's a beat for the actual quarter. It's a beat on the top and bottom line for the guide. Fantastic look there. Let's talk about how they did. They got a couple of divisions, commercial and aerospace division gains. The Collins Aerospace segment posted about $7 2/3 billion in revenue, up 8% year over year. Really driven here by what they're calling aftermarket services and retrofit demand as airlines fly older fleets, Pratt & Whitney, which builds the A320neo engines, also saw sales rise about 16% to $8.42 billion. And they continue to benefit, Joey, from the jet supply shortage as airlines delay new deliveries and turn to existing aircraft for maintenance where they're making a lot of money. We're going to pause for a second.
All right, guys, new traders, Ozane, listen up, first month free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data. Global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description.
All right, let's go on to their defense strength. Of course, amid geopolitical tensions, the Raytheon Defense Division rose 10%, by far their best performing division, really led by something we've been talking a lot about, sadly, of course, their Patriot air defense system sales. They're important in the Middle East. They're important in Europe.
And they're definitely important domestically, as apparently from what I'm hearing, American supply running out and they need to re-up that. They're in high demand across Europe and Ukraine. Not surprised about that. Global defense spending, of course, as we've been talking about, European countries specifically has accelerated as Europeans spend a lot more on defense amid geopolitical instability, kind of reinforcing their diversified revenue mix. And the company sees continued upside momentum, Joey, specifically from missile systems, radar contracts, and classified government programs. So we never really want to cheer belligerencies and the reemergence of global conflict, but this division or this sector of companies likely stands to benefit greatly.
Yeah, most definitely. Again, I don't know too much about the company, but what I do know, Sharif, is that this thing is looking like a Walmart chart right now.
Okay, say more. I mean, are you surprised by this though?
No,
I mean, all we hear about is global conflict.
This is insane, right? Like, I mean, this is just steady to the top side. Again, what I was going to bring up about this is that there's so many good investments, not necessarily trading and swing trading and doing all that with the speculation. There's so many great companies that are great investments. And how do we determine that? Again, hindsight 2020, but if you just take a look at some of these technicals, if you want to own a name, you want the chart to look like this at the end of the day, regardless of what it is. And the same thing with the Walmarts and the JPM, a little more volatile at times. It's gone through the ringer here and there. But this is just straight up and to the right. This is what you want your money to look like and steadily appreciate over time. I think this looks absolutely phenomenal.
It does. It's really good. All right, Adara, Andrew, there's a lot of new companies coming into the private sector that could disrupt part of the business of RTX. But as we spoke about, they're really diversifying revenue here in more servicing aging aircraft.
Yeah, I think too with RTX, I was just looking at some of these other defense-related charts, and I think RTX, even with, unfortunately, as we mentioned, the belligerencies in the Middle East, there's really no defense name that's benefiting as much as RTX or as directly to the upside as RTX is. Like LMT, which also reported this morning, has been a little bit more shaky on the daily chart. Palantir even, of course, is one is up significantly this year. I'm not trying to discount that, but over the last couple of weeks, it's been really consolidated, admittedly near all-time highs, but still pretty consolidated, right? So I think RTX certainly stands out on, I guess, in that space, even with the overall strength in this sector. I think RTX certainly deserves attention if you just even look at the chart beyond this pretty solid earnings report here.
All right, let's go on to GE Aerospace, surging on strong Q3 beat and raising their 2025 outlook. Let's talk about it. EPS, $1.66, beat the $1.46, a 14% beat. Revenue, Joey, $11.31 billion. The street wanted $10.4, a 13% year-over-year increase. They've now beaten Wall Street estimates every quarter since spinning off from GE Vernova in early 24. It's a different ticker, obviously. Their full year EPS guidance was also raised from $6 to $6.20, up from the prior $5.60 to $5.80 that they guided. The new midpoint implies a Q4 EPS of about $1.30, which is roughly in line with what Wall Street expects. I think they're only up like 0.2% right now, but I think they were certainly higher in the pre-market. Yeah, they're about, I want to say, $12 off the high, maybe a bit more. Talk about their different segments. They have many different segments. Their commercial engine and service revenue up 27% year over year, now almost $9 billion in revenue, with new orders topping 10.3. So there's a backlog there, which, I mean, to me, that looks pretty good. Operating profit margins also rose 1.7% up to 27.4%. Defense sales climbed 26%, benefiting, of course, from steady U.S. contracts and global rearmament demand. Management highlighted sustained momentum in both the aftermarket and new jet engine programs, despite the tight aircraft supply. They're trading around 44 times, Joey, which could be a bit rich, especially when you look at RTX, who's trading at 24 times. Analysts call this valuation conundrum with strong growth, but very high multiples. What do you make of this whole thing here, Joe? It's up 80%, by the way, in 2025.
GE, right? That's
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, I had the right one up. Same thing, right? Again, we're just going to get into some of these technicals. This is what your investment money you want your investment money to look like. Is it easy picking these names considering they've been on these monstrous runs? Absolutely not. But the fundamentals speak for themselves at some point. And sure enough, the technicals are doing the exact same thing. I'm going to try to go to a weekly here. It should be substantially easy, Sharif. Why? Because as of October 2022, you're up 642%. Straight to the top side. Look at this weekly chart. You go, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Look at, start from it. 1, 2, 3, 4,
start
5,
from the,
6,
Joey,
7, 8,
go,
9,
go,
10,
go to the
11, 12.
war. Go to the start of the Ukraine war.
14 weeks straight to the top side.
Go to the start of Ukraine war.
That's 21.
That's April 22. Sorry, March or February 22.
Has it really been that long?
Yeah, it's
wow.
sad, yeah.
Would you say, Adair? What is it?
Yeah,
February
so exactly
of 22.
What I said. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So November, January, February, right here, February of 22.
Okay.
You sell off a little bit. They're just absorbing right here. $37 to where we're currently trading at.
Yeah, just do the percentage increase.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, we're here.
Yeah, that's what I want to have an idea.
Yeah, we're gonna get right there. I lost it
like
now
it.
here.
It's okay. February 2020.
Bang. All right, I can't even get all the way up there.
You gotta zoom out a little bit, man. Nah, there you go.
No, we'll do it again.
Embarrassing.
This is really, it's not going as planned, is it, brother?
Where are we
but
at,
in all
Joey?
seriousness, 746% roughly.
Ridiculous, yeah. Well, there
I mean, going into earnings, with this name you want, me personally, it's a great company. Grab a little bit. Don't go all in at once. Buy some off the lows. It sells a little bit, sell some more. It sells a little bit, buy some more. And then guess what? Sure enough, you're going to be having an amazing price because what it's done in its history, I don't know, people say history doesn't repeat itself, but I like our chances here in GEV.
All right, Adira, tell us what your take is on this report. Analysts are complaining this company is too expensive.
Yeah, I don't have too much to say on this. I think the space certainly has, as you can see here from all the earnings reports today, it's done pretty well. I think the 27% increase here in commercial engine and services revenue is good. And they had strong growth in both of their sectors, right? Or their main segments here, the commercial engine and services and defense. So yeah, I think that's a good look. There's not too much, I think, to be concerned with here, and especially with the revenue and adjusted EPS beats as well, because some of these more stalwart names aren't necessarily going to have that massive year-over-year growth. In fact, some of them will still beat estimates, but they'll actually have year-over-year decline. So I think the fact, as simple as it sounds, the fact that they had such a significant beat and these year-over-year increases here for revenue and EPS, I think that does say something.
Let's talk about 3M, beating the Q3 estimates and raising their outlook despite the legal drag. What are they talking about? We'll talk about it. EPS, 219 beating the 207 and up 10% year over year. Really, it came down to improved cost control and operational efficiency, according to the call, with their sales coming in at $6.3 billion, just ahead of the $6.25 expected by the street, but it was a 4.1% year over year increase on the quarter nonetheless. Operating margins expanded nicely here from a little shy of 21% last year, now up to 22.2%. Again, likely as a result of the improved cost control and operational efficiency. Total sales, their GAAP sales, up 3.5% to $6.5 billion. Really looking here at steady industrial and consumer demand, says the management. Now, with respect to their guide, they lifted 2025 adjusted EPS forecast from $7.75 to $8, now up to a very nice $7.95 to $8.05. Not a big move there. Management cited stronger organic growth and expanding margins as key drivers. The CEO, William Brown, said the company remains on track to meet long-term financial goals, emphasizing a renewed focus, of course, on that top-line growth and operational margins. GAAP earnings, cash flow, shareholder returns, yes. So they are going to buy back about $900 million of shares, or they're going to return, $900 million back to shareholders via dividends as well as a share buyback program. And the management reiterated their commitment, of course, Joey, to balance sheet discipline and capital returns, even though the legal costs or the legal issues do persist.
Yeah, so what I'm reading up here, what I do know is that the margins are slightly increasing. That's positive as well, too. Share buyback market typically likes that. But 3M, look at this consolidation. And then now you're starting to break out. That volume's starting to pick up a little bit as well, too. Considering the length of this here, maybe this move will be sustained. I mean, it's not quite the other charts that we were comparing to, But hey, you can't really complain about this steady up and to the right, lots of whipsaw moves. I mean, this is the April lows where a lot of the market got smoked, and it's currently underpaced. It's underperforming what the market is doing. But with this consolidation and with this breakout earnings, margins starting to slightly expand, I think that's positive. Watch out for the continuation on 3M, and that breakout might be sustainable.
All right, Adair, what do you make of 3M beating on the top and bottom line?
Yeah, very little to add. I think it was a good report. I think the operating margin expansion is also something to maybe be aware of here in a positive way. But yeah, I mean, if you compare this to the other names that we mentioned, all of which really beat earnings, maybe with the exception of GM, MMM looks the strongest here. It's still near day's highs. Even RTX with that really solid report has pulled back a little bit from day's high. So yeah, I mean, I think the market anyway seems to really enjoy this MMM report, and we understand why, because it's solid.
All right, guys, I'm not going to go do these JP Morgan downgrades Goldman. I always find that a little funny. I know that they got to cover them. I get it.
Yeah.
But it's just like me saying, don't listen to Joey. You know what I mean? It's just like,
I don't know if it's like...
It's not. Yeah, of course, it's a competitor. You're downgrading a competitor. So
I'd be like someone else be like, yeah.
Philip Morris also beat on earnings, Joey, fueled by smoke-free growth. You know a lot about that, my man.
Yeah.
I played. No, but they pay a sick divvy. So let's cut the crap.
Yeah.
They pay a sick divvy, don't they?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be surprised. What's the ticker on these bad boys, man?
PM, man.
Let's see what
We'll find out right now. Let's look.
See what the chart's looking like.
Dividends is. Where is revenue?
How much?
Where do I see it, Joey?
These nicotine patches have taken, I think, the youth by absolute storm.
Divvies
out here. So I'm curious to see how that's
$1.47 a share.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad at all.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I'm curious to how much Zyn and whatever IQS is now is actually impacting the earnings report.
Look right there, Joey. The smoke-free segment, Zins, and I don't know what this IQOS. Now, 41% of total revenue. It was big last year, but it's bigger this year. It was up 38.1%. It's up 38.1% year over year.
Brother, listen, I have friends who don't breathe without a Zyn in there. Like, it's that bad. Yeah. So they're probably even more addictive than smoking. A couple of my hockey boys, same thing. Like double patching.
Love it, eh?
Double patching.
That's what I heard. No, but Cal Canis, on the All In podcast. So apparently he used it. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But apparently, like, you can get a buzz off that, and I didn't even know that was a thing, dude.
Yeah.
I'm so.
You want to try?
No, I don't, bro. Look at this guy, devil, Satan over here, bro. Is there a Satan animation like with the gates of hell or something there, Katina man?
Listen,
your boy's trying to get me. Your boy's trying to get me on Zins.
Manic. We drank the water. Manic. So Manic Bora and his lovely wife are always saying, "Hey, did you and Sharif drink enough water today?" And I say, and so when he asked me, I finished mine. We're empty on the water. So
I got one after a smash of water after the walk. Then we smash the coffee. Then we have to have an obligatory water right there.
I drank a shaker cup full of water this morning. Yeah, and then
hydration. Shout out to hydration.
Shout out to hydration nation.
All right, that concludes the news segment, guys. Thanks for sticking with us.
I know that's a genius
Go ahead, Joey.
idea. No, what Envingar said, or Vargar, whatever his name is. I don't know how to pronounce it, man. Whatever this guy's name is.
Okay, yeah. I didn't. Do they make those?
No, but that's a genius idea.
Yeah, it is. I bet you there's probably a reason that they don't do it.
Right? There has to be.
They make every other type of THC product.
Right?
I've never seen a THC patch.
No.
I haven't personally. I don't know that they exist or they don't. I have no idea. I personally have never seen one.
I have no idea. I mean, I'm sure you can. Look, it's like SideQuest investor says he can't live without his Zyn. I've been trying to quit Zins. So he goes from smoking to Zyn. And I mean, I think they're
Isn't it better, though? The Zins?
I have no idea.
Well,
you probably get a lot of... No, it's just a pouch.
No.
You just like literally sit it in your mouth and then, you just... Yeah, exactly. So it's like, what do you want? What do you want? Lung cancer or mouth cancer?
Oh boy.
At the end of the day.
Oh boy.
So you know what I mean? So you gotta choose.
I have no idea, guys. But that's a new segment. All right, let's cover. I've got one trade on over here, and it's CLOV. We've been holding this basically since we started the show, right around that 3 1/5
or sorry, yeah, for 3 1/5 breakout. We were holding for 3 1/2, but it doesn't look like it's coming in. It's been quite consolidative, I want to say, since 11:50, so just before 12. It really hasn't done much, if anything. So I think I'm going to end the trade over here on CLOV. Let's bring in, though, the chart on BYND. I don't know who it was in the chat who bought at 250, but bravo for you. Very clear area of support in the pre-market. Lo and behold, it acted as an area of, an area of resistance in the pre-market. Now acting in the afternoon here as an area of support. Talking about that 250 area. We are still, though, putting in lower highs generally. Like, I mean, even though we're bouncing off that 250, take a look at this prior area high at 1:30, excuse me. We got to get above 278. So I'm not saying, you know, BYND's best days are behind it, but just be on the lookout for lower highs and be on the lookout as well for a break of structure. Break of structure here is lower highs. So the second you see that change, that could be, you know, a bit of an alert that it may be time to get long. On it, Kapoor, $5. I got no animations. QQ. Do market maker see our stop orders? Yes, it's called level 3. Seen price goes to my stop order and then go right back up. Also, have you heard about the PDT rule going to 5K soon? Yes to both those. Absolutely. So I don't know exactly when the PDT rule is supposed to change, but I know that President Trump was looking at doing that. Let me find out for you. PDT rule change takes effect when? Let's see what Perplexity has to say. With respect to you're seeing your stops, just because they see your stop doesn't mean they're stop hunting you, right? Like, you have to be a big buyer or seller for them to target you, right? And just think about the other people who are trading with substantial size, other market makers, other institutions are all doing that as well. So a lot of people like to feel like the brokers stop hunting them. I don't know how much truth behind that. Anyway, to answer your question, the rule change is expected to take effect in late 2025 or early 26, pending approval from the SEC. In September, the FINRA, the Board of Governors, formally approved the overhaul of the current PDT rule framework, eliminating the $25,000 minimum account equity requirement, as well as the 4 trades in 5 days designation. Once implemented, the rule will introduce risk-based real-time intraday margin model where traders' buying power depends on the actual risk of open positions rather than a fixed account minimum. Did you hear that?
No, finish that last part. I heard the rest. I just missed the last part.
So once implemented, the rule will introduce a risk-based real-time intraday margin model where a trader's buying power depends on the actual risk of the open position rather than a fixed account minimum. That should be interesting there. Again, so to answer your question, late this year, early next year, no specific date yet, Joe.
I think someone, so Obi brought us this, that the, I don't know who it is, if it's CME or somebody brought forth to the SEC that options now trading, proposing options trading from 7:30 in the morning,
a lot better,
to 9:25.
Interesting.
So you'll have at the morning imbalances at 9:25, a blank period of no trading options, and then the reopening, right?
5 minutes.
So five minute grace period there. But also, I mean, from 7:30 to 9:30 or 9:25, I'll take that every single day of the week.
Oh, 100%. I'd like to know why there is no brokerage that's offering options. Is it a regulatory rule?
Yeah, it has to be.
It feels like a regulatory rule.
Like, with the exception.
Keep going.
With the exception, I think of, I don't know, of makers themselves. You have that cutoff limit, and you have to wait till 9:30. So a retail individual like me, we just have to sit there and wait. It's definitely a regulatory issue, I believe. We might eat those words quick, but I think that's going to be.
It's saying it doesn't trade before. You can't. Options trading does not occur before 9:30 because equity options derive their prices from the underlying stock, which itself is not actively traded on primary exchanges until the market officially opens at 9:30. Without live continuous stock price discovery, market makers cannot accurately quote or hedge options, making early trading impractical or risk-prone.
I don't know how much I know. I don't know how I'm going to argue that much with Perplexity, but it says that it's saying that the underlyings aren't trading before the 9:30 open. But what if a name's putting in volume? What if
exactly.
early morning's earnings report when the volume really starts to step in, or any form of high-level catalyst?
But what if it doesn't? Like, there would be situations where if the volume allows, you could trade, and if the volume doesn't allow, you can't.
Then you have a buck case spread. That's when you would fall into something like that, right? Like when you just have like a ridiculous spread. So it's like, okay, yeah, don't trade it. Yeah, exactly.
That's a good point, man. I can't pretend to understand too much about options, so I'm not going to go down that.
I can't understand anything about the regulatory aspect, but I mean, hey.
All right, we'll have to wait and see. Anyway, 3 minutes left on the show before we send you to the big boys. Guys, I'm still keeping an eye on BYND, and I also want to point out RANI. You know, I got out of it because it lost 3, and it lost 3 momentarily. Look how quick it got right back above 3. So it's still generally holding trend. You know, if you were looking at 290, and that was actually the level I was looking at. I hedged by going to 3, but I was actually looking at 290, and the reason was, we talked about this. At that 10:30 price spike, it looked like all the closing prints were rejecting 290. Lo and behold, it comes back, holds 290 like a glove, and here it is back into the 3 single digits, 306. 307. I think this one has potential breakout above 310, given that all these topping tail candles during the midday here from 1240 all the way to 130 were rejecting $3.10. So RANI, if it can break structure and get back above 310, that's money. And we could easily see a retesting of that 3 1/3, you know, by power hour, if not earlier. So that's one thing to look out. BYND is making a move back up again. It is breaking structure here. It's got that beautiful 250 hold, and here comes 280s. We've broken the lower high pattern by moving above this 330 candle, which did top out at 78. Let's close above 280, and this could be a nice move for BYND easily into 3. Joey, I have a feeling we're going to be talking about BYND tomorrow, and the price might be 3 and change.
What's going on with what's going on with our open door? But this is what I want to talk about.
Let's find out right now.
Go into the daily with open door, and let's just think about how. Can we go to the daily?
Yeah,
here?
absolutely.
Yeah. Let's go to the daily.
Yeah, it's not too bad, man. It is not.
It was
that
in play
bad.
for a couple of months.
This could be accumulation. It's not breaking trend.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. Zoom in a little bit on there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
so it looks like you're holding generally
What's
7.
the red there? The 50
That's
or
the 50 EMA. Yeah. That's always the 50 EMA. Yeah. We have decent price actions. I think the market's in a wait and see mode.
Oh, that downtrend's still fully intact there.
So the downward angle,
at the top there, yeah. The channel there, and then you also have a little bit of a flat bottom. It's looking
a little bit, in and around 7. So it's generally 7 that's getting defended, and that's kind of what I want to point out there. Generally, it does wick below, like it did on this day over here. So open's not too bad, man. I mean, I think Naz Kajatian or whatever his name is, I follow him on X, and he was posting basically that they were going to report earnings pretty soon. I think it was like late October. When does Open report earnings? Let's find out.
Perplexing.
Yeah, well, I'll just use Perplexity because it's like financial bot. Did I say anything about Coke, bro? What's the matter with you? What's going on over here, man? This thing's high, Joey.
All right,
when?
Let's ask our,
yeah, go ahead. I'm going to find out. When does Open Door report earnings? Let's find out. All right, Open Door. November 6, 2025, after the market close. Okay? The earnings call is going to be on the next day at 2 p.m., according to 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific.
Yours says the 6th?
Pardon me?
Yours says November 6th?
It says November 6th. What do you got?
I got November 5th.
Oh, boy.
Somebody's lying.
Yeah, well, we'll find out.
We'll find out.
We can check on one of the other websites, but if anybody really wants to find out.
So we got a lot of 6ths. Someone says the 9th. So whatever LLM you're using is really lying to you.
Neil says 5th. Neil's just, do you actually get that?
If that's your birthday.
That's not his birthday. That's, I think, when the Blue Jays won the World Series. Is that when we won the World Series? His birthday is like in December. It's right around Christmas.
But it's not in 55 either.
Certainly not 55. All right, guys. It's been real. Hope you had a good time with Joey and I today on the Midday Show. But it is now to send you the big kahunas who are to our left or right now. Actually, my bad. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Trying to get to the chat.
All right.
Welcome back, everybody. See, they distracted me with that because I was trying to get to the correct screen, which I'm not even in just yet. So welcome back, everybody.
And the World Series is going to go 6 or 7 games.
I can't believe this. Oh goodness, my daughter's all. There's too much of that. Some of the teachers are like, enough of this 6-7 stuff, and they've been banning it in class.
August or whatever, when we're playing baseball, the were doing.
They had to say something about it at guides as well. It's just.
Oh, is it?
Well, I mean, sometimes it turns into like, it just gets too disruptive. It just gets too disruptive. Some of these like memes, then the kids like go crazy with their mind. We weren't even plugged in.
This is the only way to shut.
First of all,
that was the only way to shut me up.
Actually, unplug those.
Why was mine unplugged?
Well, I don't know.
Am I being told something? Is my
Fabian or something?
Does my key card still work? Is this my last appearance up on here? Maybe that might make people happy.
Okay, I have to find the current stream because I'm not in the chat.
Well, I'm short
right
the
now.
TQs here, but it was a good run.
Gold crashes.
No, I was just saying, is it gonna be 6 or 7 games? You know?
Which one?
Yeah, 6 or 7. I don't know if they're gonna win in 6
one?
or 7 games or not. I don't know. You know.
7.
I'm Italian. You're talking with my hands.
7.
I gotta get into that. I mean, you haven't watched the South Park episode yet, have you?
You know, I used to be a huge South Park fan.
You should get right back into it, man. They have so many funny, like,
I just love
satirical, like, just right now, it's like they're all over Trump. They're all over like everything that is. They're over a chat. They had an episode on AI. No, they had an episode on Kalshi. Yeah,
nice.
so it was pretty funny. Yeah, it's really. I think it's one of the better seasons.
Even though just the last few minutes, let's tell you, my head is like pounding. Like we need some sleep, is what they're telling me. Like it was just.
They're telling you, yeah. I mean,
so my brain is like, why we can't do this again?
Oh, welcome to my brain every day.
No, it's absolutely
not good.
Yeah, so last night was fun, but the market's starting. No, the market's not coming back in. It's just Beyond Meat. Beyond Meat might have double topped here. All right, so they just no one walking it down per se, but I finally actually got in the long on kind of the right side. I'm gonna give this. Welcome back, everybody. I'm gonna give this to underneath like it's like 263 or 64 is this prior bar. So if we lose that, then I'm gonna jump out of this one. Just looking to see if it could break out that high that it may make a run to 3. Beyond Meat's been strong for most of the day. Outside of the first like 30 minutes or so, this one's been battling back into the upside. So that the title of the stream was actually gold dumping. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, gold. We got filled on gold. We got 677.50 on gold actually, or not 677. Was it 377? I'll have to look. Yeah, in the long term. Yeah, I was talking about this morning.
You mean 376?
Whatever it was. 377.50. I think it was.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's at right now.
What did I say? I said 376.
Yeah, close enough. Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah.
I bought it right there live on air when we were doing it.
Same thing.
Right now I'm short the Qs. We're gonna go over to the desk in a minute. But look, I mean, let's just talk about risk management just real quick. My stop is at 11s. So 5 cents from now, we'll lose 15 cents. Okay. We did this here. That was, our first outs were 10 cents, and then the rest goes downside. So that was already 65 cents, 50 to 60 cents again right there. So we've reloaded, and this time it's actually our least amount of shares on the reload because this trade has now happened for us like once, twice, 3 times. We lost right. See, here's the trade right here again. So we lost right there, which was very, very small. Then we waited for it to do the dunking again, and we shorted again through 108. And then we shorted again on the pop back up there using the 50-period moving average. Now we're well away from all this. There's really nothing to short against other than this high. So that's right where we're shorting. Well, we're going to get out if it breaks. Obviously in hindsight, you look back and say, well, I'd like to be short here instead of right where we are. But that's worked so many times. So we just put on a little bit of shares there into this, and it looks like we're going to get broken out. So this is the only trade that I have on. I know it's not on the board there. But it'll be on the board in a second once I
wanted to check to see if I can use that thing, because Jameson just put something in the chat. I feel obliged to answer questions from you, Jameson, because the other Jameson I know.
I thought he was hurt. I was looking last night. I was like, I turned it on because I wasn't watching.
I very clearly didn't watch the game, and I was like, oh, man, he must have gone down with an injury. Because it's the same thing you did.
I guess it's good that he didn't, right? Go down for injury.
Better
to put up 0.
Apparently, he was on. The guy never complains about targets, but Jameson Williams actually made an Instagram post.
Oh, okay, well.
He is the one dude who, he blocks his butt off and never complains, but, he made some Instagram post about something. But, shoot. Oh, there it is. Jameson, how much is ARM worth if NVIDIA is $4 trillion? And my response to that is...
whatever the market says it's worth.
Yeah, more, honestly, more than this, but valuations have at no point in ARM's entire history since it came to market has valuation made a ton of sense. I think it's obviously, I'm not going to go to a higher time frame to make this look any more clean, but you can sort of see what's happening at the top. It gets over 170, and then the selling starts to come into this. Like I recently trimmed, I believe it's worth more. I think if this AI rally continues to go, and the chip space continues to be strong, like why not? Like lots of, and this is not AMD. Like these guys are more about power efficient chips, which I think, ultimately this does spread to them, but they're not as explosive in terms of some of the growth as others out there. But yeah, it's in a bit of a resistance spot, and we're just waiting for it to break out. Like it has a decent chance, but as long as this resistance hold, to me it's trim, wait for an opportunity to buy back in. I don't think, like the dips underneath 100 have been really, really good on this stock. I don't know that we're going to see that again, barring something extreme. So I think the 50 or 200 period, one of the two, I haven't even decided where I haven't stink bid since I took some off in this. And I can't decide whether I want the 50 or the 200 period. It's been respecting the 200 more. I just question whether or not we're going to be able to get there.
All right. Yeah, exciting stuff happening around here, obviously. Let's go back over. We had good moves with Google.
Well, hopefully that'll be on the rundown.
Yeah, I really liked that Google trade here today. So here it is right here. We're about to get stopped out. So, we did. So, okay, we're stopped out. It's fine. When this came down on news that we already know about, that was very strange to me, and I wish that I would have been a little bit more aggressive. I wasn't really sitting here in trade. I was sitting here, but I wasn't like in mode to trade. I think we were already short the TQs at this point, and I was cheering on the market to go down because of this Google story. But again, just with an OpenAI browser, I've already talked about this, and so we all have. So this should not be surprising to anybody. And obviously it just goes right back, literally, as my kids would say, literally right back to where we started on Google. So interesting story there. All right. Lots of interesting things happening around these places. So let's go. If we're ready. We are not ready yet. Okay, no problem. We'll wait. Sharif's setting it up. No problem.
Well, I just saw in the chat, they were like, oh, you guys are always sleeping on Micron. I get it.
Not really. I hit it crazy last week.
No, that's what I'm saying. We traded. It feels like we traded a couple times a month. But there was at least 3 days in a row where we had it, like one of us had it every single day to the long side. But ultimately, it's certainly true. Like, does NVIDIA do NVIDIA and AMD get traded more often? Sure.
I still think the word "does" was right there. Does NVIDIA? I think you were right the first time.
Yeah.
Do NVIDIA? Yeah, does. I think does.
Either way.
We can ask the professor. He's over there on the desk.
I'm not a professor. Like, you guys can correct my English all you want.
Professor of thugonomics.
No, but the stock has done fantastic. The craziest thing about this, and let's give Micron its due, right? Like, if you pull it up on a weekly chart, it's one of the best technical breakouts on a weekly. Like, you'll see, like, there's the prior high. Oh, those are dividends. Nice. You know what's weird? Like, for the longest time, I was putting these on my e-signal, and I would save it, and then I'd always have to keep putting them up there, and they wouldn't stay, and now they're there.
Good.
I don't know what the L stands for. Anyways, the prior high at 160 here.
They're just dividends.
No, but there's like orange thing.
Oh,
it's highs and lows, 52-week highs and lows. Nice. So we have the consolidation over the prior high. Like, look at that break, and then the pullback week, it holds, and then this breakout, like, just perfect and gorgeous technically. So, obviously you're making another breakout on the week, although this candle could turn out red. It's still relatively bullish, and it just continues to make higher highs and higher lows. And it is one that, since that breakout, look at how good it has been. Absolutely gorgeous. Sharif will let us know when he's ready, so I'm just kind of reading the chat here. Oh, Sharif is ready. So let's go up, see what symbols are going to be on the rundown. My guess, Beyond Meat will probably be one of them. The other one I was going to guess is, was it that Ronnie?
Well, they vote on the midday, so it'll probably be some more.
That's what I was going to say, Ronnie. I think Ronnie's going to make the list.
Yeah, okay, let's go see.
Afternoon rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get the tickers right over here is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. You got to throw in that $sign, though, before the ticker of your choice, but make sure to vote, guys. Let's look at all 4 major averages, and 3 of them are red. 1 of them is negative. The NQ, barely green, up 0.02, but holding on at 25,300. Likewise with the ES here, a smidge below 68,000, up 0.13. We'll see how this one closes out on the day, but it looks like it's got a good day for the Dow. By far, the best performing major average on the day, up 0.7% and above 47,200. And the only negative index on the day major average is the Russell 2000, holding on to 25,000 though, but down about 1/3%. And this wasn't even close, guys. BYND, by far the most voted name by you guys. And what a day it's been, what a couple of days it's been for BYND. Until today, we didn't really have a headline to explain the up move, but today we get word that they're going to expand partnership with Walmart, guys. So BYND up 86%. Neil's long right now.
Beyond Meat. I mean, the meat's not real, but the move absolutely is. Doesn't matter what you think about it. Do I like it? Not really. But yesterday, it held $1. Today, it held $2. Tomorrow, can it hold $3? Because at this rate, then the funny thing about it is technically 3 is the bigger level. Like $1 is just $1. Like there's actually nothing really here outside of the psychological effect of the dollar level. And then $2 kind of, but 3 is the September like absolute fade top, and the 200 period is at 305 here. So that's a monster test. Like if you look, when we talk about short sellers getting hurt, here, I think the best way to do this is maybe to just look at Open Door first. Now, remember when we talked about Open Door at $1? Michael Nas put up he had a great looking chart where I don't know where he got this, but he had volume of short selling on like the bottom instead of regular volume is increasing.
Oh, okay.
And I keep forgetting to ask him where he had that, where he was able to get that chart. And the amount of volume increase here in short selling was on the way to $1 in front of the 200 period moving average. So people were like, I'm assuming like hedge funds, were like shorting into the 200 period moving average, and then it went ham. If that's what's happening here on Beyond Meat, then this has not even broken the 200 period moving average at that $3. Like what happens to those shorts if the buying starts emerging over 3? So maybe that happens today. I think there's a chance, like the current long, I'm 1 for 3 on it. Technically 4, because I took 2 shots here, 1 shot there, on the wrong side of the V. And so finally got it here. I want to play it into the $3 range. Maybe it breaks 3 this afternoon, but before it gets there, as long as we keep bouncing off 250, I'm going to look for scalp trades on Beyond Meat into what looks like a big $3 level. Do I think it can do an Open Door? I think it can happen. Do I believe in the stock beyond the fact that it's a squeeze? No, but the short float is huge, and they got to cover when this happens. So maybe the turnaround works, but if there's a 1 in 10 chance the turnaround works, that's got to scare shorts, even if it's only 1 in 10.
Yeah, did you look at the short float? Did I just miss what you said?
Oh, shoot.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
it was 70 the last time you checked,
Let's just
but I
have a
haven't
double check
checked
because let's just double check what it is right now, because I was thinking that that's going to be obviously part of the story here as we continue moving forward here. All right, so the short float right there, is this Beyond Meat? It only says 10%, so I have no idea. That's clearly not right, so I don't know, unless it's just gotten way thinner, but short float right now, 10%. So I don't know. It was in the 60s or 70s, but I don't think, you would think they got, I know Joe's saying that maybe they got squeezed out, but that updates like every couple of weeks. I don't know if that is accurate or not. But anyways, at the end of the day, we still know that there's a short float on this thing. We talked about it yesterday that, potentially the day wasn't over yet with Beyond Meat, and that was the move, right? I mean, the move yesterday was pretty epic, but the thing about it is, with 1 billion shares, we did 1 billion shares yesterday. We're doing 1 billion shares today. This move is still not over. There's more to go, man. I mean, and yesterday at this time, I said, watch out for that $3 200 period moving average. Look, the last time we had like a little bit of a day like this, we did bust through it, right, and came screaming back in. So I would say, like, if you're still long, I know Westermeyer and some other people in the chat there were thinking long or staying long, and I was just going to say, like, that's not bad, but I would think about getting some out. I mean, it was just back here in September 25th that we were already up to $3 before this happened. Just like you can have one big FU candle to the shorts, you can also have it to the longs. So this could give it up tomorrow as well. Today we did get an extra story about Beyond Meat and Walmart, but that's not the story today. The story today is that it was added to this index. It was added to the Round Hill meme right here, stock ETF. This is the story with Beyond Meat today was added to this ETF. So, you know, now that it's in this ETF, I don't know what that means for it, but it's not doing a whole bunch of volume. It's not like traders are going to have to scramble to grab shares in this. But the meme ETF apparently today added Beyond Meat. So it's Beyond Meat why it's up 86%, but we've already sort of covered that. Short float, people taking a stab at this. And hey, these stocks exist for reasons, right? They're trading vehicles. Just don't get burned with it is what I would say. Make sure you exit some of your trade if you're still in it. I like the stock, but I don't like it that much. It's Beyond Meat.
Guys, NERV, Minerva shares, soar on a $200 million financing for schizophrenia, drug trial. As I mentioned, $200 million in financing to advance to a phase 3 trial. Big move up, guys. This closed at about 2 1/3 yesterday. High of the day, 12.46. It broke down though. I was trying to trade this at around $10 to hold. It held 10 for a decent amount of time, but it seems to be stair-stepping down now. Still up 218%.
Yeah. So just quickly before we go to NERV, which by the way is losing VWAP, that doesn't look very good. I was just going over the top holdings of that meme. I was a little surprised. It's Navitas and Critical Metals are 1-2 at 10%, and then USAC, and then Open Door at 5%. Beyond Meat's at like 4%. If you go further down, it's at like 4%. So, yeah, interestingly enough, Navitas, which does not make the list for everyone to talk about, is not there. NERV has the nerve to lose the volume-weighted average price. Great volume. By the way, 150 million would be so much more impressive. Like if it wasn't for Beyond Meat doing over 1 billion shares and doing what it's doing, like this would have gotten all the attention this morning, no questions asked. But it's this $9 level right now. It was the early morning, like to 10:30 support on a pullback, and you can see like it's trying to hold 8 and needs to break back through 9. If it can regain and break away from here, I think you got another salvo potentially to the upside. Like the chart doesn't look ridiculous in terms of like it's not some crazy downward sloping daily chart, but the structure of it is a double top and then a breakdown underneath. Without reclaiming 9, I don't see a long in this afternoon. Like if anything, it would almost be like a shorted VWAP, but I'll stay with that. This is why I think you trade. Like Beyond Meat's trying to break back toward the high. NERV seems like it's lost its nerve a little bit. And we keep saying that the pre-market is your best friend in some of these. And that's true once again. Like NERV in the pre-market, holding VWAP, holding VWAP, holding VWAP. And then if you just sort of set like a trail maybe, and if it goes up, you hold. If it doesn't, you trail out, but you've been getting it early so you don't lose money.
What's up, Randy?
The general for
the general?
General Tao? No. Dude, General
Motors.
Oh, it was up. It's having its best day since.
Do you remember the General Tao by the Dundas office? What was the name of that
Johnny's place.
Oh my! Yeah, I remember. I just forget the name of the restaurant, but yeah, Johnny.
It was called Golden something.
Oh, they had the best General Tao chicken in the city.
Lobster.
Oh my!
Lobster. How rich are you? Yeah, here's GM right here, 15.7%. So yeah, it's highest day since I don't know what they were saying, 2020 or something like that. So yeah, really extending out, and we really liked the stock for a minute, and even Ford is on the way back upside. No, it is.
It is. 12, why are you laughing?
It's up 5% today, man. It's crushing your XOM.
I don't understand
over there. Why. Yeah, I mean, there it is, man. If you were more obsessed with Ford than XOM, Randy, you might be long Ford down here at $9, man. This thing's at $12.50 right now. Yeah, I know. I know we don't love this stock, but yeah, Ford reacting nicely to earnings.
Before we go back,
yes.
Can we hit this?
Yeah.
My thing's working again, so I can put them on the screen myself. Okay. Ben Jones, can you please give technical analysis on IREN? Oh, it's SSR, which puts it in play tomorrow for a potential bounce. It just went 10% to the downside. So this is another one of the, if it's been running for a while, here, I'm going to put this half decent line of best fit so that you can see, despite making the top end And I think a lot of these runners are pulling back. Like, look what happens when it kind of breaks that line of best fit. So I think it's in the midst of that break, like this break in here, which is like a secondary push off the top to pull into the 50 area, like this area of consolidation. That's more like 48. And then you have like the 50 period and this support's right there at 39.40. So those are the two next levels to come back in. But when this happens, like I wish I was looking at this stock because that's a pretty decent short setup for today off of that 63 level. So 48 and like 41 is what I would be looking at on the way back in. Like there's so many of these high flying names that are just getting all this continuation to the downside. Like we were saying the same thing about like just randomly Rigetti.
Yeah.
And just pick anything that's been going parabolic and you're seeing this phenomenon across the board. You're not seeing that phenomenon happen with Amazon. That's for you know what, sure.
Yeah, Neil, the best performing Mag 7 name on the day, far and away, up 2 2/3 after having, wasn't even a bad price action day yesterday, but there was obviously the AWS cloud service outage worldwide affecting websites, apps, brokerages, you name it. It was all back and ready to go by about late 6 p.m. yesterday. But as you guys were commenting during the show yesterday, we had many viewers who were unable to execute on their brokerage positions, guys. So Amazon up 2.7%, a little bit off the highs though.
So I just shorted Apple. Apple is delaying their foldable iPad apparently.
Ooh.
So I saw this wick down. Apple just went like huge volume there. I saw someone in the chat say Apple News, so I went and looked it up. But yeah, 260, like that was a huge move down. So I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. We'll short it on the way back up, and then we just took another little fill here at VWAP. But you know, when you're trading news-related names, it's not like VWAP is not going to be a thing. Like it's going to move based on whatever they think of that story. And so somebody obviously got word of that a little bit earlier there, started selling it off, and all of a sudden the story hit and algos and, you know, traders like myself or whoever get involved. And now we're gonna wait to see if that story hits Main Street and if they actually even care about it, right? And so I'm gonna get out if it breaks above like 264. I was just gonna give it up to this high right there. And if it does, it does. This is not a trade where we're, you know, layering into this or getting super aggressive with it or anything like that. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening here with Apple. I'm here for it, but only for a small time, right? I'm going to average a little bit more in if it gets up to 264 or so, and then give that our stop, so like 10 cents or so above. So 264.10, we'll try it right there, and we'll see if we can have some, just a little bit of luck here with Apple, right? So we'll see if that's going to play or not. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now with Apple, in case you guys were wondering what was up with this newer position, and I did see some people talk about that in the chat. So did you go over Amazon yet or not really?
Oh, no, not yet.
Okay, we can do it.
Look,
I haven't looked at it really.
Like Sharif already said, this is the strongest Mag 7 name. And one of the things we mentioned is when bad news is met with buying, that is, it's almost in some ways better than good news. Because it just tells you that there's a demand for the stock. Like they have bad earnings. Well, okay, no, then check that. They did not have bad earnings. They had a disappointing cloud growth number that got beaten out by their competitors. And even Alibaba, actually, if you looked at their year-over-year cloud growth, even they beat them. It was like 19%, and everybody else was in the 20 to 30 range. I'm talking about like Microsoft and Alphabet and Baba. So it holds that 211. That's exactly where we bounced off 2 days ago, and it just looks like a technical move getting into this 225 on Amazon. So I think that could be the next stop. Wish I could tell you I was long Amazon and shorted it once into VWAP, but the better play would have been the long because you could have gone long twice off the volume weighted average price. This is the strong name. I think it's got 225 for this week as a bit of a target. So until it gets there, you know, long bias on Amazon. It's just, he said, like they had that outage and everyone was like whining and complaining about the stock, and it spent 2 days in an uptrend, regardless of, and it's been strong even when the market has shown some pullback. It's just been that kind of a name. I think 225 would be that spot that maybe you get a bit concerned. I don't think we get there today. I think today, look for the VWAP to give you a chance.
I was really proud of my 13-year-old yesterday because he came and asked me, he said, Dad, the stock market got killed today because of everything that happened with Amazon. And I said, actually, Amazon went up. And then he thought about it for a second and goes, oh yeah, that's right. That means that Amazon controls everything. So that's why it went up. So I was really proud that he dotted the I and crossed the T's.
I just love that he's asking the question.
He just came in and was like, yo, the stock market must, like, well, because I tell them, they know what I do and they've been here numerous times. Yeah, we talk about the market all the time, but
I thought it was 2 stocks.
Oh yeah,
Duolingo and Roblox.
yeah.
And YouTube, but because that's alpha.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Up 3%. Like, you know, the only thing that I regret is not buying it yesterday because it was down there. And even when, you know, Joe had mentioned like, oh, it's at the 200, and he was nibbling a little bit, and I was like, yeah, but I was still thinking. It doesn't forget about the shutdown yesterday. It's just more about that it was technically at a great buy spot there, and that's generally speaking where I like to buy some names. Now I bought gold today instead, just to diversify a little bit. The returns you're going to get in Amazon, I assume, are going to be much greater than in gold, although that hasn't been the case this year.
I wouldn't be.
I still like it. It's just it hasn't done a whole heck of a lot, right? Like this goes back to last December where we were already here at 225. So. You know, I like the fact that they're into streaming wars now again. They have football, they've got hockey, yeah. So, anyways, I like Amazon. I think it was an opportunity to buy it. I don't like it right now. It's already up 3% against the market that's flat. So, if anything, I'd be thinking about shorting it if it got back up to these highs. But a VWAP long would be fantastic. I'm not sure. Right now, it's kind of in the middle here, so I'm going to leave it alone and just work on this Apple trade, which right now isn't really catching anything off of this story. So, you know, Apple again delaying the foldable iPad release. So, I don't know. I mean, we just heard in our ear. I mean, here it is right here. I'll just call it up for you guys just so you can see it. It's like it's that it caught some snags, I guess.
My daughter will be upset about that.
So it's just. Yeah, she's looking forward to that.
No, because my dad is like the Apple.
18-inch.
He's like the whole. If it's new, he'll get it.
Yeah.
And then that means like their old one.
She won't get.
Well, I don't know if he'll
get your dad's old one.
He'll spoil her with the old one, but.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I have a funny
hopefully
feeling
he does.
that
There's a story there, and I don't know. I went short against it. I don't know. We'll see if it works.
Development snags is very vague.
There's the news, right? So it's trading the news, and like I said, I just need Main Street to get this story. That's all. And when they do, then I think it starts to come down. I think we got it a little bit early, so we'll wait for this. But I'm short Apple right now. We're short at 30s. It's at 42. No problem. I am bidding below, so I'm below. I'm at 262.80. So let's see if we get a flush in the name. So we'll figure it out. All right, over there. Oh. My trade of the day was SoFi, and now that I look to see where it is, I'm not going to be too happy. But let's go over to the screen and talk with Sharif.
Yeah, Katina, man, I just want to add more context to the Apple story here. I'm trying to get the Bloomberg story for us, but it's behind a paywall. So here's what the Fly is reporting. So Apple's effort to launch an iPad with a giant foldable device has hit development hurdles, potentially delaying the planned launch from a hoped 2028 release to a potential 2029 debut or later. People familiar with the matter are saying apparently it's an 18-inch model when unfolded, which would be huge because their largest one right now is the 13 Air or the 12.9 Pro iPad Pro. So that would be a big difference there. So we'll keep you guys updated if I get more information on that. But SoFi next on the list here, guys, down 4.45%. They are expected to report earnings next week on the 28th, and expectations are quite high given what the stock has done lately. The street's anticipating an 8-penny EPS, which would be a 60% year-over-year increase on revenue, guys, of a little shy of $900 million, 886, which again would be a sizable increase year-over-year, 28.5%. Flat right now, down a third of a percent.
The thing is from Devo to Jesse Barfield, or you could say from Varsho to Joe Carter.
Candy Maldonado one time threw it way over.
Candy Maldonado throws it over everything. I'll never forget that.
That was the
it's
best.
One of the
like
greatest.
He threw it like right into the fans.
That was it.
I mean, I've got a lot.
I love those old memories, those old Jays memories, and hopefully we'll make a few more. I'm just throwing out Jays analogies. Suffice, so no one's going to get that reference, but that just means it keeps going from 25 to 29, right? Just give some players from both numbers. And what I love about this on SoFi, every time we talk about it, I'm just going to me, what I'm looking for next with SoFi, because this is happening completely. Like at this point, we just have to get to the end of the month, and we'll look for like that 30 break to give it back to the prior high, because this is going to be the first close above the prior high in the monthly. So on this time frame, knock on wood, if it closes above it's like 28.33 or something like that, then you're going to have that first close in the monthly at that high. And then I think you get the breakout from there. But until then, it's a bounce play off 25, get bullish off 25 to 29, because it doesn't seem to, even today, like even when it was cruising, like look at the V-shaped recovery, it's cruising, and then it can't seem to break away from that 29 area, unfortunately. So each time it's faded off 29, it's gotten back to the mid-20s. I guess you look for more of the same and then just buy the next available dip here on SoFi until we get that breakout. I think it's happening on the monthly. You just got to be patient for it. And until then, trade the bottom of the range to the top.
Yeah, I was something kind of similar here today. I was cancel off. Got to make sure. So it wasn't breaking 40 there on Apple. So that's why I was just double checking my orders. So I put a bid there at 40 and got filled at 41 actually, out of some, and just put on a little bit more here. I'm waiting still for 80s, so I just put on a 66 there. So let's see if we get any love down into in the 6 down there. So we'll see if that will come through. SoFi. Oh yeah, that's what I want to talk about. Was right into here. So we had SoFi again. Shout out to Brian Shannon. We had SoFi right here on our note today. 28.50 long. Did not go well. I tweeted it out. There's the Jays World Series, by the way. So we have this similar to what Neil has right here. This little towel of ours. But anyways, we had SoFi right here. 28.50 as a long. I thought it was strong. We had some good bank moves early. I like the space, possibly back through 29 on an early break. But the thing is that it didn't go up early. It actually came back in. So where's SoFi right here? This will be my biggest loser of the day. And it was quick. And it was just like, it fell right in 28.50. There's the 29, by the way. Like we said, possibility to get up to 29. So it kind of sucks that eventually happens. But we actually stop out here on a break of 30. So it was just like 20 cents. We had gotten in. Then on the way down here, we had realized that we were wrong. It was underneath VWAP. So we really started to piece it out. And we got stopped out of probably our last 25 or 30% down there. But at the end of the day, we did have, a decent sized position. Obviously, I like the stock. That's why I'm talking about it. And it just didn't work out. So SoFi, not a great stock down there, but we do understand, obviously, that it does bounces off of basically 28 flat. Someone said in the chat that they got 28.15s. Well, that was the very bottom, so that was great if you were able to get that. But now I'm looking short, honestly. I was thinking about shorting the market. Again, obviously, we're short Apple, but you're underneath the 50, underneath the 200, underneath everything. I think SoFi is a little weaker than I'd thought today. And although we did get to 29, so it does kind of play out the way we thought. I'm looking to get long again if we come back into here. Or short up here. Obviously, we're in the middle. There's not much of a trade right now, but I still like SoFi. It's a name that I'm going to continue buying on dips. The last time was 25.50. If we get an opportunity to do that again, we're doing it. So that's my take there. Not like a super hot fire take or anything, but that's what I'm doing with SoFi. Long if it comes back down into here, but I am favoring the short. So that's what we're doing there. And then I just want to check on JP Morgan because, again, this is the big, yes, he's below 300 again. There's the weakness. We had bank strength that I thought early, which it was, and then that helped SoFi, but boom, boom, down 1% now. All right.
Better than down 6.
Yeah, which is probably what gold is, right? So.
Well, I cheated. I have it up.
Yeah, let's go over. Maybe we should add gold to the top there instead of the dollar. The dollar doesn't move.
No, we're talking about...
No, on that board.
On our board.
We just have the dollar. We should maybe figure out gold.
I think most people,
especially now that gold's moving so much more.
Yeah, I would think gold matters a little bit more. I personally don't think the Dow ever needs to be up there.
People like looking at the Dow.
I get it, but yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's fine.
I like the Dow. I like Bitcoin, but the dollar. I like the dollar too. It's just we don't talk about it enough. So I don't know.
I mean, but at that point, you could say, well, the dollar, you could put VIX on there. At some point, you have to pick. But gold is down significantly. Gold and silver getting hurt badly.
Sorry, guys. GLD. So, GLD down aggressively today, guys, as the price spot for gold, we're down 5.18. Silver as well, getting hit hard, 6.57. We're down at about 41,000. 4,134 right now for GLD or for gold. This GLD, though, double topping here at 403, down substantially, almost 6%, losing that 380 level. So, yeah, gold did hit a record high a few days ago at $4,381 per ounce. The focus now has shifted to taking profits ahead of expected interest rate cuts and sustained safe haven demand, which drove the metal obviously to all-time highs. The biggest price drop for gold, guys, in about 5 years. So
very quickly, oh, there it is. Very quickly, Beyond Meat just made the push into... well, effectively 3. 297.99 is actually the high, so I guess it didn't technically tick 98 cents. But when it came right back through 90, I was just watching it. $3 was the level. So as far as I'm concerned, like it got close enough. If it fades off the level that I think is resistance, I'm going to get out of the long. I'm not going. You can go short there if you like, but to me, it's at least get out of the long. But gold, this is the second time in 3 days that it's had just a very clean down day. The question is, the response yesterday was for it to get bought up, right? After Friday, which was just trending to the downside, it got bought back up. Let's see what they do this time, because it was a more hefty move here and more cleanly breaking trend. Like the difference between Friday and today is when you look at the recent trend since the middle of September, when it went sideways a bit and then trended up, yesterday did nothing to that. Today looks like it's going to close underneath that trend line. So yeah, it fell down 2 days ago, but this is a more significant move. I've been looking specifically at silver. I feel like it's just a heck of a lot more violent. This at 40 is where I'm looking to buy the dip and silver. We talked about this with Michael Moss. I'm very, very patient with this, but I know he was looking for places, I think, to buy the dip. He owns some silver as well, but I like it. And if you say it can't get to 40 for silver, well, we just went from 49 to 44 in a couple of days. That's $5. You could get there by the end of the week at this rate for silver. So it took a while for it to make this move. If it unwinds it too fast into 40, I'm looking for the bounce play, specifically in silver at that 50 period in front of the $40 level. Hopefully we get that sometime. It could happen this week. Maybe it happens next week. That's the one I'm watching.
All right, GLD, yeah. So I don't know, we got an idea and we bought it. So we bought gold today. I was just saying, oh, good, it's up. So 377.50 is where we got long, right there in the morning when we talked about it during this move down. So there it is, 377.50. It's not like I'm cherry picking the bottom here. That's literally what we got. So as it was coming down, I put in a bid for 377.50. It filled, and that was that. So it came back in. Obviously, it went against me $2, and it came right back in again into 376. But the price doesn't really matter that I got, because it's not like I'm going to be, getting out of this anytime soon. This is just a way to diversify, and I think that we've been watching it. The last time I bought gold was down here on right here, I think, on this break. I thought it was 250 and change. Yeah, so right there was like the last time I bought it, which was the first time I ever bought it. So that was about a year ago, January. And since then, it's just skyrocketed up. I don't have nearly enough of this in my portfolio to protect me against anything, if gold is even a hedge anymore. I don't know. Like, why is it retracing so badly today, right? But anyways, that's what GLD is doing for me. I like it. I did have this written down on the sticky note today, and it was for a short, right? It was for the short, but I had written down, what price did I wrote down here? 392. So, so here's where we opened up. The highest we got to was 390, basically. The reason why I wrote down 392 is that was sort of where, when, 8 o'clock, we had some little dark pool dumps and everything like that. So we had a nice move up, and I just thought that this area was something to look at. It was really just a shot in the dark there. Unfortunately, it does not fill. It gets as high as 389, and then the dump persists. So I think it's worth it a little bit to get into some gold. Now, by holding GLD, I didn't look it up. I don't assume I assume there's no dividend in this or anything. So, just holding it for some more exposure to the space, and I think it's appropriate. And of course, it's crazy cousin, as they call it, silver down here. I think it was Michael Noss that was started to call it that. And I think maybe JC did as well. I think this is a well-known thing, but This down 7. Look, I just think the flight is always to gold, not to silver. Silver might actually be a better trade, the fact that it is down that much more today. But, you know, at the end of it all, I like gold.
I like trading secondary. Like, I like trading secondaries because then you get like a futures that you can use. It's like you can, you just sort of follow, you get to follow the leader. That's why I used to sometimes prefer trading like during the meme days, sometimes I like trading AMC or COS instead of GameStop.
Right.
Especially if I'm going.
Or Funware.
Yeah, especially if I'm going short. Like on the short side, I always rather not being in the leader if you're going to take a shot. But we got a super chat.
Ooh, we like
did I hit the, shoot.
That's fine.
Oh, I think I overrid it.
Fabian's got our back.
Oh, so we had 2 of them. Okay, I had the first one ready, but MP is down 20% from its peak last week. We'll get to Verks in a second. Does the chart show any strength? Thoughts, please. Load. There it is. The chart's showing one line of strength, and it's a 50-period moving average on MP. And I always say, like, the moving average is moving average. We can all like them or not like them. The question is, does the stock respect it? The stock has been respecting the 50-period moving average since it broke out in a big way in July, right? Though it's been holding, it's closed underneath, but it's held this range. So here comes the test. I think if it breaks, you got to give it a day or 2 underneath. Like call 65 support till it's not, and give it a couple of days to be able to hold underneath the 50-period and then get back above. Then I think MP is a long. Candidly, I'm trying to build a position in this very not successfully because the day that I said it's comical, but you can go back and rewind, on July 9th in the afternoon show, I was like, oh, I'm going to put a stink bid at the 50 period on MP. I had no idea they were going to get that. There was like a government contract or something. It was like a DOD or the next day, and it shoots up, and I'm like, oh, I just missed the boat on that. And I didn't nibble in it and took like a 10% position when it got to the 50 period again. So I'm looking for places to add to this at the 50, understanding it could be a little bit overvalued. So I'm being patient with it after this pullback. I'll give it a couple of days to show me some kind of consolidation or maybe a little double bottom and then regain the 50 period to jump into some shares of MP. Just myself, I'm just talking about what I'm doing. So hopefully that helps you, but I think it's the only support to look at. And then VERX, look, thank you again for the other super chat, which I'll throw that one up there. There we go. VERX is sitting at a good entry point. I can, without ever looking at any stock, when I see accumulation like this, there's only one answer to. If you like anything about this stock, then why not break out, give to here? Because accumulation often just means that somebody is holding, like in both directions. It's a bad stock, it's been going down, but someone's holding the bid. So trend is down, someone's holding the bid, and finally the moving averages catch up, and it's trying to break out. So yeah, this chart absolutely looks like a breakout on VRX, but that's just technicals talking. But every time we've seen something like this, it's not the same, but the best example off the top of my head that I can think of is going to be Intel. My brain always goes to something that I know because I've been in it. Intel, for the longest time, had this bottom off 19. And it tried and failed a few times, but when it eventually broke away, if you just continue to play off that long, it paid out for you. You knew where you were wrong because the consolidated bottom is you're out. It breaks it, you get out. And you get all these shots off the low. So I think VRX is giving you that kind of a play.
We are, yeah, good look over there. Thank you for the super chats, guys. Keep them going. If you ever need any questions answered by Neil or I, or you want our opinion, definitely throw it down there, tag us, and we'll have a quick look at everything. But tag Neil, he's better. Okay, so right into there. So I just, like, Apple, for some reason, doesn't really want to go any lower here, so we're short at 40. We just took a 25 fill right there. So, yeah, I mean, we got a little bit out there. We reloaded it. See, now it bounces right back up again. So, yeah, like, I don't know, man. Like, this doesn't seem to really want to work out too well here. So we'll wait and see if it eventually wants to come back in. But now that foldable story is gone, right? I mean, that story is now
out. Well, it's still here.
No, but it's here, but it's not. Okay, well, we just had, see that move? Like, we just had, I don't know what that move was all about right there. Someone just came in and bought this. All right, so I'm going to get out mid-40s now. Like, if I can get something out here basically for flat, I'm going to do that. The story that the reason why I was short this was because of that foldable iPad snag, apparently. I don't really want that anymore. So we'll still get stopped out if it breaks above 264.10, but we are really light on the exposure now on this trade. So just to give everybody just a basic idea, you know, the stop out is in, and if it breaks, if it goes upside, it goes upside. We'll lose like 5% of our day or something. It won't be a significant. I was going to go shorter. Like if this would have kept on building momentum, then I was going to add to this short, to be honest with you. I told you my bid was at 262.80, so I was expecting a downside push here, just not happening. I may actually
super chat.
Go ahead. Yeah, go.
Before we
go.
get to the super chat, I have a gun to the head question.
I'm putting another bid out here at 66.
I'll give you 3 names, all reporting this week: Texas Instruments, Netflix, Intel. Gun to head, which one do you buy?
Well, it's definitely not Intel.
Prices.
I mean, I think most people would know that my opinion is not.
Well, I mean,
at these prices, I mean,
I couldn't think of another name.
Well, we have to look at charts, but I would think Netflix, because we've already done the work on that. I really like, forget about the charting for now. I really like Netflix's. I like the potential that they have there with the live events. We've talked about their optionality with Spotify there.
Yes.
I think there's some good opportunities there. And I don't think they're not like the AI trade.
No.
Like, I think Texas Instruments.
Nor are they the tariff issue.
Yeah.
Like, I think you get those, so you get a pass from both of those issues.
Yeah, and I just think that Texas Instruments, if they warn of sort of weaker demand or something, then yeah, they're going to get clobbered, right?
I agree.
I don't think Netflix gets hit that hard, you know, unless subscriber growth is way down. And then the other one that you said
I said
was,
Intel because I couldn't.
Intel. Intel's not tonight though.
No. But it was just 3 things to report this week, and I couldn't come up with something else that was big enough reporting this week. So it was the first one.
ISR,
It was the only thing I wanted to make sure it was 3. But we did get a super chat.
Oh, we did?
So
Okay.
I wanted to get that question in.
Let's do it.
Oh, by the way, ETH underneath VWAP. There. So this to that, and then VWAP is the 3rd point of the trend line. So I'm shorting it and giving it to this bar high, which is like 30.36. David's smart trade of the day. Well, I don't have to look up. I can look over here. David's smart trade of the day, nothing yet. Don't feel this market. Watching gain loss, go green, red, green, red, green, red, yawn, Google short, question mark. Google's, it's weird because Google's been bought up since that OpenAI story. That always, it's not that it scares me. Like I don't like fighting that. Like, see what happened with Amazon over the last 2 days? Straight up after bad news. I wouldn't want to fight that with Alphabet as far as I'm concerned. But I also, well, where'd it go? I was just about to address that with the subscribers and it disappeared on me.
There it is. Oh, I'm not hitting that. Who's hitting that?
I'm not hitting it. So
what the? Is that right?
Is that right?
78% of the people watching right now are subscribed?
Impressive. Most impressive.
I like that. Well, make sure you do guys hit the subscribe. Probably the other way,
Take
right?
a picture of that. I'm pleasantly surprised. I thought it was the other way.
No. The subscriber number is at 78%.
It says 78%.
Right now.
Of the people that watch the show, that's what
Okay, we like it. Are we going to Adair? No, we'll just do this quickly right now.
I was about to give
this is a very exciting. This is so exciting that I almost missed it. There is a new product out there. We've talked about this a lot. We want to thank Global X for the sponsorship. It's their Beta Pro 3 times levered. You know, I've been trading the TQs here a lot. Today it's my #1 symbol. If you're looking to do something like that in Canada, they offer 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60 semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. They're also offering a fee rebate until the end of the year. So get over there. This is a U.S.-focused strategy. They use currency hedging, offering you the potential for a much more pure play performer on this. If you're tactical, sophisticated, see I merged those two, tacticated trader, looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca times your 3x daily return. So we want to thank them for all of that. Go check it out. Type it in, Betapro 3x. Joe, everything all right?
Looking sharp.
What's up?
Yeah, all you have to do is put in the 2 numbers there.
You
But
can do it yourself. I'd say the 2 numbers.
I don't have them.
Well, you can message them to you.
it's all good. He's getting
The
it
other
done.
thing too,
Come over to my desk and be like, hey, I need to do.
Joe's coordinated
getting it
today.
done. He's
got
getting
the
it done.
belt coordinated with the shoes, which is
I
like.
told you, the minute I saw Joe the first time, I thought he was in the wrong
play.
spot.
He doesn't play.
I thought he was looking for the runway.
Joey Run. He's Joe.
Yeah.
My nickname for him is Joey Runway.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You
I
can say
never heard that before.
Joey Options, Joey Runway. To me, is absolutely legit.
Yeah,
But
that's what it should
I
be.
believe whatever happened to you shaving your head was that not a thing?
I almost did, man.
I thought the chat wanted you to.
Here's what the chat. I mean, yeah, just do it.
Obviously, it doesn't.
Going out like that, though.
Yeah, I'm going out with this. First of all, you got to get a mic. But
Neil's shaved his head before.
No, I've done it before. I just said if you do it, I'm going to jump on that board because I'm actually considering doing it anyway. So you wouldn't be alone.
So all right. So we're going out the same.
Some point in the next month, I'm shaving.
No, Joe.
How about you? No, hold on, Katina, man. Are you doing it too? Or
no.
What?
The thing. Listen to this.
What?
Neil's talking about Bic shaving it, bald.
What else?
Yeah.
You're not talking about bald.
Yeah, I was talking about bald.
Oh, you okay?
Yeah, that's why I thought you were gonna hop on the.
Hell no. First of all, it looks much better on Brothers. Okay, we talked about that.
Right.
That's what Neil's trying to get at.
But I mean, hey, if you grow the beard out too, what was the longest you grew the beard out?
Yeah, I like yours.
Yeah, you know what I mean. We get a little.
I know exactly what you mean. You don't worry about it, my guy.
That's all right. Yo, watch you'll be part of the team one day, man.
That's my. Oh, what? We just got a couple of messages in here. Oh shoot, we missed this Gorev member.
I mean,
Welcome,
that could
Gorev.
be a Blue Jays. It could be a Blue Jays. If you guys are going to do it anyways, we could do like if the Jays lose, then the next day.
Yeah, but I was going to do it anyway.
I know. That's why I just saw someone in the chat say that. I thought that could have been something fun.
Oh,
there.
$3 breaks incoming on Beyond Meat. So
that's probably a long.
Yeah, Beyond Meat. I just put a stop order in there. I must have accidentally canceled it. Oh, whatever. It's been a long day. So again, thank you guys for all the subs. $3. If you're just tuning in now, $3 on Beyond Meat is not some it's an even dollar level. But here's the thing: 305 is this wick high. 305, 306 is the actual 200-period moving average on the daily. So I'm taking this break. And the way I see it, it either immediately has buyers above that first 5 or 6 cents, or I'm jumping out and waiting for the pullback. Just in case, if it does a candle like that, where it's like the high of the day break here immediately fails, when it broke the high of the day there, I just jumped out of the trade. Because I'm like, yeah, it's a failed break, look for the dip buy. It didn't get back to 60s, but I'll look for the same thing. If we fail the 3 break, I'll jump quickly in and out and look for a dip buy somewhere in the 60s or 70s. On this bad boy. Nick, we bring in a bunch of questions. We just talked about Alphabet, but opinions on Alphabet. My thought was I don't like shorting something that just rallied off of the lows, continuously rallying off the lows after what was perceived as bad news from the OpenAI thing. I just don't like the short in those circumstances. When the market shows you they want to buy a stock on bad news or perceive bad news, it's dangerous. What's the number?
I got mine going. It's in your email, Brendan.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, okay. So there it is. We take it off and on. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. Thanks, Brendo. That's pretty cool, and it is working great. Go where, Fabian? Andre? Adara? All right, what's up, Adara?
What's up here is Warner Brothers Discovery in a very big way. Now, I have another, tale to add to this saga of Warner Brothers, and there are many companies that are reportedly interested in them. This morning, we know Netflix expressed interest, reportedly, according to CNBC, along with Comcast. Well, now I have another piece of news here. Reuters reporting that apparently Warner Brothers Discovery's board rejected a Paramount Skydance offer between $23 and $24 a share. We know Paramount Skydance was the name that has been reported the longest to be interested in Warner Brothers, but as I mentioned earlier, some other players entering their hats into the ring. So interesting look here for WBD. Seems like lots of companies are interested in an acquisition or merger with Warner Brothers. Back to you.
All right. Okay, so that's that. That was another case there for Netflix, possibly. If there's all this bidding for all these media properties, potentially something going on there, or potential for something to go on with Warner Brothers and Netflix and Paramount and all that. So a little bit of something there. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Well,
3 just broke.
Oh shoot! Yeah, go over to Neil's screen. I was going to talk about Apple, but that's an old story.
Just broke. $3 on Beyond Meat. Whatever. If there's another stock trading at $3, it literally doesn't matter. This one's done 1.3 billion shares. So we're talking about Beyond Meat. It did immediately crack that 305, 306. I took some out. Remember, that's big resistance on the daily. So I'm sticking to the plan. If we immediately lose 95, then I'm going to jump out of that trade. My next offer is not till it breaks 310, but if we lose 95, I'm out, and I'm looking for the dip buy on Beyond Meat. So we just talked about this level in here. It is a big time, bag hole type level. This is where I could see some shorts liking to enter, and I'm not getting caught giving back like a 10% move. Like I'm risking the 95 here, and if we lose that $3 level, I'll look for like 10% pullback to try to buy the dip there on Beyond Meat. I just got them up, so I now have those buttons as well. Kind of curious why there's 2 and not 1, but that's perfectly fine. So thank you, everybody. Beyond Meat continues to go to the upside. It is your squeeze of the day. Thank you very much, Sir Andre, for telling me. I should have been able to figure that out myself.
Yeah, Brendan responded to that question because I asked him the same thing. Why the hell are there 2 of them? But it's this one right now. We want to make sure that everybody does subscribe. I mean, right now there's 21% of you that are not subscribed. So make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe and make everybody over there happy because they've spent a lot of time.
Keep Joe happy.
Keep Joe happy.
It'll make Joe happy.
Yeah, no matter what, keep Joe happy. Yeah. Joe's happy. He's not listening now.
He's really
okay. So there goes Beyond Meat. I mean, again, a good talk there about BYD, BYND, of course, as it trying to take through $3. I remember this is a key level, man. It is the 200 period on the daily, so definitely something that I look for. We could extend through, but you know, too much more through I think is a lot. But here, the last time we broke it, it was $4. We went to 5.25. So there is a possibility there, but I could also see this being a turning spot. I did give a little piece of advice in saying that if I was long, and I'm not, this could be an area where you think about it. You know, yesterday we had Beyond Meat on here today as well, by the way, just going long. But I said long off VWAP off the 200 period. The only time that we were able to do that would have been in around here at 220. And we weren't really, you know, when this is happening, kind of looks like it wants to go lower. So, you know, no comment there for me on Beyond Meat right now, but it is a good long. Neil's got it. Breaking through $3, that's looking very, very strong to me now, Beyond Meat. And, you know, 1.3 billion shares, like that is something that's going to go. I mean, I probably should just be punching long right now myself. So any kind of a dip buy into, what is that? It doesn't matter, $3 and change. I think that's probably something there. That exact level is 293 or so. Something to look at there.
A big seller just came in here.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, it got to 315. Oh yeah, that was they just sold another big chunk. So a couple of big chunks just came off the tape there. First at 315, and then when it got underneath 310, tried to bounce off 6. It got up to like 8, 9, and then someone slammed it back down to 6. So I've scalped out of 80% of this already. And someone just asked in the chat, did I put it up there? How do you know a certain level? I was putting it up because I was watching this top. How do you know it's a bag holding level? I don't. I'm guessing. It's just a term I use for any stock that has a ridiculous downward trend. Then to me, every time, people always want to pick the bottom. So they buy when they think it's going, and sometimes they buy it when they think it's breaking out. So like to me, like here would be a bag holding level, because a lot of people might have tried to get this as it's breaking out, and then in here would be one at 860. And the most recent was zoom back in. The most recent is this area here. It's like if it gets back to a prior high of pain, a lot of times that's where people are like the people that are out of the money. Like if it can just get back to 3, like if you say you've been like dollar cost averaging in, you're like, oh, if it can just get back to 3, if it can just get back to 3, and then people will get out of the trade oftentimes. So it's just a figure of speech. It's not like I don't know that this bag holder's there. I'm just guessing based on that entire phenomenon.
All right, we said that we would go long Beyond Meat if it did come back in, so your boy went long Beyond Meat right now, so we're in this name. I'm waiting for some 14s, $3.14 to get a piece out of this one. We're still 100% in on this trade. Obviously, I don't have any outs, so we'll wait to see if it does get going. I'm actually on NASDAQ Gateway. They're at 14s. Oh, we got filled, okay, immediately. So there it goes. Nice trade, man. I mean, here comes Beyond Meat. We're trading it with some shares, so let's see how far this name wants to go right now. BYND for the WIN right now, and we'll see if it can go even higher than where we are right now. I did want to talk about Apple a little bit. Someone asked me if I was getting wrecked on this trade. I've already just explained this. I'm not in this that heavy. It did not give me the moves that I thought we were going to get on it. So we'll wait to see if it pulls back. We're up on Apple just while holding this trade, but you were just waiting for this to go through. I mean, we're in now money 15 cents and up on the day there on Apple, but holding out for higher or for lower moves. So hopefully that can come out. But yeah, definitely going to get stopped out if that breaks through 264. So I think we did a good job talking about that. But here comes Beyond Meat. So we already got out at 14 off of an 06. We got out of a quarter of that. Neil still has 20%, I think he said. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening. We've got 75% of this, and we're trading with shares here. So let's wait to see how high this can fly right now. And just sort of topping off the day here with Beyond Meat. Here it goes again. Let's put something out. Let's take another out at 18. Give me that. Okay, wow. There it is, man. Let's go props up right now for holding on to this as it goes upside. I don't know where it's going to go, but here comes 320. We just took a 318 on that one. So, yeah, man, good amount of shares right here as we just adding to the pot right now. There goes Beyond Meat. It breaks $3. You know, we missed it on the break, but I said if it pulls back, we're taking it. We did that. So there it goes, man. It's Beyond Meat. For you guys, it is another one. So it's so far so good. Let's see how high this bull wants to ride, man. We just got some out there at 18s. We got out of 40%. So we have 60% now left of Beyond Meat.
Yeah, it's looking pretty strong there. I just saw something in the chat that I don't know if James Choi. I've seen no Russia-China news, China-USA news whatsoever today. But if there is anything, Adara's going to be all over it. No, someone in the chat was talking about like USA and China news, Adara, and I've seen absolutely nothing. So if you saw something, let us know.
Yeah, I can chime in on earlier stuff that happened during the midday. Trump was super back and forth about China. He would say in the same breath, I have a great relationship with President Xi, and then say, oh, I actually, maybe I won't even meet with Xi. So it was really back and forth. Other than that, I don't have anything new here, though.
Yeah, because there's I was looking at ARM because I've been kind of watching this stock. I haven't actually traded it. We've traded it in the past, but the market did absolutely nothing in the last few minutes, and ARM just kind of lost the bid for a couple of dollars on its own. So a little bit of bizarre price action here worth keeping an eye on. It's not like a bunch of other chip names did this, but like I was talking about ARM at the beginning of the show as like a bullish name in kind of a strong move today in a recovery, and then all of a sudden this lost the bid. So just something, I'm keeping an eye on it in case this accelerates a little bit more. It could just be, sometimes you see this, where a stock on, look at the daily chart, just got selling in here at like 172, and then that could just be it. Man. So hopefully that's the case. I'm taking my 10% and running on this. Every move has been 10% there, 10% there, so the measured move. So I'm looking for the 330 level here on Beyond Meat. Glad you joined at that $3 level. Oh, it's been $2.60 this afternoon, and it's been $3 as well. As this one, like this stock has now gone 25% since we sat down. 25% Beyond Meat. Like it's absolutely nothing. So I just got my target. Now I'll wait for the pullback or any potential pullback, and there it goes. It goes that 10% move, and now trying to pull back in. I'm going to reload it if it gets back into that $3 level.
Yeah, exactly. So there goes Beyond Meat, man. We just got a nice fill upside right there. So we're out. So we only have 10% left there of Beyond Meat, and that was honestly really added up there. That was a really, really good trade. We wait for that pullback, we buy it, and then all the way to the upside right there. So yeah, that was great. I think you might be right there on the chat. There could be a offering coming very, very soon for BYND. So it would watch out now, but only 10% left on my account.
Like considering they're trying to look, let's be real. Considering they are doing like they were talking about bankruptcy. Right, like if you're trying to turn the company around, then it makes sense. But keep in mind, you can't just randomly drop an offering whenever you want to. Like you have to actually file, there's a time period. So unless they've already filed to do an offering, it should, like from the start of this move, it should take a little bit. Like if they've already filed, they can drop whenever they want. You got to be able to check that. And if they haven't, then it could take a little bit before they can drop an offering on you. So this is a recent move. It makes all the sense in the world for them to do so, in my opinion, but again, you have to know whether they've already filed. To my knowledge, they haven't, as this one's just coming out of that bankruptcy. Let us know. It's a thing. Watch out. The company needs cash. That's a very good point there, RX.
Yep.
But most offerings, not all of them, most offerings tend not to come like randomly in the middle of the day in the afternoon. And if you're day trading it, you have a little bit less risk. I'd say, well, probably like, I don't know the exact number, but you have less risk if you're not holding it overnight. Like if you're swing trading this, that's a concern. For day trading, it's a mild one. We've seen it happen before, but I can count on one hand the ones I can remember that happened in the middle of the afternoon. Usually it's the morning or it's overnight. Like pre-market, you get a lot of them.
Yeah, good job there. Westermeyer's holding those $3 longs. Okay, good call. I've already said my piece, my guy. I would be getting some out right now. But there it goes, man, up to $3 and change. Again, just really topped off the day right there with that trade. You know, we did have IBIT short early. That did not work, although looking at it now, thankfully, we were able to get out. Although when we did stop out, it did pull back in there. So we were a little late on the stop, but at the end of the day, there's the extension there. So that's an L for us. We don't have anything else really. We already talked about SoFi. Everything else is cash, right? I mean, this TQQ, this was just chef's kiss. Shout out Chef Joe in the chat there if you're still around. And then the AMD was really, this is Obi's, Obi calls me a sniper. That's what these levels are right here, man. It just came up and bang, hit it and tank it right there to the downside. So that was AMD. It's almost like we knew something, but there goes AMD. Nice move to the downside there as well. All right, so the only thing that I'm holding right now is Apple short. We do have a bid there at 263.10. Like I said, I was waiting for a move down, so hopefully this can come. And if it does, we're there for it. And if not, we're stopped out upside. So no news on Apple other than that, you know, a snag in their iPhone or their iPad 18-inch model that they were going to have a foldable version of it. So that right now apparently hits that snag. So we'll have to wait to see if there's any sort of market reaction to it. And that's pretty much why I'm clearing it out right now, because the answer is no market reaction. Okay.
Money, 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 money.
All right, there goes Beyond Meat. So yeah, man, we're glad to be here every single day that we can be trading with you guys. I mean, this is just another. We may have two red days this month or something like that. There goes Beyond Meat, like another big time mover now to the north side of it. So it's a big time green day. You know, we've hit some great trades, and here's another one that we put on for you live on the air. So again, thanks for everybody for watching. Make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe. I wanted to see if Oscar was pulling their 2160. So yeah, another 7% up day for Oscar today. Like, there's another name that we've got in the swing account, or it doesn't matter what portfolio, but we got it. And yeah, waiting to see if we can extend even further on OSCR. We could check in on Webull, and then we'll go back over and see what else is going on. Okay, 11 and change, so nothing. I thought with SoFi kind of holding around, maybe Webull, you know, was a little higher up, but Webull down 4% today, getting nasty over here on Webull. I mean, what a good pull, man, from $16 like 2-3 weeks ago all the way down to 11. This name is getting clobbered right now, Webull. So just be careful with it. You know, soon they're going to announce more things, just like Robinhood was doing and whatnot. But they are not the same, man. This is not Robinhood. This is Webull.
Not even close.
Not even close. You know, if you're going to look for something, that's why I'm on SoFi. But I do like Webull. I'll probably buy a little bit more if it comes into that 12 or so area. 10 or so area on the
the $10 level has been the one. I think we're going to go to Dara, maybe address what's going on with Sweet Green lately.
Okay.
To this SG, and there's one headline I'm seeing circulate a lot on X, but I can't find any confirmation on Google or on Benzinga, so just be very cautious here. But apparently there's some speculation that Sweet Green is going to be expanding, I guess, with a Cat's Deli, and also with, what was the other one here, a New York City launch. But what's interesting, too, is a lot of these posts are basically the exact same wording over and over, which I always find to be a little bit interesting, because that's usually not how it goes with these pushes to the upside. But yeah, talking here about, I guess, they're expanding their New York City footprint with their Cats collab ahead of their earnings on November 7th. Yeah, if I get more details, I'll let you know. But there's just not a lot to see here, unfortunately, on SG immediately anyway.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, again, thank you, Adara. Like, obviously, Sweet Green's moving, but if there's no catalyst, there's no catalyst. I'm just going to do a quick refresh. We have like 50 minutes to go in the day. I know Beyond Meat's going to be number one on this, but remember, hit the dollar, or type the $ when you put your symbols in. If you're joining for the first time in here, we do have a stock visualizer that allows everybody on the show to see what the most important. what the most interesting names are and what our viewers are talking about in the chat or what you're trading. So go $ and then whatever symbol. So if you wanted, there's Tesla, there's Hood, there's Beyond Meat, there's Nerve. And Beyond Meat's going to lead it. It's been leading for 2 days. So I would fully suspect that's going to be able to continue here on Beyond Meat. But you also have SoFi and then Robinhood. It's kind of weird. I feel like those two just happened because we were just mentioning those two more than anything else. There's just nothing. This is unabated. At this point, if you close, I said this before, if you close above $3, this is that area where shorts get in trouble. Go back to Open Door and remember that when this closed above the 200 period moving average, it had 1 day of blah, and then the next day it actually started to go ham. So and it was much bigger than anything else when it closed above the 200 period moving average. So yes, I believe taking profits. That's how I roll. I believe you can't go broke taking profits. But if the second salvo can come, I'm kind of looking at it for a couple of days. Close once, hold above, and then on the third day, it rises again, is my thinking on Beyond Meat. Until then, I wouldn't want to short this thing with a 10-foot pole unless it got to like $5.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in taking profits, and we are sure as hell taking some profits right now. There it goes, man, $3.50. Good couple trades there for Beyond Meat. I mean, I don't know what else to talk about right there. And you can see, obviously, we have different styles, but it's a nice move to the upside right there for BYND. It was $1 yesterday, $3.50 today. There we go, BYND, and we're here. That's what it is, right? Not everyone's built the same, and here we go, Beyond Meat. So good job on that one. Oh boy. I know it's tough when putting on trades and you look over and you see what Apple and all this kind of stuff is doing. Like we're doing things differently here. There's Apple right now, 263.24s. Let's see if we can get a bid. I'm surprised I wasn't there. Oh, I'm at 10s. Okay, we'll take a 24 there as this is really working out for us. Again, it's a small position, but it is what it is right there. So now we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with my good friend Apple. We like that stock, that is for sure. I know, like I'm a little bit obsessed with Beyond Meat right now because it was the trade that we had hoped for. And there it goes right now. So we're 50 cents now in the money, and it's gonna, okay. I have to. Like when I see profits and all this kind of stuff and this kind of exuberance right now, I do feel like I have to take some profit. Like we just tried 53s and missed it, so I'm gonna put an offer now in the mid 40s, see if we can get a 44. There is a little bit of a pullback happening right now. Just so everybody knows, man, I have like 7 or 8% left of Beyond Meat, and here we go. I'm offering 44s. We'll get down to 5%, and then that's that. This is a big trade for us, right at 315 at the end of the day. Boom, bye-bye. Good one there for us on Beyond Meat. Apple, a good take on that as well as we flipped over there and we're able to buy it. But this is just, really we're on one recently, and it's really nice that the market is contributing to this. So maybe we can buy some Blue Jays World Series tickets after all. What's up, Adara?
Interesting note here for META. So in case you guys missed it, last week the company announced a $30 billion private funding here for its Hyperion data center in Louisiana. Now we have Wall Street Journal reporting that apparently BlackRock's ETFs bought over $3 billion of bonds in order to back this $30 billion project. So again, we know Meta got private funding for this project. Looks like BlackRock ETFs were apparently buying bonds in order to support it. Interesting note here for META, though it's not really moving the stock, but maybe something worth being aware of here. Back to you.
I just said BlackRock is everything.
God, yeah, BlackRock is amazing. Look at that, man. We just got a 50. First of all, Beyond Meat just went to 60s right now. So, yeah, talk about something going real off right now. Up 1.4 billion shares right now. Your boys got it. And there it goes, man. See you, Beyond Meat. What a trade. What a trade. Just added just a feather in the cap there today to end it all. So, yeah, wow, as people in the chat talk about that. There's the $3 break. We got it. And now it's just extending up more and more for BYND. And I mean, I just, trading the momentum, I feel like what I do best is read the tape. So you could see the momentum was there. We tried to hold it as long as we can. And right now we're just coming into some areas where, like I talked about, we got out at 350. We did all that. We just, we're trying to show like being able to read the tape, small caps, being able to take trades on balance with obviously with the imbalance, but that's not what I meant, on balance of support and resistance, and then, looking at great opportunities. And I think we found one again here today. So just really happy with that Beyond Meat trade. And I hope that all of you at least had a piece of that. And then IBIT as well, 112 right now. It's 315. I might just, we'll hold on to this Apple trade, which is now 30 cents in the money, and Beyond Meat is 65 cents in the money. So we're just really, like, this extension is crazy. It's not even halting, like, but here it goes.
It's too liquid to halt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's too much back and forth there. So if it does wind up halting, this thing's probably going to have to break 4 in a clean move. But there it goes, man. Talk about that. Neil talked about 10%. Right now you're 20, 25, 30%.
Well, I said 20%.
20%. Nice. Okay, so now we're at whatever we're at now. Well, 20% on $3.
Well, the first song was at 60, not 3 for me.
Yeah.
260 into 3, then 3 into 330.
Nice.
But it's the same thing. Look, this stock, in order to halt, you have to hold the band for 15 seconds.
Oh,
Impossible. Like, it can't hold the band for 15 seconds. There's way too much price action. But my guess is, because the market's like this, if they halt it, it'll halt it down. Like, it won't halt to the upside, but most often when this is happening, if there is a halt, it'll be a halt down, because that's how they tend to roll. When the imbalances come out, remember, this thing has done 1.5 billion shares. There is no size of imbalance that you will see, in my opinion, that will be significant enough to matter here. This is like Dijon Mustard saying gamma squeeze. I don't know, because I'm not looking at it. I don't know what the option chain looks like on Beyond Meat. That's something you can ask Joe for. But with the short flow, despite the dilution, the short flow was 70% going in. I don't know what it is after the dilution, but certainly this is just people getting hurt. And remember, do not forget this. Hedge funds like this, they load into these types of pops. This did this from $7.50 to $13 last year in February before reeling back in, and they short into these types of moves. So this is early in the move. Like, to me, there's probably people shorting into this as we speak. So look for those types of like whales. When they get blown out, maybe at like a $4 level, you could get a second salvo. I don't know if there's a $4 break coming in here. Someone just said check a weekly chart. I can look at a weekly chart. I just zoomed it back like really, really far. But if you want a weekly chart, I can look at a weekly chart. Beyond Meat, put the W in there. Yeah, weekly chart's almost nothing. You got to zoom way in. Why can't I just zoom in the way I want to? What's going on, e-signal? Like, I can't just scroll to zoom in. Is there another way? Like, you know what? That's kind of annoying. But it doesn't matter. Like, the 50 period on the weekly is right here that it's breaking. But that's the same thing as the 200 breaking on the daily. So whichever one you happen to prefer, it's effectively the same level. Whether it's 50 period on the weekly or 200 period on the daily, that's basically the same thing. Shout out to our quotes. Our level 2 looks better than that.
Yeah, level 2 is huge.
No, like this. Oh, you know what? Because we don't. E-signal wouldn't have all the entitlements.
No, man. I mean, our system's made for this.
Yeah, way better.
But yeah, there it goes. Beyond Meat. All right, we can look at other things though. SoFi not doing too much. And I know we have that. We do have, today's gold's crashing. I've went crashing. I don't know. But we went in and bought some gold today, and we had sort of talked about that a little bit here on the air with you guys. So that was going to be a good trade. I'm hoping for, anyways. Buying a little bit here today, just stepping in, getting our feet wet, right at this price, $377.50. So you could join that. I put an offer on Beyond Meat at 80. I mean, the high was 80, so I'm right here at 83. If we can get the high of the day on Beyond Meat and really just top this off, man, I mean, wow. Good trading there so far for the day. We've only traded about 5 or 6 names today, and they've been pretty good. Today, though, tonight we have Texas Instruments coming through, so we'll find out what they're all about here, TXN. A little bit of a pull down. You know, we were talking about like which stocks we liked for their earnings calls and things like that. I mean, TXN right now, if we can get something going, it's primed to break higher. So I think that if you look at it, it's just trying to level out right here at that 170 to 175, and it looks like it did do that. So I think that Texas Instruments on a nice number, probably, gets going a little bit, and then Netflix, although we do have the Warner Brothers and everything like that story out right now, it's not doing anything. So Netflix today just really just a barcode. I think if you scan that, you get a free month of Netflix. But
yeah, the market's really believing this 20 to 21 idea for Warner Brothers.
Oh, what was the?
I read a single article that said between $20 and $21 for a potential bid on Warner Brothers, but there's just still nothing in stone there. There's an interesting gateway. Just I know we're only talking about Beyond Meat, but there's a gateway that I don't recognize on eSignal that was throwing 100 lots. I was seeing, and I saw it at at $3.20. I'm going to personally eyeball that price because I've seen it flush around a little bit, and it keeps moving. Now it just moved to 281, and it's moving all over the place. And it looks like it's a quote that we don't have. Anyways, Warner Brothers I don't think is too much of a deal.
This is right here. Here's Netflix. It's thanks to Dara. So the expected move right now, you can go find this on Twitter. Expected move is 7%. So its prior move was 5%. So that's what I was saying. Between 5, 6, 7% makes a lot of sense there. We have 6% on Texas Instrument. We have Intuitive Surgical, 7. 5 on Capital One, 11 on Mattel coming tonight, and then CB. That stock is Chubb, right there. Chubb, 5%. There, yeah, Nick Chubb with Houston, right?
Yeah, he used to be good.
There, so a similar line to Jamison Williams last night, I guess.
No, if he got a single carry,
I don't know if he did. I'm not sure.
They
have Woody Marks over there, so I'm not sure. But Apple still trying to do its thing. What's up, Adara?
So I want to let you guys know here, yes, Sean just mentioned it, but we actually have a whole implied moves visual you can find on X at TTV Research. This one covers tonight's earnings moves and then also some of tomorrow's more interesting earnings plays. This is already posted on X at TTV Research. It will be reposted tomorrow morning. And I also have a Tesla earnings preview that'll be coming through on X. It'll be posted tonight. We already have the Netflix earnings preview out on X. You can check that out. Again, X at TTV Research. I want to mention as well here, here is our daily calendar for tomorrow. As you can see here, incredibly light on the economic data side of things. But earnings tomorrow morning, VRT, TMO, GEV, BSX, and T. Then after the close, we do have Tesla, probably the most interesting name here, followed by IBM. But there's also QuantumScape, Alcoa, Lam Research, Sands. So lots to keep an eye on here. Again, X at TTV Research for all of your infographic needs, especially during this crucial earnings season. As we send you back to the guys.
Yeah, that's my bad. When I was thinking about those tech-related names, instead of saying Intel, I should have said gunned ahead and given you IBM. That would have been more competitive.
I guess you're IBM over Intel, I guess.
Well, no, am I IBM? Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
That's when you'd sub it out, right?
Yeah, for myself, IBM was one of my, I guess we'll call them the Jimmy Carter picks. From earlier this year. I like it in the quantum space, which oddly enough, someone was just asking about quantum and said, finally, the short is working on Rigetti. I think finally the short is working on insert parabolic mover from recently, whether it's quantum or whether it's nuclear energy or, I don't know, hims and hers was even.
Wow, SMR's down 13%.
That's what I was sort of saying.
In the buy zone.
Rigetti at 9, it is actually, I'll get to SMR in a second. I was going to talk about the group, but Rigetti, if it goes up from 15 to 57 that fast, then you know it can fall back this quickly as well. So Rigetti 33-ish, anywhere from the 33 level down to 28 is going to be the spot. And I'm only talking about SMR because that's the one I own. I know Oklo, you look at Oklo as well. But SMR, this is retesting not just this recent trend support, but the 50-period moving average. You lose that at minimum, I think it gets down into the 200-period moving average. But this is, I like the 200 more because it's actually respecting it, whereas this trend line feels almost like a short opportunity underneath it more than a place that I would automatically want to buy. So if it loses the 50-period, I think you got $7 or $8 to be able to get to that level. I just trade this off the open, but it's stair-step down. This is now the 4th day in a row of selling for SMR. Maybe a relief rally bounce before some resumption. I just think you got to give it a beat. It's not the kind of stock where I just want to sit on the bid and then let it run through you because it's still, they're not making any money.
Nope.
You know, I'll stink bid Amazon after earnings because it's Amazon. I'll feel comfortable sitting on the bid the day after it hits the level because it's Amazon. Even if it loses it, how badly can it lose the level? A couple points, and then you make a decision. With SMR, if it loses a bid, you could lose 20%, not 2.
Yeah, look, we've just made by selling SMR at 57 and watching it go down to 38, you've just essentially made all of that money now in cash, so now you have to deploy it. So we'll see if there's a better opportunity. I'm not getting back into SMR, that is for sure. Not yet. It's getting close, though, but not right now. Let's see if Apple can flushy here as well, as it's trying to make a move down a little bit here. I'm going to bid some 15s. I'll cancel. Okay, there we go. We just got it. Okay, and we got our 10s. So there it is right there. Oh, man, Neil. We are the George Springer right now. We are just been hitting these names outside today, and it's just been great. Apple's starting to work out for us right now as we use some more Blue Jay talk right now. And then we step up to the plate and bash out Beyond Meat as well right there. So that's been really a good trade so far here today. And I'm still going to wait at 80s. You know, we have less than 5% left right now. So far, so good on all of that. We'll just wait. But if we can get that print, we'll take it. But yeah, man, wow, what an opportunity today. We never knew what was going on, but we did have written on here, and this is what we talk about, you know, making sure that you trade the right names. We have SoFi on here, AMD. AMD is my the number one trade today. Whoopsies. SoFi, AMD, Gold, and then there's Beyond Meat. So yeah, all these names were definitely on our radar. The Apple story just came in there, and honestly, I don't wish anything, because it's just moving with the market. It's not doing anything. Obviously, I wish it would have tanked on that news because we had got the short, but it wasn't a very heavy trade. And we, you know, people were asking me about it, and I honestly had told you guys that we were not like layering into this, and we actually stopped. We could have got another fill there, but we did not. So there he is. Nice move to the downside on that one. Just to check in, we had Intuitive Surgical, ISRG. This is another name here that could get going today at some point. A name that you know, relies on AI, and it's a robotics play. So yeah, if people thought we had Mitch on earlier talking about robotics, could be the next sort of look there. So maybe ISRG can have something into the close. I just want to see, if you're watching right now, I'm interested to see how many of you are subscribed right now. So this is something new that we have on board right now. So 21%. So if you are that 1 in 5, make sure you do hit subscribe right now. You get into our chat, which is really cool. We have lots of people in there right now, and we'll figure it out after that. So if you're not in Toronto, we are, and we are celebrating today such a great game.
Warm Toronto, Canada.
Night. Right there. And yeah, make your way up, guys. It's going to be a great opportunity to catch some World Series games up here. And you can
unless you're an LA fan.
Even if you are an LA fan, make your way up. I mean, your dollar's worth $1.45 here. And, you know.
It's going to be insane.
It's a great scene. The bar scene around here is fantastic. We're actually going out. I'm going out. I don't know if Brendan's going. I don't think you're passing, but or maybe I don't know if you are.
I want to go. I don't know the guys from ICE are coming up, but I haven't even been home in a couple of days. So
yeah, so that's okay.
I haven't seen my daughter in a couple of days because we did like a video call because we stayed downtown to watch the games. It's just way too late of a night to go home and try to come back in.
Yeah, that's
for the morning. My body badly wants some like normal rest.
Yeah, good. Yeah, so we'll be doing that. I'm leaving at 7 p.m. So we'll be getting.
Oh, you've already get the hard.
Probably. I don't know.
Our friend had, what did he call it? The hard stop.
Hard stop.
We have a buddy who's like, I have a hard stop.
It's definitely not a hard stop.
He always has a hard stop. Like no matter what we're doing, he has a hard stop at like a ridiculous time in the evening. But on a 7, whatever, like just going up.
Obi just asked me if I'm hitting Beyond Meat. Just hit $3 long, my guy. There, a message to him there. I hope he's doing okay as well. Okay. Yeah, that's at ISRG right there. And yeah, we're having Intercontinental Exchange. They're the owners of the NYSE, and I think it's a few different markets there. Not the ICE that you all might think about.
Oh, I should have said the actual.
Yeah, exactly. That's why.
By the way, there was a super chat. I don't know. I think it's directed at you. I can't find it to put it up because it's about BBAI.
Oh, okay. We can look at. I haven't looked at.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, Fabian.
All right, I haven't looked. Okay, are we picking up BBAI? No, I'm not. I mean, I'm already. So I only have 40% left of BBAI. My levels have hit, man. 650, 750, 850. So for me, if you want to talk about Big Bear AI, we could definitely do that. I mean, it stopped basically right at $9. I mean, it does get higher than that. It gets to $9.30 or $9.40. And when we got out at $8.50, you know, we were thinking like, okay, maybe we made a mistake there. But if anybody's been watching the show and following all of these trades. I've talked about this sort of in depth, and yeah, the question I guess was where are we reloading this? Honestly, I'm going to wait for the 200 period. We've already cut through the 50 period a couple times. You know, it's the 200 that's something to watch out for. So I might get some more. I'm still long at 4 and change. If we can get something at 5, we'll average it up. You know, we did the same there with SoFi. We averaged up into that stock. So we can average up into Big Bear AI. I think that's a great question. Remember, their earnings aren't until November 14th or something like that. So we are a little ways away from them reporting. And they've had some negative quarters, right? So it's not, it's still just a $7 stock with no EPS. I don't, if I'm nervous about buying high quality names right now, I'm not going to buy Big Bear AI at these levels. But Big Bear AI, I mean, the money has poured in on that name, so it's been a good little swing trade for us. We've also swung Intel from $19 right now, and that's, Intel's a double, literally a double right now, so we've already rang a little bit of register there, like that's huge. OSCR, we're waiting for that to become a double there as well. We've recently bought some Lululemon, so that's starting to work out. Target is a relatively new.
Yay, yay,
let's go,
yay,
Targets.
Yay, yay,
all right, man. Yeah, wow, this is making life feel pretty good as well. Target, nice upside play there. We're long $88, $89, so that starts to go upside right there. So yeah, so far so good on all of that, man. You know, the saga continues here with some of these trades. So far so good. But yeah, we'll just keep on taking questions if you guys want. For me on Beyond Meat, 380 is where we're looking. I mean, I may take it out at 370. Let's just see what happens here into the close. We have less than 5% left of this position. So we've already banked this out. I think it's probably P&L number 3 or so today, and it's been a good one, BYND.
Yeah, as Beyond Meat keeps on going, Ronnie just lost the top a little bit here. I threw it in the chat when it was at the top end of the trend, but I couldn't get locates. I tried 5 times, and oddly enough, I didn't get an accept on the locates until just now as it's making a lower high. So instead of trading the trend line, I'm trying to grab it at 10 and give it to 15 to play back into the volume weighted average price. If you're forgetting about this name, I mean, Sharif was all over it. This is like day 3. For Ronnie, it does go right into, we call it backholder levels before, but if you look at the last spike, double top here at about 350, that's essentially where, just underneath that where it fails. I'm trying to get filled here at 9s and 10s, and then played into the volume weighted average price. We're past 330, which usually means have a quick look and a peek at the early look imbalances. CCL, when was the last time we talked about that stock? 1.5 million to the buy side on CCL, and GDX. Ooh. Only 1.3 million, but what's interesting about that is the paired volume is already 5.8 million. That means there's 7 million already in the GDX imbalance. If you're wondering why not GLD, well, GDX, from my experience, GDX is the one that usually has imbalances, and we've seen it move before. IonQ is a 1.2 million sell imbalance. SMR is an 800,000 sell imbalance. I think that rounds out most of the significant ones. So I'd say IonQ, SMR, maybe GDX. When GDX is a big imbalance, sometimes there's a little bit of something there. So that's what I'll be watching. I feel like for sure one of the two of IonQ and SMR, and then throw in some GDX. We've seen that. We've seen some really, really big moves in the 5 minutes after the imbalances come out on GDX when it's in play. It used to be a really big trade, trading a lot of the Amex imbalances. But the thing about it is they need to be huge. Like 10 million shares is a good number. 5 million, meh. 10 million, yes.
All right, well, Apple, let's take a bid. There it goes, going to the downside. So, all right, we'll take a bid right there on Apple. So just another ho-hum, a 70-cent winner right on Apples. We'll take 95s. There and basically end our trade. We have a very small piece left of Beyond Meat and a very, very small piece left of Apple as we just continue to hopefully be the trader that you guys are looking for, and for myself too. Like I'm trading for you guys and for myself, trying to show some opportunities here that we like. This was a news story. I know a lot of you were looking for Beyond Meat, so we got into that one as well on that break. And There's just so many different opportunities and so many different styles, right? This Apple is a news-based style. AMD is just technical. We hit that early. It was the number one trade. It's not even close for me today. Beyond Meat is, again, a meme style. Just crazy volume trade. So this is 3 different styles there. iBit, we tried on crypto today and we're wrong on that. So there's a crypto play for us. Here's a little small sort of mid-cap name with SoFi that we like all the time. But this is, again, was more of a technical trade. So similar to that to AMD, where I thought it was going to hold 28.50. It does not. And then, of course, man, the real banger here, futures. So there we go, man. Proving the worth, I think, every day. Futures trading, meme trading, crypto trading, volume, technical and news-based there. So a little bit of a busy day, needless to say, on the desk here. But we do have another busy person, and that's Adara with another story.
I apologize, guys. This is a couple minutes ago. I just went to get some tea, but bizarre catalyst here for Six Flags. Wall Street Journal reporting that Travis Kelce, yes, the NFL star, and Taylor Swift's fiance is teaming up with Jana Partners for an activist campaign at the company. So, interesting catalyst here. Travis Kelce of the NFL reportedly teaming up here with an activist investor for an activist campaign at Six Flags. FUN to the upside, reported by Wall Street Journal. Back to you.
Kelce. I think this is last year.
Yeah, I think it was last year. Yeah. He married a billionaire, so.
Well, I mean, he was coming to the end. It's kind of the end anyways. He's 36 years old. And his production, I think he's 36. His production is not where it used to be. So I'm hoping very much so that he does not go out on top, because I know exactly what that means for my team. But they look really, really good. I just think Six Flags, I think he's like a mini, like a poor man's version of like Shaq. I think he'll end up. They had the podcast. I think he'll end up doing a lot of TV as well.
Yeah, like his brother did.
Yeah, I think I can see him maybe not doing like a McAfee kind of thing, but doing some kind of a football show. There's almost like no question about it.
Yeah, he's set for life. I mean, that show will be the most watched football show.
Exactly. That's sort of the thing. Yeah. Although I don't think he's as good as McAfee.
No.
I'd rather listen to Pat McAfee.
He's just going to get that Taylor Swift bump.
Than Jason and Travis Kelce. Pat McAfee 10 times out of 10. Like that guy, he's a
WWE star, Pat McAfee. He commentates there.
No, 100%. He's fantastic. So I'm into that. Ronnie, Crypto FOMO, says appreciate the shirt. Well, I think I have ridiculous amount of Jays merch, so I might just literally wear something Jays every single day until it's over, and hopefully it's good. That's so funny. Yeah, what up, Brad Warner? Who's your football team? Thank you for tuning in for the first time. We appreciate new viewers all the time. I am literally a diehard, homer Buffalo Bills fan. So I've been a Bills fan in my entire life. The second I knew what the NFL was, I was a Bills fan because they were the closest, and it's kind of like the Canadian football team. So I've always loved the Bills. Sean and I used to have season tickets for a bit, and then.
I've been Packers for life.
You lose a day.
It's been a little easier of a life, but hopefully the Bills can.
I take the hard road.
Can pull it together.
If you're like local to here, you're a Leafs fan, you're a Raptors fan, you're a Jays fan, you're a Bills fan, which in moments like right now, it's absolutely worth it. But I was just talking to, I don't know if it was Joe. Like last night was the biggest game in Toronto since, for sports wise, since essentially the Raptors.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
shot,
it was a good outcome. Every Leaf game in the playoffs is bigger than every Jays game, but I do love the Jays, and I think that they're the ones winning. So hopefully the Leafs.
The thing about the Leafs is
do that.
The Jays will blow the roof off this city if they win the World Series. If the Leafs win the Stanley Cup, I'm scared. I will enjoy it. I'm just scared what will happen.
No, the Jays also the whole country.
But I remember when we beat Ottawa in that, it was like the second round.
Yeah.
We were downtown. It was insanity. You would think they just won the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
So I don't even want to think about if they actually win the Stanley Cup.
It'll be the biggest party you've ever seen.
No, it'll last days.
What happened about when the Raptors won the NBA in 2019? That was pretty nuts too.
Yeah, I was there for that.
Solid.
That was insane. That was insane. So many people downtown.
On the streets.
They won't do like the parade route the same way there. There was just way too many people.
No, they logistically they know what not to do this time.
There for that. Okay, so it's just Beyond Meat. couple there as we go. So yeah, that's the benefit of the Jays is they have the whole country behind them. So that's like huge. So we'll wait to see there. And a very foul-mouthed coach there. I don't know if the guy's trying to get credit.
Dude, the crowd was all over. No,
I thought that was pretty ridiculous.
No, actually, oddly enough, like, because we've been at all the games, like in the post interviews inside the stadium, he's not the first one to drop a bomb.
Yeah.
One thing I don't like,
pretty immature of him.
that kind of bugged me, is the first person to make a speech and to actually hold the trophy is like ownership.
For every sport.
I know, it's like, but Schneider didn't get a chance to hold the trophy until it gone like around like 1 million people. Like,
oh, he was on the other side.
no, I know.
Yeah.
It's just like,
Bad luck.
okay, like get it back to him. It's just kind of bad luck. But for all he got, I also felt really good for Brandon Little.
Yeah,
Really
he wasn't blamed anymore.
Because now nobody can blame the kid, and now he can have a better career.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it would have been difficult for him. Yeah, and this is there it is. I think it's Two Wheel Crypto just said, or no, sorry, it's Mesmerized. Hockey captain gets it first. Like that's the first place it goes is to the captain. Like you used to.
I'm not sure. Is it?
Someone just said, I believe it.
Well, I think hockey doing something right wouldn't be a first time.
it.
I mean, hockey's awesome, so yeah, that would make sense to me too. But I know in the NBA, I think it goes to the owner as well.
I mean, the NFL, the owners are just. The NFL is like a
NFL's
a totally different beast. Like it's an owner-centric. Like the entire league is owner-centric, more so than any sport.
Yeah.
Shout out to One Wheeler in the chat. Just one quick update. I took a couple of legs out of Ronnie because this is to Ronnie, till this is to VWAP anyways, and I didn't get it here. So if I don't get that trend break and I get that trend break, it doesn't mean you try to make more out of it than it is. I moved my stop to break even at this point because it's already bounced off first move. So stop's going to go right in here just above the 305. That's down from like about 310 on that bad boy. And team heating up is the super chat from One Wheeler. Thank you for the super chat. Team heating up.
Ooh.
The thing about all these types of plays, Atlassian, load, like when I see, it doesn't do a ton of volume. But when I say these plays, I should like preface. I'm talking about stocks that are off of the lows. Sometimes you see a lot of names that have been beaten up and trending down, kind of all breaking out together. And like a small portion of that is maybe you just have like a few funds here or there that are like heavily short a bunch of stuff. Like it's what they do. And so lots of these names would be downward trending, and maybe they got 3 or 4 of them in different types of sectors, and then they start all breaking out at once, and then you just get like, oh, we need some more cash, be able to short the better one. Let's take our win on X so we can go short Y, more of the other one. And to the extent that maybe that's happening, you can start to see more breakouts. Like teams getting off the low, Salesforce is getting off the low. Nice, let's go. Salesforce hit 267 today.
Oh, good.
Pretty good. This is almost at the 200 period moving average. It only took 2 days, and it's almost at the 200 period moving average. So Benioff and co. saying the right things and getting that move. But like team, Atlassian is just another example of one of these in the penalty box stocks that is trying to make a break. Unlike CRM, it's trying to close above the 50 period day 1. I'd still give it a day or 2. To me, it's like the 3-day rule. Like let it prove to me that it wants to be above the 250 period moving average, because it's done this and failed before. Just because it's above here doesn't mean it's automatically going to work. It just has this time. So yeah, let us know what else you guys are looking at. It's almost not worth looking at the visualizer, because the visualizer is beyond meat. Right? You know what? I can show it to you guys, because I was just talking about CRM. Why did it come to mind? Beyond meat, beyond meat, beyond meat, beyond meat. Ronnie, CRM, and then like fun. It's a new one. BBI, GSIT. Oh, speaking of offerings, GSIT dropped an offering on this morning. That's an example. Yeah, GSI technology. This was an example of, I'm not saying this is going to happen to Beyond Meat, but these guys dropped an offering this morning, and look what happened to this stock. Like it's now down 15%, and this was gapped up huge. At one point in the pre-market, it was up like 40-something%, and it's now down 15 because they dropped an offering. Said, like, make sure you ring your registers on some of these bad boys.
Yeah. So I'm going to, we just had Beyond Meat going on quite a nice run there off the 50 period moving average. So I'm just going to we stopped now 3 times. There we go. Okay, so closing the trade off. The big one there for Beyond Meat. We only had a piece left, but I'm glad to get out at the highest we've been able to. So up there at 360. So good little trade there for BYND. Now we just got Apple, which is now making the move back in again here. So just one trade left, Apple, to go. We've had some great trade ideas today, and I want to thank everybody for watching. Make sure you do hit that like and then subscribe. Join Dara and myself for the market recap show today. As we'll go over Netflix, should be huge. Texas Instruments should be huge. Everything should be a big, overall big earnings bonanza here today. Okay, just looking out at this, Tesla's on a little bit of a move right now. Nice move upside as the market trying to go up, but there goes Tesla right now, 446. So if we zoom back out a little bit, just to see, it's still stuck in the middle, man. I mean, if anything, I would think short now against this level, which is 446.50, 447, but not enough time left, man. Only 4 minutes left until the imbalances. So, you know, those imbalances could come bid or offer. Neil and I don't really have any idea. So the whole point is, if anybody figures out how to predict where imbalances are going, that'd be nice.
Especially the NASDAQ.
Because then I could just make millions of dollars, literally, but I can't. So we're going to wait now to see what winds up happening with Tesla. 446.50 would be the top there. I think a breakout of that, and we get going. So if there is a buy imbalance, you're going to see some little falsified moves here. So just don't get caught up in it with only a few minutes left. It looks like that was a good out there for Beyond Meat. I'm just going to hold out for Apple. Let's just take it out at the 50 period if it does come back up there too. So I don't even, my stop for Apple was a break of that 80 level. That didn't come through. So 226, what did I say this was? Let's go 31s. It's okay. Worst case, right? I mean, worst case, we'll take a 30-cent winner. So there it is. Whoopsies. Okay, well, that was a fail, but we'll take 66 cents then, I guess. So you might have just saw me. I must have just put in the wrong price right there. So as soon as I get filled, as soon as that comes out, so I don't know what I put there. I must have put 260. Maybe I put 260 flat. I don't know. But anyways, it triggered there. We are now out of Apple, but did not mean to, but that's okay. It still looks pretty good there for the downside of that. We were going to go to 260. Oh, I put 262.30. That was the problem. 263.30 was the play there. So yeah, man, nice move to the downside. We'll figure it out now if we want this stock, but we're out of Apple with only 3 minutes to go. Again, thanks for watching. Thanks for subscribing. Hit the like and the subscribe. A couple of huge trades here in the afternoon, Apple and Beyond Meat. And that's about it, man. And then we just wait to see what happens here for Netflix.
Yeah, only a couple of trades. Like I only had Ronnie and Beyond Meat, not a single large cap this afternoon. No. But you know what? The market literally didn't move. And we'll get to that in a quick little second. But I said I'd move to break even. It didn't take out the prior stop on Ronnie. But as I said, if I don't get the top, then I'm playing down here. And ultimately, if it wants to step up, I respect it. When the buyers come back in on that dump, then I'll just buy out and take whatever it is that we can. So 2.5 minutes until the imbalances drop. Everybody, and Beyond Meat, people are finally talking about it on Bloomberg. This is the best thing about Trader TV Live, in my opinion, is if you're like, obviously any normal, like just talking about the broad market, you know, they'll maybe spend some time talking about Beyond Meat just for like the novelty factor of it, because it's almost like you have to cover it. But for us, it's like, it's 1.6 billion worth of volume, and it's been a story for the last couple of days, right? Like whether it was breaking $1 yesterday, or it was, you know, the reversion off of VWAP, or like just the parabolic nature of the move here in the trading opportunities. Like this is a show where what's happening in the market, it could be crypto, it could be Beyond Meat, it could be gold, it could be quantum names, whatever is happening, then that's where we want to be paying attention to. So when you guys throw symbols in there, like what's going on, it's what we're going to cover. And that's what it's all about, just so everyone can find the best opportunities and then learn the most. And we'll see what happens. Bhavin, do you think Beyond Meat might do an offering aftermarket? I don't know. I got to give you the honest answer. I don't know. I know what happens. I know what we just saw happen to GSIT when they dropped an offering this morning, but you've got to remember, they have to file. You can't just randomly drop an offering. Beyond Meat can't just do that unless they previously filed. And if they have not filed, that's a process that can take a little bit of time. I just think they're crazy if they don't do one post-haste. So as quickly as they're able to file an offering, I would suspect that they would take advantage of this. They're trying to return. Like, why wouldn't you get more capital? Someone said in the Bobby Axelrod, I can't confirm whether this is true or not, and I'll do our research here, and we should. I'm not swinging this. If I was swinging this, then all I would be doing is trying to figure this out. Someone said in the chat they filed for an offering in September. If that's the case, then you better believe they can drop it anytime they want. So that makes it it just changes the litmus for holding overnight if they could drop it on you at any single moment. For the day trade, it's unlikely to happen now. But as said before, we saw what happened this morning with GSIT. Like, I don't want anybody watching this that's long beyond meat to think this is going to go ramp job and then get caught like GSIT did, just fading the entirety of the day. That probably should have been a short on GSIT, but that sort of speaks for itself, kind of like the other names. Imbalances just came out here, and it's actually hims and hers, 3.5 million to the buy side. That is the largest imbalance. CCL comes out as nothing. It was expected 1.4. Cleveland Cliffs, they had earnings actually pretty good for Cleveland Cliffs, 1.3 million to the buy side. IonQ comes out as nothing. NVIDIA, 1 million, very small for NVIDIA, 1 million to the buy. ETHA, 900,000 sell. I've never seen that there before. That's not, NVIDIA is too small. $1 million on NVIDIA, we're not going to be terribly concerned about. ETHA, not moving on that imbalance. I tried a couple times off VWAP, had a pretty good reversion to VWAP on ETH, but it couldn't really hold underneath VWAP for that follow through. That said, just because we're looking at it in this moment, if I look at what's really going on with ETH, yeah, sure, kind of got the top, but this is looking like liquidity grab bottom and then bounce off the prior support. So hold the prior support. The next step, I'm going to zoom it just a little bit further out so I can complete the thought. There's your liquidity grab. Your next step would kind of be breaking out around here, like 31.5. So this might be like relief rally potential. I was looking to fade the tops on crypto today. So 31.50 could be a breakout potentially tomorrow.
Months. Just trying to figure it out, right? I mean, we had some nice highs, some nice lows, And we're going to wait to see. I do believe in it. I think it'll put up a number. So we'll see what exactly that number is, and it should be a good one. So that is, of course, Netflix, and then the other one, Texas Instruments, coming out as well. We'll see if there's a move here into the close for TXN.
What's the expected there? It is moving.
The expected. Dara has that great graphic out. I just have this little the expected move on Texas Instruments. Yeah, you can have less than 2 seconds. I'm right here. It is 6. Okay, go show the graphic because Dara has a nice graphic over there. There it is right there. So we have Texas Instruments. I just take what Dara did and put it on my Twitter, so this is a better one. Yeah, there it is. Texas Instruments 6%, and then right away. Oh, she doesn't have the times up here. So that's going to hit right at 4. So I'll get out of here and get right over there at 4 o'clock. Yeah, and then we have ISRG, Mattel. Looks like Mattel with the biggest move. 11% right there. I mean, hello Barbie, let's go party right there. And if you do have options.
I thought that movie was, I give the movie a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, I don't know. It won.
But then I also watched it on a flight.
Yeah, it won a bunch of awards and everything too. So I don't know. Yeah, I never watched it. My family went to the theater. Or my wife and daughter went to the theater for that one. Okay, so there it is right there. Here's the move on Beyond Meat. We did get out right there at 60, but wow, what a day it was for us on BYND. Very good trading. And then, of course, Apple makes the move down there, and we just balance off. 262 and change. So yeah, so far so good, man. Yeah, Beyond Meat now at and going above 52-week highs. This name is up 4 times where it was 2 days ago, so that's a good move. And there you go, man, Mr. Westermeyer. I'm glad you didn't take it out where I sort of was saying they're in and around $3, but there it is, 360 after hours. Maybe this thing gets to 5, but you got to watch out there because the last time we did that, we wick topped. So 535. I would say 450 is in play for sure on this name. And again, just glad that we're able to do that on BYND. Was that a call for Adara?
Well, before we get to Adara, for too long, trading has meant risking your own money or never having enough in the account to start. That fear of losing is higher in that environment. And that's what kept a lot of traders in the sidelines. That's changing now because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With the limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This is going to allow traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. And when you hit the profit target, you get to keep 70% of the profit. So no fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code you see right in front of you on screen to get 10% off your evaluation, your first evaluation. And as Sean said, like right off the bat, we're going to have in 3 minutes Netflix earnings. Let's go up to the desk one last time to Adara.
I just want to mention Krispy Kreme here, DNUT. As far as I can tell, I've just seen some talk here on social media, people thinking this could be the next short squeeze. We know there's been a lot of these retail favored and short squeeze type plays moving as of late. I mean, I don't need to tell you guys, of course, Beyond Meat has been making some moves. Just one example there. So yeah, keep an eye here on DNUT. With that in mind, I am seeing some speculation here of this potentially being the next short squeeze on X. Back to you.
Krispy Kreme was such a big deal when they came out. You see the light would go on, and you're like, get them warm. And
now they have the normal ones, and they have a whole bunch of different designs. The new ones, and they're pretty cheap. But yeah, just a donut there. We always popular at the birthday parties. Baseball team has a birthday party, or somebody brings it to the game.
Yeah, like at our final year tournament. The last time I had them, once a year, was the final tournament of the year.
Okay, yeah, good day overall. It's 350 there. Apple's fight with Epic. Oh, the App Store. That doesn't matter. It's nothing.
Oh, that's kind of old news.
I think so. Yeah, just like this, Google was old news today when we dropped a story of them, an OpenAI dropping a web browser. That's nice. Come on, man.
Which we knew they've been doing for the longest time.
Yeah, that's not going to do anything. Over there. All right, I'm out of here.
Oh, that's right.
Have a good day tomorrow. I know Obi will be in here for you tomorrow. So shout out to Neil and to Obi.
That's not the next one.
And it is tomorrow, right?
It is tomorrow. I got a couple of appointments that I can keep.
Good.
But also, I'll probably, thankfully, get a little more sleep. So with 1 minute to go, just want to point out, someone seems to be a little bit of buying on Netflix. It hasn't moved much, but it is moving now. Adara, one more time.
Yeah, to let you guys know here, I have some crypto news coming out of Japan. I think maybe worth noting here for Bitcoin. Nikkei reporting that Japan's financial services agency is allowing or considering allowing banking groups to launch crypto trading services and lift their bans on banks buying or holding digital assets for investment. So again, Nikkei reporting that Japan's financial services agency going to basically ease up their regulation on crypto, including allowing banking groups to launch crypto trading and stop banning banks from buying or holding crypto. Back to you.
Thank you there. I was just reminded, I'm like, oh, please tell me that Ripple didn't get back to the 200 period. It did not. XRP, bottoming tail on volume. There's that 200 period moving average. I'm eyeballing this for the next couple of days here. And whatever, like I understand, like most of the talk around here in crypto is going to be actually trading in something else like Bitcoin or ETH, but in the old PA, I got some more money in the Coinbase account, so I like that one. Netflix coming up after the bell. Let's ring it in 3, 2, and 1. And we are expecting it to be rapid. So everybody, thanks. Hope you had a wonderful day. I know I did. I said to be honest, the Blue Jays news was the second best thing. We got some great news from what I consider family. Sean and I had a good friend that had some fantastic news in his family, and that beat everything, because family is everything. And this show is all about our trading community and family and making sure we give you the juice, which right now is TXN and Netflix earnings. You got the market recap show. We've got Sean and Dara. I believe we're going to have Ryan Shannon on as well. Always a fantastic guest. Make sure you listen to what he says. He gives some fantastic calls out there. You know I'm going to keep signing off saying "Go Jays Go." That goes without saying, and I'm going to be wearing these every single day that I can while the World Series is on. So let's get up to the desk. We got Sean and Dara, Ryan Shannon for your market recap. Netflix earnings due any second.
Yeah, we're here with Netflix earnings, and yeah, we're really proud to be Blue Jays fans around here. We've been we wear the hat. We have a couple different, we have 4 or 5 different Blue Jay hats, so we'll be wearing those. We've got the Raptors on today as well. All right, Netflix is now out, so it's heading to the downside a little bit, but not too much. Right there, we just swiped down into come over to the screen here. We just swiped down into 12.22 right there for Netflix. We got a Dara here who's going to be dropping the news when that comes through on Netflix. We'll talk about what that report is and what it looks like. But there's the move down into 210, 212 right now. Netflix with a little bit of a move. I mean, the expected move was 12%. As soon as you get the numbers, just yell at me and we'll go over them.
Here, guys.
Right there, 12.10 and change. So on the daily chart for Netflix, it's down here already, man. We're looking.
I have numbers, I think.
Okay, we're looking for that 7% or so move, 1160 right now to the downside there for Netflix. And if you have them, we can run through them. If not, we can.
Yeah, I have numbers. I'm going to wait to see if we can clarify these here, but it does look like they slightly missed revenue, and that could be the issue here. Free cash flow, though, did grow on a quarter-over-quarter basis. Yeah, it looks like they missed EPS and revenue, but again, I want to wait here until I get all of the numbers here confirmed. But yeah, their guidance also looking a little bit mixed. Okay, I have the numbers now, guys. Q3, it was what I saw previously. Q3 revenue, $11.51 billion versus estimates of 11.52, so it's a slight miss. Q3 EPS, $5.87 versus $6.94 expected. That's a double miss, guys. And they're seeing fiscal 2025 revenue $45.1 billion versus their previous guide of $44.8 bill to $45.2 bill. They're guiding Q4 EPS of $5.45 versus estimates of $5.42. So basically, tepid guidance, double earnings miss. Not a good look here for an NFL.
No, it is absolutely tanking right now. Down 7%. We're down to 1150 right now on Netflix. So give this a little look here. I know we have Texas Instruments as well, but right into here, 1150. That's the bottom. I think it's worth taking a little shot here on those numbers. We will recap those numbers and get them on the screen for you ASAP. But that's a nice move down there for Texas Instruments. For Netflix. Texas Instruments is also out right now. So here we go. Texas Instruments with a little bit of a down push right now, down 3%. I don't know. It doesn't look that bad. It's kind of bouncing around right here. What is?
Yeah,
what are their
numbers? It's a slight EPS miss here, Sean, but just barely. They reported EPS of $1.48 versus $1.49 expected. Sales, though, were a beat, $4.742 billion versus $4.645 billion expected. So Netflix double miss. TXN earnings miss slightly, and then sales beat. They're guiding Q4 GAAP earnings between $1.13 and $1.39 per share, well below estimates of $1.41. So not a good look there for guidance. They're guiding sales also largely below below estimates here, 4.22 bill to 4.58 bill versus estimates of 4.52 bill. So midpoint obviously is going to be a little bit below expectations here. And again, I'll put that Netflix guide up on the screen for you guys to see, so you can take a look at it. At 405, we're getting kind of smaller potatoes names with the exception of ISRG, which is a fairly large potato. But Netflix report are guiding Q4 GAAP earnings at 545 versus estimates of 542. Sales, they're guiding at 11.96 billion versus 11.902 billion expected. So as I mentioned, kind of tepid guidance and certainly concerning numbers. When I read more through that report, I'll let you guys know, but it is worth noting 1162 has been a bit of a level on NFLX and just cleared it like it was nothing.
Yeah, in the after hours. I mean, right now, now it's back to 11.62 again. I mean, the spread is like $7-8.
It's fun
here.
to watch. I love it.
For now, it's at 11.70. It was just at 11.50 right there. So don't trade this in the after hours.
No.
I do not recommend right there. But the gap is good. It's 545 versus 542. That's a win. Sales higher. That's a win. It's these numbers right here, the actually reported numbers, right? And so you have 587 missing 697. That's a miss of over $1 per share. That is not good right there. Then also a miss right here on the sales, but only by a smidge, $400 million, which is nothing. $11.5 billion right there. But yeah, it's a double miss on the top and bottom, but then a guide forward look for NFLX. So actually not doing horrible right there. It's down 6%. The implied move was 7. So it looks like that's a winner there if you're able to get that short. I like the long. I mean, the guide forward makes sense to me, which you have the live events and whatnot for Netflix. I think that's going to be good, and they've guided higher. But that miss, I wonder what that's attributed to.
Yeah, I want to see that too.
Maybe a little more expensive acquisition costs. I wonder if that's sort of built in. I wonder if there's also built in that deal with Spotify. So I'm just thinking out loud here where those numbers come from, because that is such a big miss. Texas Instruments right now down 5%, so they're starting to get a little lower as well. Let me just find out those. I mean, Adair's already gone through the numbers on there as well, but this is what it looks like for the gap here on Texas. So this is what they're looking for. They see EPS of 113 to 139 versus 141. So, oh no, does the emperor have no clothing anymore? Nice move to the downside right there on double miss on the move forward for Texas Instruments. But what do they have on the top and bottom line? Right now they go EPS 148, misses 149, sales slight beat. So they're going to go 3 for 4 on the miss, man. They're going to guide lower and they're going to miss. That's Texas Instruments there on EPS. And then I just heard you, so let me call it up quickly and we'll go over to you for the numbers. ISRG, Intuitive Surgical, also out. And oh boy, the robotics theme going to play right now, up 9% for ISRG.
Yeah, this is a great pop here. And it's also, especially compared to what we've seen so far tonight, Sean, it's a great report. Q3 adjusted earnings, $2.40 versus estimates of $1.98. Sales, 2.505 bill versus 2.404 bill expected. Now, this would be a good report regardless, but I honestly think it maybe looks a little better too, given how significantly all of these other companies missed. And that unfortunately includes our friend Mattel, because Mattel reported a double miss, Sean.
Oh no.
Adjusted earnings, 89 cents versus 107 expected. Sales, 1.736 bill versus 1.835 bill. And all of these, I guess, people who are in this trade are getting into their Malibu Barbie car and they're driving off the cliff and out of this trade. Rough look there. The other we were waiting for was Capital One. We're not supposed to get Chubb until 4:15. Not seeing Capital One yet, guys.
All right, so Beyond Meat is really extending out right now. I mean, this is a name that we talked about throughout the whole day. We had a great trade on this one, going long $3 earlier on, but there goes Beyond Meat right now, up through $3.90 now. That's going to be the new local high, $3.92 there for BYND as it continues to go. I don't remember what the story was for Donut there. Neil and I were just talking about.
Random speculation that it's the next short squeeze.
Yeah, I believe it probably is the next short squeeze. We had this a little while ago on the show. We talked about it, and there is a good short float there. So $3 up to $4 right now. Beyond Meat, Beyond Donuts right now.
Capital One.
Going to the upside. Let's just Daryl will dig into Capital One quickly. Netflix right now found a bottom for sure, I think. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, Netflix potentially found a bottom right there in and around 11.50. We stared at that a little bit, did not really break it. 11.50 for Netflix right now, holding out on. We've sort of talked about their numbers right here. There it is right there, missing 587 versus 697. Also a miss on the sales. And then, to double up on it, they actually provided a forward look on their gap. So 545 right there to 542 estimate. So beat by 3 cents. And also they're expecting a sales beat. So we'll see if it can hold. That 1150 going to be very, very important there. Texas Instruments, again, their report, not great. Miss on that side as well. Downside push there. Miss on the guide as well. So Texas Instruments making those moves down. You just talked about Mattel. Just quickly on that one. And then there was another name you said, Capital One.
Yeah.
So there's Mattel, 650. Nice move to the downside there, 6.5%, sorry. Looks like it does want to hold the 685 for now. That's the shelf break on the daily, so watch out for that little break right there for Mattel, 675, looking to hold. What does Capital One look like?
Yeah, actually not bad. And again, much like our good friend Intuitive Surgical, they actually posted a double beat, which unfortunately is very rare for this crop of earnings names tonight. Q3 adjusted earnings, $5.95, healthily beating estimates of $4.37 per share. Sales, $15.359 billion, beating estimates of $15.075 million. Billions for both of those. I do want to go over as well here our pal ASTS. I want to thank our friend Darwin in the chat for mentioning ASTS. AST Space Mobile announcing a proposed private offering of $850 million of convertible senior notes due 2036. So I'm going to put this up here. Thank you, Darwin, for bringing this one to my attention. People were asking me if DraftKings is news. They had a price target cut only by $5 earlier today. That is a nice pop-up there here for DraftKings. I'm going to check social media, because if anyone knows, it's probably X. Let's be real with ourselves. So I'm going to take a look here on DKNG. But DKNG has really been moving quite a lot lately, often on basically the inverse of stuff related to Kalshi and predictions markets. And here it is, guys. I'm seeing this on X. DraftKings reportedly acquiring predictions platform Railbird. Well, as I just mentioned, Sean, given that we have DraftKings moving to the downside a lot of times when we have positive news and predictions markets, this kind of feels like the natural next step for DraftKings. Hey, if you can't beat them, join them. And it looks like they are joining by reportedly acquiring prediction market Railbird. As I get more context in this, I'll let you know. It's just something I'm seeing swirling here, but seeing it from enough sources. Now CNBC actually reporting this does seem to be legit. DraftKings planning on acquiring predictions platform Railbird.
Beyond Me right now, acquiring the $4 level right now. So there it goes. Nice move there, up for Beyond Meat. It looks like it's going to bounce around $4. We did have Mr. Westermeyer in the chat talking all about $4.20. Will that meme sort of level there come into play again? We got to break through $4, but hey, 1.76 with a B shares today, 1.8 billion shares. We're approaching that number here for BYND. And oh boy, was it a big day there for them. Let's just quickly check before we check on Chubb. This looks like it's going to break, man. I mean, if you're still in this, you can still execute after hours, depending on what platform you're on. But I'm pretty sure most of them right now, it's only 411, should have access to after hours trading. So you could get out of that. I would think about it. It's at $4. Nice bounce of Netflix at 1150. We sort of called that little bit of a bottom there. And then Texas Instruments, still, I don't think there's a bottom in this name as it's come out again here to the downside. Capital One, you said no, Chubb it was. So CB now out with earnings, a name that we don't trade very often, with it looks like $1.50 worth of a spread, now up 2.5%.
$1.50 spread, you say?
Yeah, that's just in the after hours.
Oh,
there.
okay.
Don't get too excited. It'll be a little bit tighter than that once the market does open up tomorrow. But right now, 274. Nice 2.5% move for Chubb. What do those numbers look like?
I mean, to be fair, Sean, it's like a $270 name, so maybe it'll be spready. We'll see.
Yeah.
But either way here, adjusted earnings $7.49, healthily beating estimates of $6.15. Sales $12.934 billion versus $12.901 billion. So this is a double beat. And Sean, I kind of alluded to this earlier, but I think maybe the reason that these names that double beat, like Chubb, Intuitive Surgical, and Capital One, are doing so well. I mean, the reports were stellar, but also, I mean, when you compare to the other names that reported tonight, like the Netflix tank and the TXN tank and the Mattel tank, I think they also look relatively better as well. And I'm really not sure if the algos or markets work like that. But either way, I do find it to be pretty fascinating, just the extent of how, like, I guess the intensity of these moves to the downside and to the upside on all the earnings names tonight, because we usually don't get that.
I mean, especially when the market, we talked about volatility, right? I mean, when the market are at these highs and some of the stocks are reacting, you know, to obviously bullish first bearish sentiment in the market itself, and now all of a sudden it's put up or shut up time with earnings. And as we enter now brand new earnings season, obviously we started off with the banks, not overly successful at all for the banks. We can run through that. I mean, even just, well, whatever, XLF, we can have a quick little look at that. It's down here. Remember, earnings last week for the banks, and you're going to see here on the daily chart once it loads that we do have a downside push here for many of these banking names, including JP Morgan, Citigroup, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, the positive name there. But yeah, I mean, look, Texas Instruments was pretty ugly, and I mean, I hope this is not a look forward on what to expect with the bank, with the rest of tech, because it was Texas Instruments right now. They come out and they miss on their EPS, right? So EPS rate here, I'll just put this over here so you can maybe see a little bit better. EPS of 148, missing 149. Sales, though, on the beat side of things, so that was nice, but then it's right here. Their GAAP EPS is really the problem. If their low side is gonna be 113, that is low, man. I mean, especially when their high side is not even at the estimated levels. So that's not good there. And then also as well, 422 billion. And again, I don't have a problem with these guys guiding lower. I mean, I still think that with tariffs being a problem, we don't know what the tariff's going to be for China. Well, you know, there's a lot involved here. So Texas Instruments does take it on the chin a little bit here, down 6%, hoping that this is not something for the bigger stocks to worry about. Let me just see if there is any worry here. Yes, 180. What was NVIDIA at today? This is not good for them, I don't think.
They broke 180 briefly, but they came right back.
Okay, so right here in the after hours for NVIDIA, just ticking down slightly right now. It looks like they closed around 181 and change, now down to 180 flat. AMD probably not seeing much movement on this one. Maybe Micron potentially seeing a movement down on this bad Texas Instrument number. But yeah, a little bit of a push down there for AMD, and we could check out Micron. But yeah, overall, it looks like the chip space is relatively okay with this TXN number. MU, though, a push into the close as well on a sell imbalance, right? So that's starting to affect some of these names. All right, Netflix. Again, yeah, welcome. Thank you for joining. The numbers are now out on Netflix there. Not good. Missing on the top and the bottom, although a forward guide positive. So I think that's holding out pretty decently right now. Down 4%, not the end of the world, but look where it bounces off of. Pretty clean there of 1150. So a nice little bounce there off of that level, giving traders pause for hope, at least, that level will hold. We'll see tomorrow, Adair. That could be a great smash short if we get into that tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to, but that is the story
on Netflix?
Of Netflix.
Oh,
yeah.
you know I'll be trying to do that.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Will it retest that 1150 area? That's...
Yeah, we'll see. I think, like I said, 1162 is kind of more, I know that's hyper-specific, but that's kind of the level I like on Flakes. So that'll be something I'll be watching for sure tomorrow.
62, right.
Yeah, that 1162. I don't know why specifically that, but yeah, I mean, either way, also, guys, it's worth noting. I put these out now. They're coming out either the morning of the report, or often, you know, the night before, and Tesla is going to be released in probably an hour and a half. I have it pre-scheduled. So either way, guys, if you're wondering, hey, what are the big earnings names net expecting? What were the last reports? There's a way to find out. Exit TTV Research. As I said, this one I posted this morning, the one for Tesla, which is reporting tomorrow night, that's going to be out, I said, within an hour and a half. So please make sure to keep these posted. I'm going to be working very hard to get these for you for all of the major earnings names. And yes, I know I've signed myself up for a lot given the earnings docket next week. But either way, I want to make sure everybody stays informed. So that is what I will be doing. I also have implied moves infographics coming out at 3 p.m. basically, or 3 p.m., 3:30 usually, the day before the next spate of earnings. So there's a lot to keep an eye out for. Please check out Exit TTV Research if you are enjoying this type of content. If you want to be aware for earnings, because earnings stuff is cool, and right now that's basically the entirety of my focus on this channel for this earnings season.
Good, yeah,
So
good. We need that. Yeah, people need those graphics, and yeah, it makes it easy to read and easy to make sense of things. So thanks, Adara, for doing that. I have to remind everybody that today's recap show is brought to you by Global X. So go check out their Beta Pro 3X product right there on your screen right now. So this is brought to you by Global X. Just Google them, go figure it out. 3 times the levered products here. Canadian traders, it is currency hedged as well. So exciting product there from Global X. All right, you know, iPhone today, like another all-time high made for Apple. I mean, we had some beautiful trades there yesterday on the long. Today was kind of just a little quiet early. It does fade out at near the end of the day, but Apple today up to 262 on strong post-launch numbers from their iPhone 17. So we get some strong numbers there, driven by the trade-in value of the 16 Pro and the 16. Apparently a lot of seller providers, carriers, and whatnot are giving that value on that trade, and especially on the secondary market as well. So that's really helping it in the lighter form version for the iPhone. Plus, their analysts raised over 4%, revenue to rise 4% this year to just a small $209 billion in 2026 there for the iPhone. So that's good as well. Shipping times are up 13%, which means Sharif had a story about this as well on the weekend where he was looking for the iPhone. He went to the store, and by the time he got there, it was gone, although he already phoned them, and they had told him they had it in stock. So that's interesting there. So if wait times are higher on a name like Apple, means that the demand is there as well. So that's my takeaway. It looks like the cycle for Apple is a strong one, although it's not like that super cycle that everyone's talking about. I still believe that Apple does have a great, huge runway there with the phone. Today and their services, right? Their services revenue, I think, is going to be huge. Watches, everything like that. What they've been doing with their AirPods is also pretty unique, as well as they get into the health space, right? A lot of the sensors on the watch, great as you age and whatnot, or just for athletes and whatnot, figuring that all out. All right, Amazon today. What a great day for Amazon. Hit the bang for that, man. Yesterday's major outages across the world, basically, really did spark some concern for Amazon. But yesterday, Amazon was actually up here on the daily. And the thing about Amazon, there it is yesterday. And I said the story about my kid messaged me, or when I got home, didn't message me, talked to me, and said, wow, the market must have got killed today because of all those outages. And he said, what's going on with Amazon? I said Amazon was up. And I think that just basically signifies that, yeah, Amazon does have a lot of networks connected to them, a lot of power, I think it was 31 or 40% or something like that, space in the cloud for AWS from yesterday. Good movements down there into the 200 period, got bought up, I think, technically, and then today we extend that through. Today, Amazon disrupts global internet traffic. That was the number there, 31% yesterday affected there. Wide impact amongst Amazon, Disney Plus, Reddit. Like, we woke up yesterday and my wife was checking because we were supposed to me and my son are building a computer for him right now. We talked a little bit about that, I think. I'll talk to Obi about it tomorrow. And he needed more RAM. So he only had something like, I think it was 16 gigs maybe, and we got him another 8 gig slot. He had a slot there, so we got him another 8 gigs. So he was looking forward to that, looking forward for the Amazon delivery. Did not come yesterday morning because there was Amazon delivery issues. Came this morning.
That's good.
So yeah, 6 a.m. came.
Oh, that's really
my
nice.
dog is like barking. I'm trying to sleep there. My dog going, ah.
Amazon, I feel like, has been getting faster. Like, I've only had Prime for a couple months, but it's dope because there's something I was trying to order, and I was like, oh, maybe it'll get here by Tuesday, and I ordered it on Saturday, and then it came like Sunday at like 4 p.m., and I was like, this is amazing. When you check out,
it tells you when it's coming.
Well, it did tell me when it was coming, but it came like 2 days earlier.
Oh, okay.
So I was like, thank you, Amazon. Appreciate you. So yeah, I like Amazon Prime, and I'm not getting rid of that.
Yeah, so Roblox, Perplexity, Fortnite, all affected by yesterday's down detector, but not down today is Amazon, up 2.5%, so that was real nice. Okay, we did find about some Bitcoin problems, I think, are brewing in Bitcoin land. I mean, look, I really like the fact that we bounced off the 200 period moving average, but the problem for me is we didn't break back above 115 yet. Now, will that happen tomorrow? I hope so. We did have a nice run today. The top wick there is about 114. We were watching it live. It was 113, 113.5 bouncing around. But today we do have Bitcoin worries on our mind as that's very volatile, man. Up and down 2%, it seems like every single day. Fed's dovish shift right now boosts the risk appetite. So we'll go and wait to see. This is what we have as a note right now. Powell never talks about Bitcoin, of course, but we do worry now about potentially heading into earnings season. Will the NASDAQ hold fort here or not? Bitcoin trying to bounce off the 200 and did quite a nice job there in and around 107 or 108. We'll see what it wants to do here today, but it looks like right now, price of Bitcoin 111 or so, 110.9, trying to hold out. I bought the dip. I bought at 108 here live on the show last Thursday, and we're not really recovering too well from that, but we'll hold out hope that Bitcoin has found a level. All right, just a quick little talk about some of those names there. We'll talk about more major stories as we go, but right now it's the Netflix story today. Dara, if we have the numbers, we should probably review them.
Give me 2 seconds.
Right now, Netflix down 5%. And again, Dara's going to give you the exact numbers, but
yep, I have the numbers.
They did double miss, right? On the top and on the bottom line there for EPS and for sales, but they do have a decent guide. I think it was initially this move down here on the chart was created by that top and bottom line, right? I mean, they missed it, and then they came out with a much better guide.
Tight. The guide is tight. I wouldn't say much better.
No, but much better than the initial top and bottom line. I mean,
it's better than the earnings. Yeah.
Right. If they guided lower, then it would have been a disaster. But there it is. So Dara has it up on her screen if you want to review some of those.
Yeah, that's a fair point there. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, I mean, so we'll talk here first about this top set here, which is the earnings. $5.87 here for their EPS. That is well below estimates of $6.97. Sales, $11.51 billion, narrowly missing estimates of $11.54 billion. So the EPS miss, I would say, is a lot steeper than the sales miss, but a double miss nonetheless, all the same. Now let's talk here about their guide. So they narrowed their fiscal 2025 sales guide. Initially, they were expecting $44.8 bill to $45.2 bill. They've narrowed that to $45.1 bill, which is slightly above estimates of $45.014 bill for the year. So again, pretty tepid. That's kind of how I described their guidance earlier. I stand by that description. That in Q4 GAAP earnings, $5.45 per share, narrowly beating estimates of $5.42. Sales, $11.96 billion versus $11.902 billion expected. So again, double sale, like EPS miss, sales miss, but the guidance, as you mentioned, Sean, you're right. It's a good way of putting it. Like if it had been any worse, I think NFLX could have been in a world of danger.
Yeah.
Right now, though, being able to recover relatively well. We're off like roughly $40 from the low. Also, it's worth noting Kevin Hassett saying that he thinks hopefully we'll still have, Xi and Trump being able to meet in China. And then also, I'm just seeing here Lululemon with a story. I know this is one that you've been involved in.
Yeah. Hopefully upside.
Lululemon entering into a second amended and restated credit agreement.
Oh.
According to an SEC filing, they now have the ability to increase total commitments by up to $1 billion. I also want to let you guys know here, I have something else. Capital One authorizing a $16 billion share repurchase.
Ooh, I like that.
So Capital One already did really well in those earnings. I don't think this hurts them at all. Microsoft with a couple headlines, nothing major, just talking about Satya Nadella's, who is their CEO's, his compensation, and they're nominating a man named John David Rainey to their board.
Oh, wow. So Lululemon likes that report there for some reason. I'll have to figure it out. But Lululemon up 5% today, up to 181. We're getting close to getting back to flat on that trend. I saw that, Fabian. Okay. Adara, get Texas Instruments locked and loaded.
Yep.
I'm going to come back in a couple seconds with that one.
Talk about DraftKings
Texas,
again.
I am going to. Texas Instruments right now. It's funny, you read my mind. That was the next thing I was going to go to. Texas Instruments down 6%. Adara's going to get that all written up for you in just a second. But here it is right now. DraftKings. I never heard of Railbird, but it doesn't really matter if you're on the rails. Whoopsies. Oh, no. There it is. Okay, we got that back. Wow. Shook that. See that? See that? Fabian, that was nice. All right, so there it is right now. DraftKings soaring right now after it acquired Railbird. And I guess that's to get into the prediction market, as Adara had already highlighted for us. A nice move up there. And again, this is why I think it's important. It's not like they're dropping this news at any kind of levels. They're not looking at the chart and saying, oh, this is a good time to acquire something. But when you come in here and you're starting to get to some levels that actually make sense, this goes back to August of 24, right back here. So we've basically given it all back. Like DraftKings is a great company. It's well run. Obviously, cost of acquisition continues to be a problem for them. And we'll find out. Let me find out actually right now when DraftKings does report. But DKNG here on details. I'm just going to get this to you in 1 second. They report on, and here's the calendar. I don't want to pull it up to you because it is November the 6th for DraftKings. So still a little bit, couple days away for this, about 2 weeks, give it. But DraftKings right now, just trying to take it out. We'll see tomorrow if this is a trade, man. 36.50 breaking for DraftKings. 2 weeks away. I want to thank almost all 4,000 of you watching in the chat. Let's give a little wave to each other in the chat. Hi, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. Wave to Adara and I in the chat. Adara, all right, here it is right now. Texas Instruments, 168.50 right now, down 6% for TXN.
Yeah, let's talk about TXN here. Texas Instruments Q3 EPS, $1.48, narrowly missing estimates of $1.49. Sales, $4.742 billion, beating estimates of $4.645 billion. So again, EPS miss, sales beat. Now, as Sean mentioned, their guidance was also a bit unfortunate here, which likely is the reason Netflix had a bit of a bounce and Texas Instruments really hasn't yet. They're seeing Q4 GAAP earnings $1.13 here, $1.13 per share versus, $1.13 to $1.39, below estimates of $1.41. Sales, they're guiding here between $4.22 bill and $4.58 bill. Midpoint of that is going to be below estimates of $4.52 bill. I would say the EPS guide, especially a little bit weak there. I do want to mention it as well, guys. If you enjoyed all this content, make sure you stay with us, because after this stream ends, you'll be directed right here to this awesome video on Netflix earnings. Shout out to all these Netflix shows. Shout out to NFLX, and shout out to our awesome production team and Ramin for putting this stuff together. So guys, don't go anywhere when this stream ends very soon, because you'll be right over here to watch this video.
All right, man, we have David here, good super chat coming in right now, and he's talking all about Tesla tomorrow. Not saying it's his bet, but he will be champagne or tequila, elephant on the floor tomorrow. So you're thinking that Tesla's going to hit to the downside there? Is that what you mean by that, David? But at the end of the day, Tesla comes tomorrow, and it should be a big one, man. Tomorrow, right after the close, is going to be Tesla. So join us for more fun, just like what we're doing right now. We'll run through everything. We'll have the live quotes for you. Like, that's the best part. Well, I mean, there's lots of good parts about this show, but do make sure you stay tuned. I think 4:31-ish, you'll go right into that Netflix, or maybe even sooner than that. I will wrap this thing up ASAP. Right now, let's wrap this show up. We only have 1 minute left anyways. But yeah, I think Tesla tomorrow. I mean, what is everybody's prediction here in the chat for Tesla? We want to say wave to everybody. There's a lot of people waving to us. We want to say hi to everybody there in the chat as well. But Fabian has the chat up there. Up or down for Tesla tomorrow? Look, I think we're right in a good zone here on the daily chart for TSLA. A lot of it's going to depend on what the conference call has, I feel like. And if we do get sort of an outlook there, when is said taxi coming? What are we doing with full self-drive? Is there anything else Elon's working on? Is there that Model 2 coming through? There's going to be a lot of discussion there. The conference call will be at 5:30. Adara. So we won't be on the air at that time, but there's going to be a lot of interesting things dropping. Check our Twitters for all of that throughout the day as well tomorrow, and potentially after hours on TSLA. One of the biggest earning reports of the season.
Yes.
Tesla's always exciting to watch out for. It's going to be there tomorrow at this time. Tesla should be coming through, so that should be a great one. So just a quick little review. Netflix continues to hit the skids here a little bit, but well bounced off of that 1150. So Tesla right now. Flip over to my screen, Fabian. I'll do this real quick, and then we got to get out of here. Netflix now down 5%, so that's going. It's Texas Instruments World. Not today, down 6% for Texas Instruments. We've got Mattel on the lookout, and Barbie was driving off a cliff, but then she came back to life. Right now, she found Ken. Right now, that is now only down. She couldn't find him. Now it's only down 1.69%. ISRG, man, the robots are taking over the world, and they're taking over your operating room right now. 550. My mom got her hip replaced, probably by a robot. She was in and out. Love you, my mother. In and out of that operating room in like an hour. Had the operation, was out of the whole hospital in like 2 or 3 hours from getting a hip replaced. Unbelievable. Her incision is like a few inches. It's crazy.
How does that happen? Just like the robot?
It happens with ISRG,
That's
baby.
pretty dope.
This is what's happening right now. Thank you so much for joining. Adara, we do got to go to the Netflix video. But Adara, this is an Amazon product that you've purchased. If it's too personal, don't say it. But
a fan for my room.
A fan. There we go. Fans on sale at Amazon. Go get one right now. It's been a great show. The video is dropping immediately after this. So stay tuned for our Netflix video. That's Adara. I'm Sean. Luckily for both of you, we are back tomorrow at 8:30. Ciao.
No, it's so funny. I feel like the call is going to be key for Tesla, because I was doing